101 Negotiations. In the city of Ceres, the castle of the Grand Duke of Alan Hill is about to become the place of the mortal sanctuary. A burly middle-aged man stood at the gate with his hands folded, smiling at the guard soldiers in front of him. He was wearing a gorgeous robe, and every stitch and thread seemed to be luxurious. Just standing there in this ordinary way, this man can give others a strong sense of oppression, as if he was born superior and needs countless people to worship and look up to. The air here is really too bad. Men smile and facing a straight face, carefully guard his Alanxia. Guard soldiers spoke and said, "Not too pretty good weather, I don't like rainy days." Seeing that the other party didn't intend to pay attention to himself, the man then introduced himself. "My name is Joseph Baccarat, and I hope to see Grand Duke Alan Hill." Recently Archduke busy, no time to interview the guests. Pressing the waist pistol between, guard soldiers stared at the man to let him feel the danger. "Open," explains, "please do not close here, or he'll shoot it up." A gun is really a good name. Is the weapon on your city's head also called a gun? Joseph Baccarat took 2 steps back to show that he was not malicious, and continued to ask with a smile. "It was anti-aircraft guns." "Sir, you are the first to Alanxia? Because as recently often have people come here seeking refuge Alanxia, so that guards can only explain to the other 2. If he kept it before, he wouldn't waste his saliva on such strangers." But because more and more people rushed to Alan Hill, Chris also asked the guards to be more polite to the civilians who came to take refuge. "Yes, I'm here for the first time." Joseph Baccarat nodded, and memorized 2 words that he was very interested in. Guns. Cannons are really interesting. Very interesting. Feeling that time is almost up, Joseph Baccarat has no intention of entanglement with the guard. He played his hands behind his smile to convergence. Guard soldiers on the front, said, to Suvi. Trinity Empire Archduke Eastern Province Consul. He asked to see love. Trinity Empire. Hear the words. Around the taxi soldiers paying attention moved to the side. They subconsciously hold down the pistol around his waist. They found each other. Only one person. There is no danger of the action to do. I just wanted to talk to him. There is no other meaning. Do not be so nervous. Barker love solution. Explain the sentence. So place standing there, waiting for the guards to go tipped off. Baccarat came here for a pure purpose this time. He was not prepared to use force. He just wanted to meet Alan Hill's Grand Duke and see with his own eyes the weapons that mortals used to slay dragons. In addition, he also wants to and Vladimir Lensberg talk, to explore the changes in Mortal Empire, as well as the impact on the Trinity Empire. In short, he is not here to fight. He is more like to beg for peace than to fight. It's just that this meeting was personally advocated by him, and it also carried his strong personal touch. Upstairs, Chris is painting a jang about truck design drawings. After all, compared to the Jeep used purely for transportation, the function of the truck is more powerful. With the truck, his troops can move steadily towards mechanization. As he stretched lazy waist ready to rest a few minutes when the door was sounded. A waiter who had been renamed secretary came in and reported a news that shocked Chris. Your Majesty. A man who claims to be the Archon of the Eastern Province of the Holy Demon Empire is outside the castle and wants to see you. Chris was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he pondered for a few more seconds. Then he grabbed the phone on the table and said, "Hey, the attendance room? Contact Frensberg and Dissel. Let the 2 of them to 1 number will be the meeting room." Hang up after the phone. He looked at the front of the waiter, then told, collection to let guard duty troops, to 1 number will. Conference indoor standby. Although Chris had won several consecutive battles, he still remained afraid of the mysterious Holy Demon Empire. He didn't dare to be careless, because he didn't want to die under someone else's sneak attack. This time, if he does not call Frensburg, it is obviously inappropriate. After all, the Holy Demon Empire comes and Frensburg's presence is definitely useful. But Chris does not dare risk, although Frensburg that which is a very reliable fighting force, but in the face of human Trinity Empire, Chris still worried Frundsberg's sudden defection. A great magic teacher fairly easy to deal with, but if the two would be more dangerous. So Chris assembled his own guard. At least these soldiers can play the role of escort in the crisis. He cautiously called twice as many guards as they occupied most of the meeting room. These guards waited here with big eyes and small eyes, guarding Chris, Frundsberg and Dissel in the middle. Joseph Buckaroff was brought into this conference room by the waiter, and then he was taken aback by the crowds in front of him. So many people. In Joseph Buckaroff's view, he had come to negotiate with Grand Duke Alan Hill as a very sincere gesture. Since it is a negotiation, it should be conducted in a convenient and confidential place. But now, there are at least 30 guards in front of him who have drawn out their pistols and carried them in their hands. It's real, he ignored. For a mortal, the magician itself is the most dangerous weapon. How prevention cannot be overemphasized. Because in Chris' imagination, there are infinite possibilities for magicians. For example, Magic Marvel Universe inside of Doctor Strange division. You can easily break the space. For example, the magicians in the novel can even summon meteorite to destroy a city. These are my most loyal followers, so I don't mind if they hear our negotiations. Chris replied with a smile. Nodded. Joseph Buckaroff, who came alone, decided to go to the countryside and respect the decision of Chris. He couldn't help being surprised when he thought of this. For many years, he has never given a name to an ant-like mortal. An attitude of respect. If Mr. Lentzberg, after facing Frundsberg, nodded greetings to the sentence, the mortal never put on the eyes-off flow of Consul, direct the conversation toward opening theme. You are the weapon is very interesting. Or Trinity Empire very interested in what we want these weapons. Open a condition of it. Are you interested in our weapons, to use them against the Eternal Empire? Chris asked, leaning on the back of his chair, with his chin held high. After hearing this question, Archon Joseph Buckaroff did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the Grand Mage Frundsberg. Did you reveal all this to mortals? This is my country after the rest of my life to be loyal, why cannot I say? Fred Lentzberg spoke and said with a smile. He used to be the great magician of the Holy Demon Empire, and his status was not lower than that of a consul, so he didn't care about the irritation in the opponent's eyes. Well, Real said there is no relationship, shrugged his shoulders. Barkalov does not matter, said. Since you are, they already know what Eternal Empire, that will explain it all out. Speaking here, he looked at Chris, continued, Eternal Empire is more than the Trinity powerful magic emperor country. Trinity Empire is not a human in the eyes of the nation evil, greedy and corrupt, but a mortal help block a great country that has endured all disasters. Hey, the banner is much better than me. The title of dragon-slaying warrior on my side hasn't been beaten yet, you shameless group of self-proclaimed human gods. Chris sneered in his mind. Not him, not show it, just waved and said, since you did not send more Dragon Knight to grab these weapons, it means you want is not in the hands of our existing weapons. But we hope to help Trinity. The Empire has developed a brand new weapon. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want? Chris looked at Buckaroff and asked word by word. Let me guess. It shouldn't be one kind, right? You guessed it. As long as you give us everything we want, cooperate with us, and hand over everything you know, I can let the past go and let Alan Hill continue to exist. Buckaroff said. In addition, all areas of the Uranti Empire north of the Fallen River can be given to Alan Hill. Ha 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 ha. Chris suddenly laughed when he heard this condition, as if he had heard some super funny joke. I want it, I will fetch it myself, use the meat on my plate as a bargaining chip. Give it to me, just want the weapons and equipment in my hand. Mr. Buckaroff Archon, are you afraid that you haven't woken up yet? Surprisingly, Chris Barkalov did not like to think that kind of rage. He smiled and kicked the ball back in front of Chris. If you do not feel the conditions, you can put your own conditions. No need to get angry. Chris was choked and did not speak for a long while. After he replied, he said, I want the kingdom of Higgs, Aranti, and the eastern provinces under your jurisdiction. Very reasonable request. Buklov nodded his head, then refused and said, unfortunately, this is beyond what I can give you, so I'm not able to answer. You should such a request. You can bargain. Don't rush to refuse. Chris is now selling now and returning Bakarov's words back to Bakarov. Fifth more offer today. Burst hair ends. 102 pieces a treasure expensive. You with our Dragon Knight nothing back to Trinity Empire. We have been in Maritza. You got the gun equipped soldiers. I have to correct you, Mr. Bakarov Archon. It's no longer called Maritza, it's called Fallen Dragon City. Ha! Dare to call it Fallen Dragon City? We are on the battlefield to the west, and we may lose hundreds of Dragon Knights at once. I know this, but I like this name, so I just use it first. Humphrey. To not say what the name we are talking about is a weapon. You kind of weapon called a gun? In fact, we have studied. Although most of them were destroyed by a dragon flame, a small number of them were brought back to the Holy Demon Empire. We already know the principle of this weapon. It is very subtle, and this is why I came alone. Then what are you talking about? Go back to imitate, and I can sue you for infringing on my patent. Chris talked about a vocabulary that Alan Hill was studying recently, and Desailly almost laughed out loud. This patent law is an idea jointly proposed by the Alan Hill Military Industry Group and the Empire Industry Group. They believe that Alan Hill's knowledge has reached the point of invaluable, so they believed that it should be more strictly protected. He had to say is in fact a monopoly patent rights after all. Most innovative Valenxia comes from Chris Tech Tree, so the protection of patent law, in fact, holding a large factory Chris Art. Not two who are selfish, in desire and so determined to promote vested interests. The law is now being revised up. But now Chris speaks out. Quite a funny feeling of mocking each other. Do not pick a fight. Our patience, Trinity Empire. If we really want an Valenxia all-out war, we can dispatch a knight on Qianlong, which you know. Bakalov kinda running out of patience now. When has he been so whispered to immortal? You know. He is also a famous tyrant in his own territory. It's just that he, the tyrant, is a more fearful rational tyrant. He is cruel and powerful, but rarely shows his cruel side. Most of the time, he used his brain to solve problems, otherwise he would not sit in the position of the governor of the eastern province of the Magic Empire. Aha, but you Qianlong of the night, cannot take my Sears city. Chris smiled and anti-split road. Bakalov gloomy face, opening coldly. If I did not need you to know, I know that time will leave now. I will personally take Dragon Knight to Valenxia. I will not attack any large cities, but will block your traffic, slaughter your people, burn your farmland, and destroy your mines. He saw Chris black down his face, continued spoke and said, do not. You just have to use our brains on the Millennium Dragon Knight, bully, and when Dragon Knight is a spearhead weapon, face strong naturally, we also have other tactics. For the first time, Chris had a new understanding of the natives of these other worlds. The other party was obviously not a group of stupid NPCs, waiting for him as the protagonist to conquer and slaughter. The other party also has its own wisdom and experience, and it has also developed and accumulated valuable wealth for thousands of years. Maybe due to guard against the Eternal Empire, the Qianlong your knight. There is no way not stay on the territory of mortals. Chris struggling with war debate and said, I have here aging dozens of days, you must leave. So, we must. So you fight to the bitter. Bakalov thought and said, you have supplied us with more advanced weaponry, we give you space development, which is not good. Frankly, something that Chris is actually very enthusiastic about the proposed Barker Krumlov. Others do not know, but desire and is clear. Valenxia now cannot afford to support a drawn-out long-lasting war up. What modern warfare needs is the support of resources and the support of productive forces. Chris can't produce enough ammunition and weapons and equipment for him to consume in a short time, so he couldn't start a full-scale war against the Holy Demon Empire. On the other hand, it is the economic structure of Alan Hill that restricts his decision-making. From the beginning of its rapid development, Alan Hill has taken a deformed path of borrowing. The end of this path is expansion, using war to pass on its own domestic economic crisis. Therefore, on this deformed road, it does not matter how many expansionary wars are fought, because as long as there is money to be made by expansionary wars, the country's economy will not collapse. But when facing the Magic Empire, Chris found that he could only fight defensively. This is dying. Once the war does not end in a short time and spreads on the mainland, Chris and his followers will not be able to repay those borrowings, and his country will go bankrupt and fall from the savior as a deceiver. Therefore, Chris really wants to make peace with each other. What he wants is only 2 years of peace of mind. What he wants is only to use these 2 years to annex other countries and level his current lending economy. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want? Chris made a listening expression. I also think peace is the most precious asset, and we should try our best to avoid war. You are really a wise monarch. Barkalov has returned to a ratio more peaceful state, spoke and said, I need your long-range weapons, that can be projected burst crack ammunition weapon called a gun. But as long as the power to be twice as big. Can't the 75mm infantry artillery meet the requirements? The ground forces of the Eternal Empire are so difficult to deal with. Chris thought about it in his heart. He felt that if he provided the 130mm caliber artillery to the Holy Demon Empire, it seemed that it would not be unacceptable. Although it is possible that the opponent has developed a lot of modern weapon technology, after all, the opponent cannot complete the ultimate evolution path alone. What made him care more was the level of force of the Eternal Empire. He was weighing whether he had the ability to challenge a more powerful existence than the Holy Demon Empire. Fred Lentzberg. Though things Eternal Empire tell Chris, but after all Frontsberg is a big magic far division. He is not a fighter. Therefore, his understanding of the battle power of the Eternal Empire is not as good as the Archon Bakarov, who has been to the front. Up from the truth speaking, Barkalov described the combat power of the Eternal Empire, should be more accurate. Wait. Chris suddenly realized a serious problem. This world has always been the law of strength in the West and weakness in the East. The mortal in the East is the weakest, and the Holy Demon Empire is weaker than the Eternal Empire. What about the West of the Eternal Empire? He wanted to laugh. Suddenly had a rush move, that the world is like a world level, the more powerful the closer to the West. But now the bottom step, the mortal kingdom, has risen, and this pyramid-like structure almost no longer exists. After thinking about it, Chris felt that he didn't need to hand over more advanced weapons to the Holy Demon Empire. He only had to give the opponent some weapons that were more in line with the opponent's requirements. Thinking of this, Chris pondered for a moment, and took out a famous weapon from his mind. I can give you a sense infinitely more powerful than we are using the power of artillery guns. Shells relationship, but because of the greater weight it is very exaggerated, but consumption is also larger shells. Kali's a lie when the face is not discoloration. Bakarov is not a character to deceive either. He shook his head and said, don't lie to me by tricking a rant. I have to compare it personally, and then I will receive it only when I am satisfied. I understand this weapon principles, so you better not engage in tricks. He even had to make up the class before he came and even inspected the goods himself. I haven't had time to equip a larger caliber artillery, brothers. Chris complained in his heart. Not to. He does not think there is anything wrong with that. After all, as long as he completes the mechanization of the troops and equips them with large E-caliber howitzers or howitzers, it will only take minutes. Now the bottleneck restricting the large E-caliber artillery of Alan Hill is the lack of production capacity and the lack of capacity. It is not technically lagging. If it is not for the 75mm caliber infantry gun that is still sufficient for the time being, Chris has already been on 105, a cannon of caliber. Before today, Alan Hill had been desperately producing more anti-aircraft guns. The air defense pressure is in front of us, and the ground forces have enough rifles and machine guns to support firepower, so the development of infantry artillery has stalled. Now the Holy Demon Empire has higher requirements, just to expand the production capacity of artillery. Chris nodded and agreed to Bakarov's request. You can send someone to supervise it yourself, and we will provide our existing artillery for comparison until it meets your requirements. Also, I want 1000 diversion. You have a gun, finished testing purposes. If this weapon is full enough condition, I want you are purchasing here 10 ones is such a weapon. Barkalov Lion opened his mouth and said, 100,000 can be. Chris did not reject absolutely, but his price tag is very sinister. A step. Knowledge money ball 5 gun at reasonable prices. Cough cough cough. Frensburg, who heard this quotation, choked on his saliva. He coughed again, and it took a long time to stop. Embarrassingly, his cough attracted Bakarov's attention and made Bakarov realize that the price may be tricky. Thus, the console adults thought, it gives a reasonable price. They think out. 1 step. Step 2 guns knowledge money ball. 4 Chris bargained. 3 a little impatience tired of Barkalov compromise road. Done. A face Grenale Archduke. Final word. 103 C military. I think, as a mortal leader, the position of the Grand Duke is too wrong to you. I will let Arant give up some places, and you can directly call it the Emperor. After the serious business was negotiated, Bakarov proposed Tau. When he said this, he was very serious, as if the territory of the Aranti Empire was not a problem for him. But at this moment, Chris suddenly realized that the other party's ceding of Arant's territory was probably protecting the Arant Empire. If the borders of the two countries were not fixed, the war would not end. With Alan Hill's fighting power, as long as you make preparations and wait for one winter, next year it is possible to annex the entire Aranti Empire in one breath. However, if the two sides demarcated the border under the arrangement of the Holy Demon Empire, then the war would go on again, and Alan Hill would have to find another reason for the war. Although Alan Hill did not find any excuses for starting the war this time, but after repeatedly launching the war for no reason, Chris still felt a bit sad about his face. After all, I think, as a leader, what does not matter, what he can actually control is important. Chris did not agree, nor reject absolutely the proposed Barka Krumlov. That's good. Bakarov nodded, thinking that there is no need to care too much about the life and death of the Aranti Empire. Now the Holy Demon Empire and Alan Hill are the real partnerships, and neither is the Holy Demon Empire. Without those two magic concentrates of the Aranti Empire, it would be impossible to survive. After a few casual chats, Bakarov got up and left. As the governor of a province, he didn't have the time to stay in a mortal kingdom without magic. He made an appointment and prepared to wait until then to see what he wanted. He didn't leave too much time for Alan Hill, and after some bargaining, the two parties agreed to provide the corresponding exchange materials. 30 days later, 3000 Jno knowledge magic ball for Trinity is just a fraction of Empire. 1000 step more's a gun for Chris. It is not too much, and that the door kind of gun do intend. Chris was thinking about who sent Bakarov away, and Chris let out a long sigh. He glanced at Desaya, who was a little gloating next to him, and said angrily, next time I won't do such a stupid thing. Let's try to negotiate the matter. He'd better concentrate on drawing the blueprints. As a humanoid Alanxi and most powerful self-propelled plotters, Chris still have their own consciousness. He knows what he is good at and what he is not good at. His big brain filled with a world of tech tree, this is his biggest strength. He can make a country rise quickly without taking a detour, but he seems a bit clumsy in handling details. At least I have got another 3000 Jno knowledge is a magic ball and unplanned. De Purcell, satisfied with Chris, said, I think, we'll soon be interested in Trinity Empire of weaponry us. We will order more weapons and even buy equipment to produce weapons. You said it right, at least for now, our weaponry on the battlefield advantage. Chris smiled head and said, if you were not stupid, they know our culture than a magic weapon the teacher is more cost-effective. But you are not afraid of Trinity Empire installed after the preparation of these weapons, in turn deal with Alanxierit? Fred Lentzberg, frowning, asked. In his opinion, price compromise is really a bit too much. All he relies on is these advanced weapons and equipment, but if most of them are given to the Holy Demon Empire, then Alan Hill will face the Holy Demon in the future. In the War of the Empire, there is no advantage. Chris heard this question, smiled and waved his hand to explain. Why should I be afraid of this kind of thing? Let a magic empire give up magic and use mortal weapons to fight us mortals fairly. How do you think we are taking advantage? He remembered that he had been living over the world. There is a very interesting words. He pulls you into cell phone good at the field long, then his wealth of experience to beat you. Chris is doing the same now. He is pulling the Holy Demon Empire into the field he is good at, and then using his rich experience to defeat the opponent. After all, in his opinion, tank battle magic may not win, but if he uses tank battle rifle, he will win. He is afraid of his opponent using methods beyond his common sense, rather than fearing that his opponent will compete fairly with him in industrial technology. Chris heard the answer. Vladimir Lensberg stunned for a moment, then nodded his head, suddenly realized, rewrite really makes sense. He looked at her face. You said makes sense. Actually speechless expression, German Purcell with a laugh. Chris also very happy. After all, he got a batch of known knowledge magic ball. We can train more talents. How the situation of the aircraft like it. Out of the will after the conference room, and asked Desire with Chris at his side. Recently, he is supervising the mass production of automobiles, and Desire is solely responsible for matters related to airplanes. Germany Purcell on this matter that is really familiar to no longer familiar. I heard Chris speak. He immediately replied, raw production line set up very well. We will soon be mass production of the aircraft fuselage and machine. The wings are gone, but the progress on the engine side is a bit slower. To compensate for engine production line had the problem of slow progress, I built a second new engine production line. If put into operation 2 production lines, we can use twice the speed of the production of this fighter. De Purcell lent 2 fingers head. Was very proud, said he is really rich now. A third of the companies and factories in Alan Hill are owned by him. He is now almost as rich as Chris. Back then, Chris bewitched him to invest in a leader, and now Desai really got a huge return from this investment. Do 2 engine production lines in one breath. Have we borrowed more and more? Chris now hears the report on the development of this loan, and feels his head hurts. Now his assets are almost tens of billions, but he borrowed his money is more than 10 billion, so Chris himself doesn't know whether he is a pauper with debts or a super rich man worth tens of billions of gold coins. Way back when, he still is a mere 1,000 gold coins tax tribute. Nerve-wracking, but now every day Alanxia produced a variety of materials. It is already thousands of gold coins in the level. If you take into account the new factories that continue to be put into production, the daily increase in the value of the industry in Alan Hill can be compared to all the taxes of the Bioland Empire in a quarter. Although in terms of territory and population, the huge Uranti Empire still prevailed, in terms of comprehensive national power, Alan Hill had already surpassed Arant by far. From the simple point of view of the combat effectiveness of the army, Alan Hill may have been 10 times stronger than that of the Empire. Steam car here was finally able to, because there I was, some of the successful construction of the engine plant. After estimating 10 days later, the production line can start up. Chris went to his office door, pushed both sides of the weight about, closed the door. Let Wage Long to find a second line of defense regiment commander, led the 2 groups garrisons south. Anyway, Trinity Empire no longer cared about the Yalanti Empire, then we simply call it a hit. Chris the door turned around and ordered. Anyway, if the other side turns back, the troops of the 2 garrison regiments will lose some, and Alan Hill will also lose. If the other party really doesn't care about Arant's life or death, then these 2 garrison regiments might really be able to lay down a few cities. According to Chry's idea, the 2 regiments went directly south and advanced to the front line of Farad. It is best to occupy there, Then you can control a whole new grain production area, and you can get more grain to feed more people before taking advantage of the autumn harvest. With a secret in his sidebook immediately nodded, she spoke and said, I immediately drafted command, power generation to General Wage Long. Do not know Lawns General, is there any decent harvest rubber for us? It really is a very important strategic resource of. Chris, somewhat worried, looked to the German Purcell. To sound it's as if you are asking yourself questions. This time the South Genesis generals are taking the route traveled, and not the same as the previous one, this time with them, and are all new boats. Germany Purcell touches this confidence. Comfort opening. Chris said, Your Majesty. 3 new style sailing warships and 3 transport ships. I think that with the bad ships of the Uranti Empire, it is impossible to pose a threat to General Lawns. I hope you are right. Chris nodded and accepted the statement. But then he spoke again, ordered, no matter how say, continue to create more transport ships sailing, even if it is also okay. We too need rubber, so we have to purchase a lot of rubber, even if it used up the reserve is also good. Of ship crossing the city dock, the vessel has been manufactured in full. De Purcell, some frustration, replied, but I have a lack of a sufficient number of sailors, not so much idle cannon left the navy. I do not need a fully equipped warships. A battleship equipped with only 4 guns, on before and after each 2 on it. The rest of the space is used as transport use. War when counted half a battleship, usually run transport. G. Reese came up with the concept of direct armed merchant, told, anyway, his enemies, not necessarily equipped with cannon, can lick them. Exclamation mark. I got it. De Purcell nodded, agreed. Chris approach, not me think it fitted 6 guns are housed in the side of the hull, easy to work together. 104 Humiliation article about a little in the dark conference hall. Remarkable. Beating the flames so that from afar a Lancashire Foreign Minister Manchester Reed felt very unwell. He uses the latest incandescent lamp produced in Alan Hill's office, not to mention bright and stable light. It will not feel uncomfortable for the eyes for a long time. In the city of Ceres, many buildings have been banned from the original defense function. They have been converted into huge windows, which can take in enough sunlight when there is sufficient light. In short, everything there seems to be very different from what is in front of you, and even the spirit of the people is not the same. Looking at the ministers of the Arrant Empire who bowed slightly in front of him, Strider felt that the workers he saw on the streets of Ceres were more energetic than them. Not before. These things are not something to worry about. Reed Manchester, where he has to do is to bully the weak. The Alanxia will become shackles around their necks. Yulanti Empire. Mr. Strider, these conditions are too harsh, aren't you? Although the Uranti Empire was defeated, it may not have the power to fight. When Clark met, he had not recognized Strider in front of him, although 2 people I saw it more than a year ago. He pointed his finger at the agreement in front of him and complained to Strider. Manchester Reed nodded his head. It was agreed, said, oh, you have the power. There is a war. That's great. I'll pack up and go back. We still speak with the outcome between the 2 countries on the battlefield. Well, that's the most intuitive. The Prime Minister Clark, who was choked, opened his mouth for a while and didn't know what to say. After all, no one dared to speak in front of him for a long time. His body of ministers in charge of a side reaction of diplomacy down fairly quickly explained. No war. Finally stopped down. We cannot let it continue any longer. Some of the remaining ministers hurriedly turned aside the subject and helped their prime minister to make the rounds. They thought about him, and finally made Strider give up on this topic. Due to uninformed relations, Manchester Reed did not know a young man named Lester led resistance forces under the 3 preliminary groups, have occupied Fallujah. Yulanti Empire. Desperate resistance. 100,000 large army. Fallujah annihilated, as well as Prince Lunbek-Zorn generals fled to Pasktansk, barely hold the position. The news came back to Atlanticus, the king city of the Ulanti Empire, and was tightly sealed off, because negotiations with Alan Hill were underway. Clark was afraid that Strider, who had received the news, would intensify his demands. Looking at Clark, the bald Strider recalled the scene when he visited the Imperial Prime Minister. At that time, he humbly knelt in front of the Prime Minister, and even his voice trembled. At that time, the Aranti Empire was so powerful that he could only look up, and even after being mocked, he didn't have the courage to show even a little dissatisfaction. However, in less than 2 years, he came back here again, wearing extremely gorgeous clothes, sitting at the negotiating table, and the man opposite, who was once aloof, could only maintain a humble attitude towards him at all times. To such a change, Strider suddenly had a feeling of good fortune. He felt that it was really good that he was in Aylin Hill, where the smell of soot in the air was faintly scented at the moment when he thought of it. Thinking of this, he reached out and touched his bald head. The middle-aged bald man looks really interesting now. Chris often makes fun of his bald head. But in the eyes of the Aranti Empire, there was a fierce charm in this bare head, no matter how you look at it. I have a gift. I have Aelanxia get very memorable things. I hope the Prime Minister adults kindly. After much talking, Manchester Reed took out the same as from his own pocket sharp something on the negotiating table. The thing was white and smooth, like a small dagger. I have laid in the Fall Dragon 17 Tiao Giant Dragon. This is the largest piece from the mouth of a dragon. Unplug Aurelia. You do not see that much dragon. A head can be installed under whole adult. Manchester Reed smiled and put the pieces Aurelia pushed to the front of the Prime Minister. Clark Road. Although his words are not unfriendly at all, they are full of threats and intimidation in the ears of everyone in the Aranti Empire negotiating team. They swallowed involuntarily, and their spine became more severely curved. A country that can kill giant dragons and pull out their teeth to show off, and a country that can kill giant dragons without being retaliated by the Holy Demon Empire is indeed not something that the Aranti Empire can provoke. Prime Minister Clark looked at the dragon tooth in front of him, and also remembered that the bare head in front of him was not like a minister, but rather like a soldier. He remembered the appearance of him kneeling humbly in front of him more than a year ago. Also promised at that time, some of their own kind, forged a karma. You will not be today. Had it so uncomfortable. Unconsciously, Clark tasted a bit of bitterness at the corner of his mouth and felt an emotion called regret. Well, to cut to make things all the territories north of Faluda, we agreed. But this 500 million gold coins war reparations, we take a little while is not out. Clark in the heart. After a loud sigh, Sheikh started and said, 3 banks can lend Aelanxia service. 500 million gold coins can be repaid over 3 years. Each year only need to pay 189 million gold coins. You can. Sat Manchester Reed to start aside of the man smiled and opening access words. He is Aelanxia this time. The dispatch of negotiations. One of the representatives. A representative of the banking system. This victory was a capitalist carnival. Everyone was waiting to make a fortune, so they simply sent people they trusted to form an advisory group. Hearing this 3-year payment plan of more than 6 million gold coins, Clark felt his teeth hurt, and he could even feel his own flesh twitching. But he looked at the dragon tooth in front of him, and had to swallow all his dissatisfaction back into his stomach. Year 3 9,000 kilograms of goods payment of steel, to pay a total of 3 years, which also include a minimum of 9,000 kilograms of Huion. This condition would be too harsh. Another officer yelled anti-empire in front of watching digital. The angry face turned pale. How much steel can the Atlanto Empire produce in a year? They have to be handed over to Aylin Hill. Isn't that a joke? Not to mention 300 million. He is not even willing to hand over 3 million catties of steel. But the shape potential stronger than people. Aelanxia this time, but spent countless steel only win the war. These materials naturally have to pay for the job. Vanquished Yuan-ti Empire. If there is no profit, does the meaning of this war cease to exist? Look, I have give you mine to provide technical support to ensure your production. This is not enough for you. West and Reed pointed about above terms. Opening sneered. Aylin Hill needs a lot of steel, coal, rubber, and petroleum, which may not all be produced on the existing land in Aylin Hill. Therefore, The exploitation of the Uranti Empire has become an inevitable event. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Your Excellency Strider, we have to contribute all the kerosene output, as well as provide rubber and 400,000 catties of copper ore per year. Another minister of the Uranti Empire looked at I couldn't believe my eyes when I made an appointment with a number of days next to each other. Yes, this is our time. All of the claims for compensation. Notes plus commercial terms. Our request is still very low. Manchester has watched. Reed was about to lift the table up. Clark smiled and nodded. Unconditional support. Alanxia businessman. Free trade. Yalanti Empire shall arrest any person. Alanxia disposal. Alanxia crime must be handed over to Alanxia trial. Solution verbatim. On reading the treaty, Clark felt that this was a treaty of subjugation. But he had to sign this treaty, because he knew that the soldiers of Ellen Hill had already entered Farad, and the next step was to hit the gateway to the king's city of Atlanticus, Tunsk. If these Allen Hill soldiers cannot be stopped, after about a month, the Uranti Empire will consider things like moving the capital and most of the territory occupied by the enemy. Trap the Nan. It seems these humiliating terms of the immediate, nor is it unacceptable things. But what shall we do in the future? Clark is Prime Minister Yalanti Empire. There is a natural level. He now has no greed for money, and his mind is naturally spinning fast. He doesn't think about the things in front of him now. What he is thinking now is what will Aaron do after the 3-year peace agreement is over. In less than 3 years, Allen Hill's army will double or even triple, and their new weapons will be more. And Elantra obviously has no support from the Holy Demon Empire. Although he is greedy, he is not stupid. Of course he knows that Allen Hill is only lack of troops and cannot immediately annex Arant. This gave him the opportunity to negotiate. As long as Allen Hill is ready, when the next war breaks out, there will be no need for the Uranti Empire to seek peace. As long as Aaron and his troops continue to attack south, the Uranti Empire will fall apart in an instant, and even the Dothan Empire cannot stop the Iron Hoof of Alan his troops going south. In less than 3 months, Chris can register in his hometown of Sears and become the Kuna of Mortals. 105 medal. Standard attention. Dressed Hochi uniforms, starched standing in front of all their comrades. Young Ischin stood there, whose bright red uniforms with white armed with, then saw that it was the Spirit. His immediate commander, the commander of the air defense forces of the city of Ceres, Glitwinger, walked in front of him, and Elsifer stood at attention and saluted nervously, using the latest military salute just announced by Allen Hill. The posture of this military salute is a standard Chinese military salute. During the salute, the right hand is quickly raised from the chest, the right arm is at the same level as the shoulder, the forearm and palm are in a straight line, the 5 fingers are brought together, and the palm is slightly turned outward. When wearing a hat, stick the right middle finger about 2 centimeters outside the brim of the hat. When not wearing a hat to salute, stick the middle finger slightly to the temple. This kind of military salute is more beautiful and larger than the previous military salute with the right hand clenched on the chest and pressed on the chest. Chris ordered it to be immediately popularized throughout the army, while the salute of government officials still uses the old method to distinguish between military and civilian. Ceremony complete. Carrying the latest on the shoulders of the development officer of the rank of Major of Wenger, solemnly standing in front of the same Sifa. Standard attention in return. Yes. The soldiers. Sifa put down his right hand, still maintained his stance. Is not the slightest shake move. In front of him the whole arrangement is an entire air defense artillery regiment of soldiers together. Here are just coming up recruits, but also participated in combat veterans. Everyone looked at Sifa in the audience, which made him a little nervous. Soldiers Egyptian Anglesey law. Because you says City Air Defense outstanding performance in the war, I hereby issue the Silver Eagle Medal. Alanxia proud of you. I hope you can continue to brave fight for their country in the future. When Major J encouraged his soldiers loudly with a serious expression. Alanxia long live. C4 same kind of looked straight ahead with a powerful slogan made a brief answer. Major Wenger from the body non-commissioned officers holding the trays side, took out a silver, and exactly the same Eagle medal on Alanxia Wang Chi, hanging in the chest on the right of Sifa. Congratulations, Egypt and other soldiers. Anglesey Law. Thank you, sir. Sifa's sense of Fielder own seemed stronger, taller, his bulging chest once again saluted. Major Wenger returned another military salute, and then walked to the next soldier. The ceremonial officer sang loudly again, "Stand at attention." That were in the light of the same soldiers saluted, quickly raised his right hand, right arm and shoulder high, forearm, palm in a straight line, the middle finger posted near his temple. Ceremony complete. After Wenger Major Salute whispered something. Then he took out a bronze eagle medal from the tray and hung it on the chest of the soldier beside Elsifer. "Keep working hard." "Yes." The soldier, also excited, moving very loudly, replied. This kind of honoring ceremony was carried out in almost all participating troops. Chris attaches great importance to this kind of honoring. He thinks this is the best way to leave the honor to the soldiers. So he imitated the world before he traveled and formulated a set of standards for awarding the Eagle Medal. Male Eagle Medal is divided into Copper Eagle, Silver Eagle, Golden Eagle, Huey Copper Eagle Iron, Iron Huey Silver Eagle, Golden Eagle Huey On, Copper Imperial Eagle, Imperial Silver Eagle, Imperial Eagle 9. It can be seen from the name of the medal that Chris is no longer satisfied with being a Grand Duke. In the summer of 1743 of the magic calendar, he ascended to the throne in the small castle of Ceres, changed the Principality of Eranhil to the Empire of Eranhil, and established a land from Hanhai to Farad in the north and Sig in the west. Kingdom of Sri Lanka, the empire east to the Endless Sea. Now in terms of land area, Eranhil is already a huge country, larger than the Higgs Kingdom and only a little smaller than the Higgs Empire. In this country, human industry is developing wildly, and new things appear in people's vision every day. All parameters war soldiers are issued Elanxia Grenadiers badge. While this chapter is similar qualifications, those who wear the badge while soldiers are the primary focus of future selection of reserve officers. And after the war, Chris Huey personally awarded 6 Iron and Copper Eagle Medal, awarded Wage Long, Courier, Maud Lyle, Wilkes, Boolean Jose also has a lighter older teenager est. It also happened to be these 5 generals who organized and commanded the entire southward attack on the Aranti Empire. In this war, Eranhil won a complete victory and seized a large area of territory including Farad. To the meeting place in the opening celebration, full of spoils of negotiations. Elanxia decorated to celebrate a great victory with this benefit. Wang Ying black flag wind fluttering, more than ever to be revered, carrying weapons through the city and soldiers in the parade for the first time in this world, to accept the cheers of countless people. Corey Thing was promoted Major General of Asia had been set, tentatively scheduled for the General. Maud Lyle will be in the Will Franks. Wage Long is Lieutenant General. Major General Jose Boolean Genesis is tentatively scheduled for General. It will be. A side of applause came from the watching soldiers front of the castle, town hall officials and fellow whispering. Corey Asia in formation of the 5 Army, under the jurisdiction of 6th Division, which forces them the total strength before the Elanxia not succeed more so. His colleagues also looked well informed of news generation, while watching the horses dragged through the city under howitzer, laughing replied. Most people are very happy to show off this new approach of force. Wearing a neat watching the M42 helmet grenadiers were shouting slogans came from the front of the castle, always giving a feeling of freshness, spirit of the times. Modley Solo also are, do not look at him now, only Forge Preparation Division, but he is in the R, compared to Courier on higher level, and he was responsible for the defense on the defensive magic concentrates direction. This is the most important thing. The official of the Resource Coordinating Department opened his mouth on the topic of war. Even during the military parade, there was no change in what he said. Under those whole city shouting slogans, rows and rows of goose-stepping soldiers for their attractiveness even worse than a copper mine. In other words, they would rather the carriage passing below not be full of soldiers, but full of steel. Leaning on the fortress of the castle, General Simon from the Prairie Empire was also invited to the top of the city as a guest of honor. He looked down at the neat soldiers, with incomparable heroism in his heart. Just 2 months ago, he led the cavalry, and such an army is the Army of the South, defeated Yuan-ti Breath Empire, even in defeat the mighty Fall Dragon Trinity Empire. He stroked the cold stone on the fortress of the castle, and listened to the official Alan Hill next to him gossip about the latest military rank reform news. Wagram is after all a crony of His Majesty the Emperor. Although he is also a lieutenant general, his position is the army. The commander-in-chief is the first person in the military to be sure. Speaking of this thing, there is to be a joke of it. I heard Wage Long knew he was terribly depressed after the army chief personally sent a telegram requiring troops on the front line, rather than sits behind the competent Minister of Taxation filed a flow-grinning most widespread joke. This is no secret in the high-level circles. I heard that Chris would be very tolerant of his confidant Love. He promised to let him do it for a while and transfer him to the front when he finds a suitable candidate. Rest for a couple. Even this one standout in the South Fallujah battle is a rare talent. Another person lit hair out of admiration for the former did not name the person is not named interested. Lester received the Medal of Bronze Eagle this time, and at this moment, he was specially called back to Ceres to participate in the military parade. He commanded the troops to go south to Farad, defeated the 100,000 Arrant defenders in the first battle, captured Farad, and ended this war against Arrant with a hearty victory, seizing the last chance to stand out. Boarded the stage of history. Because of his outstanding command, Lester was promoted to Major General, and Jose Correa as well as Istanbul. This is known as the founding of the war, the Alanxia War against the Yuan-ti China, famous all over the world. Army Chief will be for the Wage Long. Navy Commander for the Genesis in these also are to be expected, but this Air Force Commander, you know, this is called Buto Elijah. What is backing it? Ancient Milo Christ Deputy saw the body that wearing red standing to the side of the military serving in light generals, whispered his leadership. Listen, said Chris Majesty, personally trained Air Force Commander, but it seems there is no combat experience. Ancient Milo looked at the city parade team, never looked up to their side of the heart is full of gossip, Deputy explained. Hear Ancient Milo. So, standing beside him Desire Pucci laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, that's empty. Before Alanxia military commander of the Air Force was born, my dear Minister Guerluo, which mortal has command experience in the Air Force? Yes, but now Alanxia first year. Everything is not the same as before. Ancient Milo, old godson, smiling, finally recovered from the eyes of those who Grenadier Vibrant, nodded and said, before both are in the magic calendar of 1743, and now we can finally use our own years. Not only that, we want those arrogant master have to spend our stuff. They use our bath soap, use our cloth, and even spend our weapons. De Purcell said, full of confidence. Do you know what I'm doing lately, Master Desire? The wrinkled girl felt very proud when he mentioned this incident. I am drawing up a plan. Within 3 years, our industrial production capacity will be to be increased to 100 times now. 106 port expansion. Extremely hot in summer, the air is filled with a hint of sea and taste. Crossing the city by the sea, a huge device has not seen more than a dozen. They are showing their ability frightening to people. Squeak accompanied by the sound of the engine turning. The steel cable was pulled straight, and then the huge concrete bricks were hoisted up, and then thrown into the bay. With the work of these machines, a brand new wharf was about to be built. Stand up. Work efficiency has never been so dazzling as it is today. For the first time the mortal country has developed so rapidly. Yesterday it was a quiet bay. Today it has become a huge construction site. After surveying, this is a very good port, and Alan Hill plans to build Ferry City into a huge port to support its ever-increasing shipping. After all, in terms of capacity alone, sea transportation is still the cheapest mode of transportation. I think that when General Lawns returns, he will be shocked by everything in front of him. Standing on the brand new port pier, The city officer of Daku City triumphantly showed off to the engineers around him. There is a capital to show off. 10 days ago there was just an ordinary harbor, the result of which is now and has been on a huge scale even than the old ferry port city of the new harbor. During the construction of this harbor, the installation of hoisting equipment was taken into consideration, and more advanced channels were also planned. A train track connecting here is being paved, and soon it will be connected to the railway station in the old city and become a new transportation node. And everything here is better than in the old city: bigger warehouses, bigger docks, wider berths, taller lighthouses and radar stations that have never been seen before. Hundreds of shipmen are working desperately in the several docks that have just been built without even sheds installed. They are assembling the best wood in accordance with the drawings and turning them into a qualified giant ship. These giant ships are assembled according to a template, and each step is strictly determined in accordance with the standard. These large sailing boats can carry quite a lot of materials at one time. The purpose of their berth is to go to the south to buy enough rubber to supply more and more rubber demand. Full industrialization of Alanxia. Almost every corner are beginning to demand rubber. Rubber needs of large machinery, automobile tire rubber required, aircraft landing gear needed rubber, and even electrical insulating rubber gloves are required. These tonnage exceeding 3,000 tons ultra-class sailing is every one transport giant. They can be said so far today, the biggest yacht manufacturing mortal this world. Their speed can reach 20 gonglim xiao, the speed comparable to such conventional warships. Responsible for covering these brand new sailing transport ships are the new warships built in the old port area of Daku City. Most of these warships are cargo holds. They are not so much warships as they are armed smuggling ships that were once all the rage on the planet. It equipped a minimum configuration of firepower, only cheap canvas and wood. Because they do not take up too many resources, they have become the first choice for the Allen Hill Sea route. The next time Genesis came back, he can see a real huge fleet. There is no need so many guns, so these are called frigate of sailing, has been produced by the Tensu much. With the 3 real warships in the hands of Lawns, he has a powerful fleet. The fleet is the only term of service. It is to protect the transport fleet, purchasing a large quantity of rubber back from Dothan. Of course, there is another task to make Dothan realize his gap in force, and honestly sell rubber to Allen Hill. Don't play any tricks. Compared to the escort mission, Lawns seemed to prefer this additional small mission. This time he brought enough shells, and the coast of the Dothan Empire seemed to be unlucky. Here also manufacture 5 brand new boat dock, and turned out to be the steel battleship. That name Alderman exhaled breath. The sense sighed. I have this year after 5 years old. Have not heard ironclad ship. He looked at his men and said word by word, my biggest wish in my life is that Ferry City can become prosperous. Every morning, more than 10 fishing boats line up to go fishing. I thought that was the most beautiful scenery. Up that day, someone came. We got the first money. You can build a new large fishing boat. I cannot believe this is true. Until I saw the boatman to work, to see the wood was sent when I got to the dock, I knew that all this was true. When he mentioned these past events, there was a faint smile on his face. You do not understand. Until that day, I have been to as a so-called Alanxia family, and Berman is the same. Crossing the city just a change of owner, remains still the same. Those memories of the past, as if normal in front of his eyes. The hardship at that time really made his memory fresh, but afterwards, good days began to come, just like everything in front of him. There were construction sites everywhere, busy figures everywhere, happy people everywhere, all cheers of victory. But after that day, I knew I was wrong. Ferry City opened a saltworks and it started to become richer. We built fishing boats after another, and one is better than one, and one is better than one. Big. The old city official smiled when he mentioned this. He remembered that when he stood on the dock every morning looking forward to the way these things as if it were yesterday. At that time, he was no longer young, but he still looked forward to a miracle that would make his hometown no longer have hunger and despair. Later, his wish came true, abrupt and true. During that time, I stood on the pier every morning and watched 10 fishing boats line up to go to sea. Then I watched 20 fishing boats leave mammothly. And later I watched the endless white sails blocking my sight. Now I am not going to the pier, because I know that I don't need to go to see it. Thinking of this, he smiled at his assistant and said with emotion, "Who can think of it? Aylin Hill is different. It can turn Ferry City into a paradise on earth. Our seafood can be sent to Tubao by train. Our dried fish are exported to Hanhai. I have already Prairie of Sea Salt Empire essential living materials. We produce seafood as His Majesty's favorite dinner. We can have so many warships. There can be dozens of transport ships." He while talking sighed looking at the distant horizon, watching the patches of white sails there. He has not seen other famous port cities, but in his opinion, Port Ozar, the largest port city in the Dothan Empire to the south, known as the Sea Star, is not comparable to the Ferry City at this moment. Again, I guarantee 1 year after the certificate that there will be more emotion. Stood in his body of a young man smiled edge of the opening comfort. I have a better future, which is to say of His Majesty. The old consul nodded and agreed with his men words. Yes, sir, is now, at this moment, we are no longer satisfied to beat the enemy, and we want to exceed more, and I am the only themselves. We are going to build steel warships to sweep all the enemies at sea. He still looked at the sea. My wife and children ate a full meal for the first time in their lives under the rule of Aylin Hill. This made my husband feel extremely satisfied. Later, our life passed. It's getting better. Until now, we have delicious dinners every day. Children can go to school to study, and my wife can take care of housework at home with peace of mind. An elderly person fell into back memories in time, always like to chatter. Once recalling the tragic things happen, we will lament the speed of Terrarelanxia development. Not only old people, but young people can't believe that every day is a new-looking world. The world they live in. Old alderman from the sea to recover the edge of the eyes. I saw the first one fishing boat was pushed into the sea, the mast between seabirds shaking when I first put myself as a person Alanxia. I think I should dedicate my whole life to Aylin Hill. Just for this fishing boat, I am willing to sell my life to His Majesty the Emperor. His tone suddenly became firm, and he said word by word, Look at everything in front of you. This is heaven. Everyone I know is willing to die for your sake. Even if the dragon descends from the sky and burns to death. Everyone, I am also willing to stand in front of His Majesty the Emperor. Before I turn to ashes, no one can hurt him. It's real him, on behalf of countless Alanxia people's voices. People are willing to fight for Aylin Hill. After experiencing exploitation and oppression, they cherish the happiness and freedom in front of them incomparably. After being oppressed for thousands of years, mortals finally experience the feeling of standing as a human being. They don't want to kneel down again, even if they sacrifice their lives for it. They would rather die than allow their offspring to return to the darkness they had experienced. In the old Arjun's stubborn tone, in the sea breeze, under the cloudless blue sky, as if responding to his belief, the 4 Me-109 fighters that were training were arranged in a diagonal line. The place where I stood was whizzing low in the sky. Under the dazzling eyes, the black fighter was painted, and the red eagle seemed to vibrate its wings. In the eyes of people looking up, these planes passed the top of the mountain, past the giant cranes erected in Newport, past the white sails, past the sea, and stunned a swarm of seabirds. 107 It's not like above the sea in the south. A fleet is advancing by wind and waves. The tall masts are covered with white sails, and bright green flags are fluttering in the wind. These warships were carved with beams and painted buildings, and the patterns on them described various myths and legends. Each warship was filled with fully armed soldiers. On the opposite side of this fleet, 3 seemingly weak warships are dispersing. The largest one on the ship, a commander with a monocular telescope, is looking straight ahead. He put down the binoculars to his mate and said, "Continue full speed ahead." Surrounded before they fled, and destroy them. It seemed that the other party didn't want to be in love with each other. They planned to disperse and flee. This was the judgment of Jacob, the admiral of the Uranti Empire. The ship he was on was the flagship Infinity of the Uranti Empire Navy. It was named after the Endless Sea. It is said that when this warship was launched, it had wanted to be named Invincible, which is enough to prove that this warship is in Asia. Position in the Rand Imperial Navy. This battleship is huge, and it is equipped with 4 ballistas that can rotate. Most warships can only be equipped with 3 such ballistas, while the original battleship of Ferry City was equipped with only 2 ballistas. It can be said that it is the most powerful battleship in the Uranti Navy. If you count the hundreds of soldiers on board, the battleship of this battleship is quite amazing. On the opposite side of this huge sailing ship, there are small boats that are dispersing. Jacob the army mate looked around himself for a huge fleet, gently smiled and said, "The army rest assured, opponents just 3 boats only, and they are scattered. A look that is run. The fundamental it can't be our opponent. The wind direction is good for us." The soldier on the ship reported loudly. "Full speed before feeding. Tightened formation. We move closer to each other upwind. What is going to do? Before clear. Be careful. Feel the atmosphere of some wrong. Hearts thrown a trace of vigilance." Under the command of General Jacob Rode, he began to split into each other's warships are to be dispersed to escape. The other party can lean against the wind. Speed is still fast, but apparently come to rely on the meaning. The 3 battleships actually appeared to be surrounding his fleet, which was a bit creepy. Even if the opposing commander is bigger, he shouldn't give such a weird order, right? In the face of dozens of warships, they actually ordered 3 warships to fight and surround their opponents. It's strange that someone is willing to execute this order. In his panic, among the surprised eyes of the other ships have been cut into the periphery of his ship, then in a very strange position began to adjust course. These last 3 ships regarded broadsides aimed at the fleet Uranti Empire. Then all the cannon windows on the ship were opened. "What's the matter?" Looking at the opponent's battleship, General Jacob frowned, looking at the enemy ship on the sea with some nervousness, and murmured. This same time, the Golden Eagle flagship hanging black flags Alanxian naval fleet, the Genesis in his own commanding dhow, gave the order to prepare the attack. Loaded gun bullet ready to fire. A non-commissioned officer walked to Lorna's side and opened his mouth to report to him. "Report to the general that our fleet has dispersed, and the flag of the 3rd ship asks whether the attack can be launched. In addition, our ship is now in the north and heading southwest. The wind direction is favorable to the enemy." Once again put that observation telescope, look to those warships Uranti. Distant Empire, Lovin slanging a cry, opening ordered, quasi ready to fire. "Do not wait for my command of let go of a battleship." Got it? Yes. The non-commissioned officer stood attentively saluting an old-fashioned military salute and reported with his right hand clenched on his chest. When they left Ferry City, they had not yet changed their military salute. Now Alan Hill has turned upside down, but they haven't changed their etiquette yet. "I have to go to war." Wait until all the guns were loaded filled out. After completion, Genesis grinned ordered. "Ha ha ha." The chief mates laughed. Their contemptuous expressions seemed to say that the enemy navy facing them was just a few fishing boats. A loud noise pierced the sky, and the flames from the flat-fire guns of the Alan Hill Navy startled all the people on the opposite ship. Standing commanding position on the Uranti Empire Sea Army generals, Jacob almost fell to the deck. He was the first time I heard this strange sound. What was even more disintegrating was that afterwards, there were explosions on the sea on his own side, and the white water columns were connected one by one, which was a bit higher than the sails on the ship. The huge destructive power is clear at a glance. Jacob swallowed involuntarily. Finally, such an explosion spread to the battleships of the Uranti Empire. Maritsuno warship was hit by a shell. The hull was hit a big hole, then blast the side of the ship throughout the ship lift all rose in the air. The huge destructive power caused all the originally strong wooden boards to shatter. Even the solid keel is as fragile as tofu. The mast on this battleship snapped instantly, and the sails collapsed with the creaking sound and smashed onto the fleshy deck. Disaster difficult, just the beginning. Constantly spraying spit out a slight white smoke. There's fire in the bright boat, broadside of guns across the window, and then every short period of time, Alanxia Navy initiated such a strange attack. Let the battleships of the Aranti Empire go to the end of destruction. Every attack hit. There is a disintegration of warships on the battlefield. This kind of battle cannot be called a combat situation. It is simply a one-sided state. Ships continue to explode and burst into flames. Soldiers continue to be wounded and wailed. After a while, the outermost warships of the entire fleet began to sink. Quick! Turn quickly! Retreat! Retreat! In despair, General Jacob screamed hysterically. His fleet is being destroyed before his eyes, and he must do something now to save his poor men. Just as he was yelling, another round of shelling struck, and a friendly warship blocked in front of his warship exploded, and the debris from the broken wood splashed on the battleship Infinity where he was. That debris will hit the Jacob place standing army, injuring his arm. He is unaware, because he finally figured out the reason for the dispersal of the opponent. The commander of the Alan Hill Navy did not intend to escape, but really intended to wipe out his fleet. And poor him, his fleet was beaten passively when there was no way to fight back. A warship tried to escape from his fleet just now, but because of the speed, it was shattered by artillery shells before it broke through. Package enclosure has been formed. These vessels are surrounded by an all-escape to go. The 3 Alan Hill battleships are like millstones, and they will rotate round by round until they sink all the enemy ships in the encircling circle. Mutual cover care breakthrough. This cannot it take to be death. Let the endless number HMS Ocean and lead the charge. Jacob has been almost see the end of its own fleet, and has no war. He just wants to run away from this thing. It is a pity that Alan Hill's battleship did not give him any chance. On the opposite battleship, another round of gunfire was fired, and a dense array of shells flew around the Infinity. One shell broke the mast of Infinity, and the other exploded directly near the waterline, opening a huge hole in Infinity. The water comes into the cabin, the keel breaking. The sound creepy. General Jacob, who fell due to the violent shock, reluctantly stood up while supporting the railing of the ship's side. He looked around full of bloody soldiers. He saw his aide snapped down on his foot edge. He could feel to his feet. Warships are inclined rapidly, and his ears full of buzzing sound. Fundamental does not see his men cry. He saw the burlister collapse and the deck broke, and he also felt the fear of death. This is the navy of Alan Hill. Squinting his eyes, looking at the black Golden Eagle King flag flying on the Alan Hill battleship ramming on the sea in the distance, General Jacob was full of unwillingness. Sea battle not like this. He has been floating on the sea for a lifetime, and he has never seen such a battle. He really wanted to say something to the battleship on the opposite side. There is a kind of naval battle with me that I am familiar with. It's a pity that the opponent's warships obviously wouldn't listen to his cry. The black muzzles were still spitting out deadly flames, while the Aranti Empire's warships were still broken and silent in the gunfire, and wood fragments were floating everywhere on the sea. And the sails that fell into the water. The huge green king flag of the Aranti Empire slowly fell in the flames, obscuring Jacob's sight. Another round of shells struck, and the battleship Infinity, which stubbornly persisted on the sea, was finally capsized in the flames of war. The naval battle was completely over after 3 hours. The navy fleet of the Aranti Empire was annihilated, and none of the more than 30 warships was spared. The Alan Hill Navy, who sank these warships, walked away in the singing of victory, leaving behind their own legend. The mighty Aranti Empire Navy was like fat on the chopping board, and the entire fleet was not organized for a decent counterattack during the 5 naval battle. They were sunk by lawns before they even hung up the white flag. I think our fleet can go next to the coastline. The adjutant stood on the deck, watching the wreckage of their ship floating on the sea, and suggested with the joy of victory. Yes, then, do not have about navy warships. Alanti Empire is gone. Genesis pressing Zui Dao. It seems that in the recollection of the earlier fighting, that they are around 108. The Dragon drinking oil. Maine's steam car production line has been completed, because here is Alanxia hinterland, the location is very safe. Into a car and aircraft production centers. Precision parts inserts processing is completed, and then the fire truck transport here assembled. Ye Jeeps have rolled off the production line. It has not Alanxia the first car manufacturing. In recent days, Alan Hill has produced more than 100 cars, most of which are directly handed over to the troops near Maine for training and use. Hand stroking the car in front. The engineer in charge of this plant Puff praised their own products produced. This car really is so handsome, I looked at it like, yes, I am also happy. Joy. An officer hands behind standing next to the car, hiding his face, all smile cannot hide. This kind of car that can run as long as you drink oil is much more stable than a horse. Sitting on it is not tiring at all and can even sleep, as long as there is a driver operated. And the rest. Take the car in person can rest in a hurry. Moreover, this kind of car can also tow heavy weapons and equipment, such as heavy machine guns that were originally towed by horsey-drawn carriages, which can be used to tow them. This is just the beginning. The second workshop is already assembling and producing trucks. The six-wheel truck has a stronger towing capacity. It is said that it can tow larger artillery and can carry more soldiers. After the gasoline engine can be mass-produced, this kind of equipment is more popular than the steam engine. Because of its small size and lightweight, many aspects have begun to demand this kind of equipment. For example, the Army hopes that while equipping cars, it can also equip such small machines to generate electricity. After all, whether it is a field phone or a radio, it needs a stable power supply to support its work. Relying on human power generation is still not stable. Now that there is a better choice, who would use the less perfect choice? Engineering division looked at the Jeep, pointing to the bonnet curious and asked, "Do not, too, why all the car engine cover, be it painting on a huge golden eagle?" He felt that this obvious pattern was not conducive to air defense concealment. Such a bright golden eagle was facing the direction of the sky, as if it was beckoning the opponent to attack him. The officer didn't think so much. He directly answered the most standard answer to the other party, "This is how your Majesty's design is drawn." Shrugged his shoulders. Engineers feel Chris is certainly no less foresight of His Majesty, so those who abandoned his idea immature, nodded and said, "No, wrong, aesthetic Majesty is really impeccable." It's real. Chris draw this pattern is not just for aesthetics, he also has its own considerations. In the future, he felt his fighter force to protect the security of their frontline troops, so he thought to prevent air forces of harming more important. Of course, this is only a consideration on the one hand, and another consideration is Chris' obsession with another world. He really likes the white five-pointed star design on the engine compartment cover of the American Jeep, so he applies it directly on his own Golden Eagle national emblem. Are all the newly produced cars sent to the interior? The officer came this time to pick up a new batch of produced cars. These cars are to be sent to Ferry City and handed over to Air Force pilots and their commanders to use. Yes, have been sent to the suburbs, a new form of driving school to go. Engineering division thought of those pilot training courses. I felt she was still learning to use the knowledge Moneyball drove more appropriate. No knowledge Moneyball still too treasure, it's expensive. So I didn't give up on training. His mouth while out of the factory floor, on the side of the officers said, the new steam car plant was built in Maine's largest production plant in Wallowo. The foundation has finished. The construction of auto production will only increase, and more. To the point where it surprises you. Accounted collar Wallowo, but gives us more resources. That officer a sigh, with the engineers behind the walking trail between the factory premises. It is different to everywhere. Plains, fertile farmland. Clouds fall as well as narrow. Wallowo near the Dragon has been close to the mountains. This mountain area is very huge. In fact, it blocks all the roads between Maine and the ferry and Wallowo. To the north is Maine and the ferry, and to the south is Walavo. At the southernmost end of this mountain, there is a vein of magic concentrate. Half-lived around this vein, there is a large amount of iron ore and coal. With these resources, at least in terms of iron production, Alan Hill is already sufficient. After all, there is compensation from the Aranti Empire. The treaty has already been implemented. Trucks and trucks of iron ingots are being transported into Farad. To deal with these iron ingots, Farad also opened a factory to smelt metals and manufacture them. Civilian products. That goes without saying. I heard later transferred 3,000 Ming professional workers, but also with criminal prisoners make up a 1-1 miners. This is not chipping away our engineering teacher talking about the contents of the last meeting of the industrial sector. Face it, was full of pride. Wallowa of coal mine production has doubled. There is the construction of petrol refining plants. Turner coal mine, I heard that will soon be put into production, but oil quality is not so good, only designed for army use. And that iron ore use side, the more, I heard that to build an arrow extends from Wallowa way to Sears of Railway. Road exploration team had started more than a month's time. Looking at the number of people, the scale over there is not smaller than this one, the officer said with pleasure when he heard the news about the development of the iron ore side. After all, the more iron ore is produced, the more weapons the army can obtain, so more soldiers can be recruited and more new troops can be formed. And I heard that the Navy has plans to build an experimental battleship with an Almatal hull and steam engine power. Thinking of this, the officer breathed out involuntarily. Fortunately, the Navy didn't rob him of gasoline, otherwise the pitted oil production would really not be enough. He was thinking of the time the engineers therein spoke, of course, listening to say it is not small-scale coal mines iron ore than here several times, and fought comparable soil over there. The engineer seemed to have been frustrated by the oil production issue for a long time, thinking of the rapid increase in coal and iron and other metals production, but the slow increase in oil production. He was full of emotion. It's really tangled, we are all like this. There are many territories, and there is no oil. The officer also looked helpless when he mentioned oil, but he still comforted him. Do NT tell me, isn't there a small oil field on Hanhai? I heard that the output has been increased, but it still smells like a drop in the bucket. Engineering division, to hear this argument, laughed, poured cold water and said, ha, seeing it more and more cars, something that gasoline reserves less and less. The Air Force, there are application management and control of gas. The implication is this, that little increase production of oil there is any wool. There are so many airplanes and cars produced every day, gasoline consumption is increasing every day, and oil is obviously not enough. Army officer, to bring this thing to feel aggrieved, the army exploits but the end result is always on a police resource allocation. Gang empty army really heard of the case of their knowledge of magic with the ball more. And now even petrol, are they going to be in charge? Also no wonder that he did not understand. With Magic Empire first purchase rifles paid commanding Magic Ball, Magic Hands of Empire holy total of 6,000 multiple fingers waving Magic Ball. The Air Force accounts for almost 1,500 them. This is not a small amount, because after all, not all magic balls are provided to the military. The Army only took about 2,500 in total, but the Air Force consumed more than half of it. The Navy was also welcome, and took 600 of them in one go, leaving only 400 for the Army. This matter has made the Army very dissatisfied up to now, because they also have new weapons in service, and they also need a lot of magic balls of knowledge to increase the number of professionals in the Army. In the end, everyone had a meeting to discuss. The Air Force took away one of the 1,500 magic balls, and the Army allocated another 100 magic balls to the Navy. Thinking about it, it feels bitter. When the Army officer heard about this incident, the Army really couldn't laugh or cry. The Army clamored for a meeting and redistributed. In the end, he lost 100 magic balls. This is simply a realistic version of the move. I hit myself in the foot with a rock. Looking at the officer's face with a wry smile, the engineer also thought of the Army's sorrowful past, So he comforted him, "Don't worry, at the cabinet meeting, I heard that the Air Force's request was not passed. It seems that your Majesty has already issued an order for that. It is necessary to ensure the supply of Air Force training fuel." As if to vent their dissatisfaction with the general, army officer recovered after that, bitterly Tucow Air Force said, "Gang empty. Military aircraft and equipment is simply to drink oil." Dragon Engineering Division, also deeply contingent of, nodded and said, "What is not is that a group of oil to drink long." But he had no one knows, no amount of oil to drink. The Air Force is also necessary construction. After all, the anti-aircraft guns cannot cover the entire Alan Hill, and the best and most economical way to deal with the Dragon Knights is the iron bumps flying in the sky. As for the oil production capacity, I have to leave it to your Majesty to worry about it. Anyway, I heard that your Majesty and several engineers drew a device called a double donkey head pumping unit, which increased the oil production of Hanhai oil field. If it doesn't work, let your Majesty draw a few more drawings. For the Alan Hill Empire, there is no problem that a design drawing can't solve. If there is, let your Majesty draw another one. Humanoid self-propelled plotter. It's not a vain name. 109 Miss Downing eat rice. It a soft kind voice calling in the memory are a bit fuzzy name. Chris wants to open his mouth to answer the familiar cry when they find that they not open his mouth. He stretched out his hand nervously to catch the people and things in front of him, but finally found himself lifted his quilt and sat up from the bed. For a long time, haven't you dreamed? Chris looked at his palm with the moonlight outside the window, calming down his nervousness. Since traveling into this world, he found that he could walk around the tech tree as if he was awake every night when he was asleep. He can see everything he wants to see, and he can also search through any information. So he sleeps at night sleep time, more accustomed to using their chi to strengthen their knowledge, because no matter how long he travel in the tree of knowledge of marine science and technology, the spirit of the times would really like to wake up after sleeping for so long the same. Just like today, there are really not many days when he really slept in the past. When he really closed his eyes and enjoyed the peace that the darkness brought him, he realized that he could not use the familiar pasts, but just took them. It's buried deep in my heart. Those pasts, little by little, those who fought for their own loved ones' familiar warmth of home. He can do anything they want in this outsider there, never to return to his side of there. Has been Wayland-Xia His Majesty the Emperor that he can enjoy the most expensive food, can goods taste the most pungent wine, and even many women are willing to let him enjoy. But when he woke up because of missing Balderdash at night, but only one person misses that place called home. Despite his million army may conquests for him alone and that of a man in spite of his minister for his Mushu 4 generals, but His Majesty the Emperor Great Wayland-Xia Supreme, but always just. He doesn't have a family member in this world, and the pile of icy tombs on the outskirts of Ceres is all that this body misses in this world. And he, the soul of China from the 21st century, can only live alone in this world. For a moment between Chris even feel that he is so crazy industry should establish clear to so urgent want to create airplane car train ship. In fact, just because miss nothing. He missed another world, missed the world he might never go back to, so he could only use the power he possessed to turn this world into that world, and even in some details, he was stubborn and unwilling to change. I just want to let myself find the familiar feeling. Chris opened the quilt cover in the legs, stand up, sit down at the bed, feet step on the soft carpet. The moonlight shone on the pistol full of bullets on the bedside table, shining with a faint silver light. Even if he is now an emperor, the fragile sense of security is not as good as lying on the warm bed before crossing. At least that he need not worry. One day there will be a magician suddenly appeared in his back room, with a magic to turn him into coke. Extended a hand to touch the body of the switch side. Chris has found a glimmer of memory in their own familiar feeling in the world. He turned on the light with a click, and the moon-filled room immediately brightened. Is there anything you need, Your Majesty? The guard who was standing outside pushed open the door and asked softly this great emperor, who was already a common master of mortals. Today is a young man on duty, wearing a neat military uniform. He had a day related to His Majesty. The side watching came from thousands of miles away have defected to bow down to him. Sage, devout civilians watched him crazy to cry, looking at the beautiful woman as the pilgrimage to kiss him back of the hand. Each of these guards responsible for Christ's safety is loyal, carefully selected, and even has strict standards for height. Each of them is proud to be the personal guard of Emperor Alan Hill, and they are willing to lay down their lives for their emperor, and keep guard around the emperor. The emperor looked at his hard work, in order to better Alan Xia run around. They love this look even more sacred, but it's a very humane emperor. They have never seen other emperors, but the Majesty Chris in front of you is kind and never loses your temper. Only the staff of the Secretariat and a small number of servants serve and follow the emperor. The work of guarding seems to be all it's much easier. It's just that these guards have a feeling that this emperor always seems to be incompatible with everything around him. He doesn't seem to integrate himself into this world, and has always been walking in a strange grey area. The Kama defected Chris was finally appointed to the propaganda of the transfer department of the old man who had described the very image of the state of Chris. After talking to Chris, the old man said frankly his feelings. He lives here, but is always ready to leave. Fine, just up live action activity. Chris from the bedside stood up, looked a pistol on the nightstand, not reaching for that close sense of security. He walked straight to the door in his pajamas, his heart full of timid mockery. Make a pajamas stabbed to kill the king is not that bad, at least you can die in their own city or so. He walked out of the bedroom, walked into the corridor, looked at the exquisite landscape paintings hanging on both sides, and walked all the way to the vicinity of the stairs. Room attendants that there are waiters on duty tonight. Secretary on duty side has now over. Looked to Chris behind the guards who, with his eyes asking what really happened. They have their own duty room, unlike the natural charge of security guards, can be lazy lie on the table that office sleep it for a while. Chris stares watching, saw more and more behind him. The trend has begun to have a mighty army, his face showing a hint of a smile, that he was familiar with his ordinary life never be the same side of there. His every move now represents the most eye-catching event of this empire. He was embarrassed to say that he just wanted to walk around casually and experience the quiet and ordinary life at night, so he could only lift his foot down the stairs, and those who have already followed him, of course, can only go downstairs with the mysterious Emperor His Majesty. Heavy and dense footsteps sounded in the castle. Downstairs more guards there, surrounded by servants, came and looked. Almost never urinate His Majesty the Emperor down the stairs, walked straight up to his office door before Sui where the guards on both sides of the column points. Chris helped open the door. The waiter entered the room first and helped Chris turn on the lights. The yellowish incandescent lamp lights up, illuminating the entire room from 4 directions. The drawings slumped on the huge drawing table were as messy as during the day, surrounded by books written by Chris. This room can be said to be the most familiar place for Chris. He often worked here after crossing, and because of his work, here is full of the atmosphere of the 21st century. The books here are all books from the Earth that Chris is familiar with, and the patterns of the chairs here are all from the Earth in the 21st century. The incandescent light bulb here reminds Chris of the dim lights in his home when he was a child. Sorry, I suddenly remembered something and wanted to record it, so I went here. Chris smiled apologetically to the attendant and the servant on duty behind him. He was not embarrassed to tell the truth, so he could only say such a white lie to cover up his embarrassment. I don't have any orders to issue. The people in the attendant's room can go back and rest. Just leave a servant outside. I will say if there is a need. Let the people behind him disperse. Chris walked to the front of the chair, and looked at the complicated drawing he had drawn during the day with his heart. That is a design drawing of a large transformer, and no one can help him share this work for the time being. Chris stretched out his hand and stroked the line that was exactly the same as the drawing that had appeared in his mind, and suddenly remembered that he had been in this world for more than 2 years. This is an embarrassing time, because he has been familiar with everything here in 2 years, but he has not had time to forget himself in another world. Down in the corner of the sandhair side, sat down so that the people fell into a soft package. Chris scanned the full list of books he had dictated by others on the wall, as well as books written by himself, diluting his longing for the past with a sense of accomplishment. And in a sense outside the study of His Majesty the Emperor of Injury is located, he was awakened by the secretary of room attendants who are in charge of His Majesty the Emperor and mains discuss about living His Majesty the Emperor of Abnormal tonight. His Majesty Never Insomnia tonight. House suddenly it. Slightly on duty with the secretary of panic and some looked uneasy housekeeper. His Majesty the Emperor asked. This is not a good phenomenon. It may be too stressful, or too busy. The old housekeeper is in charge of Christ's daily life. He is also very concerned about this kind of thing, opening his mouth and following the analysis. With the notification caught in secret book some doubt, he did not know what else put His Majesty the Emperor of Living to get the cabinet to study. I think it's better to inform Lord Desire and Lord Deans. The butler thought for a while, and felt that the Emperor's mental state must inform the cabinet. After all, His Majesty is not an ordinary person. He is Ailanxi, God. Then, on the next day, His Majesty the Emperor didn't stay up late to draw for more than a year. The news that he got up and went to the drawing room last night was passed to the cabinet. Indeed, Wyren Big Sing of Zhuangzu Emperor Huipaitu under Jia to hear the news, holding a stack of pieces. Minister of Industry and Technology of Worship Smith look impressed. 110 days. Sitting in the office, the government employee in charge of commercial diplomacy put down the piece in his hand, looked at the surrounding colleagues curiously, and asked, "What is this?" The Higgs Kingdom agrees that we should explore for oil on their side? Didn't they always disagree with this matter? His body a little clerk looked up from the side into a pile of parts, nodded and said, "Yes, yesterday just sent a message, the other conditions are quite favorable to us. We agreed to set up a company in their side, special responsible for the exploration and exploitation of oil." The head of the department who was holding the piece had a wonderful expression on his face, grinning and said with emotion, "Sudden change of sex. This King Cape Kasnu is really interesting." In addition, he had let go of import restrictions, allow our businessmen to enter the territory of the Kingdom of the Higgs. That side has a piece of staff, raised his hands, shaking twice in the head, showing off-road. Heard the news, department director more unexpected, surprised. "Hey, I have to yell anti-empire fight so badly, they are reluctant to agree to these terms, which the Kingdom of the Higgs has not played with us yet. This just agreed." Who is not it? Never heard of the Kingdom Higgs is any punches either are. I heard that year and also played a Yal anti-empire it. The first opening of the branch staff do not understand the expression of his face, he said. His body side that just talked to each other along with a colleague nodded, but now look at this way, it seems to have Anflaver are difficult. Road he knew not beaters, resisted giving up. That feeling good. The province I have to fight over, you know, no matter how victorious, war or to the dead. Our department director put that in front of the cup, took a sip of water, with extreme emotion said, "It's solid long as the war is to the dead, behind those brilliant victory, and both are filled with numerous bones." When Alan Hill attacked Dubao, North County, and the vast sea, the casualties were still in the tens of digits. When they went south to Nauru, the casualties were also controlled at about dozens. At this time, everyone did not think there was anything wrong with the war. After all, in this era, the deaths of dozens of people are actually not something that others should make a fuss about. But when they attacked Bud, Fallen Dragon City, and Volavo, the casualties were obviously raised to a surprising level, because for the encounter with the other side of the Dragon Knight, Prairie Cavalry lost about 115,000. Alan Xia also killed more than 2,300 people. a full 3GSU equipment Dragon Knight battalion was wiped out. 2G group is crippled, lose combat capability. Then keep in Sears when Y war. The elite of a group as well as air defense artillery units likewise lost 400 or more people. Do not look DD Rick hit the Dragon Knight troops, but also kill himself, to lose still very heavy. After repeated fierce battles, Alan Hill has lost nearly 3,000 soldiers, which is very precious to the veterans. For Alan Hill, who is expanding his army frantically, this number is already very painful. But everyone still selectively ignores this. The price, the dividends of the war are so impressive that they can make people forget the pain. Every soldier who died in the battle received condolence money from Chris cabinet. What's more interesting is that they also received a subsidy from the arsenal and an insurance pension from the army. Then, unexpectedly, under the auspices of Desire, the company that made profits in the war established a private encouragement fund, and raised a large sum of money to privately donate to the families of the dead. As a result, created an unexpected situation. Each of soldiers killed in the family, even while got for pension, totaling more than 100 gold coins placed on 2 years ago. This huge sum of money can make an ordinary family squander 2 lifetimes. That time, Chris as a lord, I could not get 1,000 gold tax tribute currency. And on this day 2 years later, each of the fallen soldiers of the subsidiary Alanxia had more to 100 gold coins. Only this time payment, cash spent on 20 million gold currency reserves, also took out more than 10 million gold real coins issued, including food containers as well as cloth and other daily necessities. What makes people laugh or cry is that because the pension is too tempting, Alan Hill has set off a wave of military enthusiasm. The hundreds of thousands of Alan Hill troops expanded to nearly 1 million in one breath, and this finally stabilized. This is not a small sum. Air defense forces from less than 1 million people, expanded to 10 million, and those forces are the property of Air Force management. Every city has deployed anti-aircraft troops, the difference is only more or less the same kind, and the other 100,000 belonging to the Air Force Corps of Engineers are crazy work. They are built every day in the airport facilities in and near the border city of Breth, built 35 large-scale field airport, and 10 spare secret airport. The army has expanded to 60 million people, divided into 10 army prepared for each 6 million people, under the jurisdiction of 3 divisions and their dependents artillery and communications units. Chris counterfeit U.S. Army heavy divisions of Alanxia ground forces were reorganized, because there are trucks serving. Prepare artillery also followed up and expanded, the original 75mm infantry gun still being owned by groups affiliated to the ministry, while the 105mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery, the artillery division level equipment prepared 105mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery gunners this time really became heavy fire support forces. Watching a 105 pomegranate caliber after the missile and artillery firing exercises, all officers have a new understanding of their own weapons. Due to the limited capacity relations, Chris being equipped with larger caliber guns have no choice, but he has been in the pipeline 155mm caliber of pomegranate artillery shells production line, ready to fire support troops and equipment to the military level. The current Alan Hill force is more like a modern force, with radio communications and field wire phones. Communications have been delegated to the regiment level, and command and mobilization have been faster and more direct than ever before. In addition, due to equip a large number of devices, a higher proportion of engineers and engineering corps, the number of air defense forces are also larger and more, as well as some of the military headquarters. The degree of logistical attention is also higher. See development aspects of the military are even more interesting. One side is the Navy Marine Corps prepared an army expanded to 6 million people. The other side is the Navy recruit sailors as well as the crew. The ship cannot be found even more to serve. Finally, Sea Army had to pay 100 no a little magic ball to strengthen maritime education teachers, set up a high-level naval school, raised on land 1/1 high army trainees, this be considered run out of places of military expansion. In addition, due to the need for the expansion of the port, the Navy also has its own construction team. They are working to build the ferry port. Very inspirational, should become an important port on the eastern coastline of the largest, most efficient. How to reply Kingdom Higgs that side. Special envoy to send a message to still post it. Back to the reformed title, that clerk into the hands of very important pieces grouped into classification inside. Look to his chief asked. Without thinking about it, the head of the department directly replied, "How else can I reply? Isn't our side short of oil? Report to the Ministry of Resources immediately." Another branch member, a lazy stretch waist, smiled and spoke up. "Oh, great. Thea's also busy working up estimates." Entire departments are alive. Jump up a deal with the young people themselves, rubbing shoulders pieces. Opening access road saying, "Busy is not very good. Always stronger than the retired and sit." Yes, in the past, we used to be idle every day, sitting idly on the ridge with starving eyes and staring at gold stars. His words made the section chief agree with him, and then he began to recall his previous hardship. The clerk who spoke first quickly said, "Now we are busy, but we have money to make money to feed a family of old and young. I just bought a fish from the ferry yesterday, and it looks very fresh." His body that co-workers are more side too. It is an exaggeration to do a belly rub of action. Do not mention it. I went after work today to buy meat, beef Empire Grasslands or original price. Now these days, cheap. I don't want to eat it anymore. Distant colleague booing laughed. "Look, you mad? You do not want to eat meat that you eat the dragon go." Branch long followed laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, you really do not say. I heard that many people eat dragon troops inside the meat. The taste is not how? Because of superstition, many soldiers in the army really tasted the smell of dragon meat privately when dealing with giant dragon corpses. Many people think that eating the meat of the dragon can strengthen their body and protect themselves from all diseases, and some people think that they can gain the power of the dragon through this ritual. As a result, the soldiers who ate dragon meat not only did not get any benefits, but also broke their stomachs because the meat had become less fresh when the corpse was processed. The dragons that were transported to the shooting range were already stinking after the experiment, and even if they were given away for free, no one would be willing to move their mouths, so they had to be buried on the spot. Many dragon scales and dragon teeth were divided as souvenirs, and 2 specially processed dragon bones were spliced and placed in the museum. This was Chris's idea, and many children were willing to visit the museum. Those skeleton specimens that have never been seen before. Just like children now go to the museum to see the skeleton of Tyrannosaurus Rex, children are very curious and are full of awe at the huge animal specimens. And giant dragon skeleton also on display, as well as Wang Chi, as well as weapons Yal Anti-Empire, Dragon Knight sword and armor, by Chris Majesty personally assembled. The first generation of Sears City woodworking machinery. In the past, would have been unthinkable, to live a day like today. Departments inside. Director long look out the window, softly whisper. 111 treatment. Is this really okay? The doctor really won't die? A middle-aged woman looked at her son lying on the hospital bed, nervously pulled the doctor's arm in front of her, and asked anxiously, "Don't worry. We have a precedent for the recovery of this disease. And your son's illness is not serious, and the possibility of getting better is still very high." With his hands in his pockets, the middle-aged doctor answered such questions. "Come on, that's called a sage." Says City Hospital has been overcrowded. Every corner here has pain in patients waiting for treatment. 2 years ago, there were very few doctors in Ceres City, and everyone had to be fit when they were sick. Younger and stronger people may get over it, and older people with frailty can only lie in bed and wait for death. But now this situation has undergone a fundamental change. In the Alan Hill Empire, dozens of newly established large-scale general hospitals have established a good reputation, and people have seen the hope of conquering the disease. Since Chris began to develop modern medicine using the principles of Western medicine, Antibiotics have become the magic to save the lives of mortals. Even Frensberg has to admit that this kind of chemical medicine is, to some extent, a more miraculous science than healing. Medical therapy technique is to use magic atmosphere to mobilize the body's vitality goal. Cure disease, it takes a very large magic. Did not say, cannot completely cure disease. Infection class. Therefore, for the Holy Demon Empire, the role of penicillin is still not to be ignored. Trained nurses cooked light trail vehicles rode a bottle of anti-inflammatory after drug hanging in the bottle rack, checked their own tools. They begin to give this issue the burning of the patient infusion. She moved cleanly and immediately inserted the needle into the blood vessel on the back of the patient's hand, watching his blood flow back into the skin tube, and then return to his body by the transparent liquid medicine. The already burned and somewhat confused young man closed his eyes in fear. You must know that 2 years ago, such treatment was regarded as the devil's replacement technique. However, with increased cure rate of people who never contradict such a high-tech treatment options. Thank you, doctor. The middle-aged woman nodded gratefully and bowed her waist when she saw that her son had been treated, and thanked the doctor for her gratitude. The doctor looked at a child lying on the bed next door, with a hand feel the temperature a bit on the forehead. Children waited at the bedside of a pair of young parents. He said, "Your child has been fever, and tomorrow will be discharged." Observed. Thank you. That couple stood up, got a bow to and fro. See, people get confused. The doctor's work here, thanks to this, has been almost flattering. They do not go hand stopped. The other side, I will not feel any sorry. Faced with hundreds of such gratitudes every day, if every one of them has to worry about it, they don't have to take care of the sick. Does your husband work in the Alan Hill Military Industry Group? The doctor walked to the door and asked the mother of the young man who had just been admitted to the hospital. That middle-aged woman stunned after hearing the question for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." The child's father, Alan's parent, is working in the military-industrial complex. He was is a very powerful milling machine workers. She didn't know why the other party asked so, and she was still worried, calculating whether the money she brought was enough to pay for the hospitalization. Although the medical technology has improved, the hospitalization cost is not low. Can be enough to enjoy such treatment, or at least middle-class families in big cities have a stable income, and if no one at home to work in factories and enterprises within the government, really is not necessarily affordable to expensive drugs and bed charges. You know, many people who come to treat diseases from afar have stayed in Alan Hill because they can't pay the expensive fees. Many people don't even have access to the hospital because they don't have the nationality certificate of Alan Hill. Come, that's good, Miss Grace. Take her to pay the expenses and calculate the insurance. They have a military industry unit and a 50% discount on the use of drugs. The doctor called to a nurse and ordered a few words. Hearing that he could save half of the cost, the faint sadness on the woman's face disappeared. She is a traditional housewife who fought in countless shopping malls and vegetable markets, and she is naturally sensitive to the word 50% off. In Ceres City, there are special commercial streets and huge shopping malls, where you can buy many unexpected and fresh things. Recent popular is called radio expensive things, unnecessary 300 gold coins, placed in the most visible position on the mall, looking scary. Listen to say that something ordinary people to buy back does not take to pass on the power to the home of a new residential district or the nobility laid the wire can be used. That day, she saw a noble lady buy one with her own eyes, which drew envy and admiration from countless people around her. Thought here, this woman spoke again to the doctor there who called Grenada in front of Sri Lanka's nurse, said, "That, my son, is that, lying in bed or Army Command college students do." Hey! The doctor was delighted when he heard this statement, stopped the steps he was going to walk, and turned around and said, "Family of the first kind. Rare and rare. Check her son's certificate. If it is true, the medical expenses are its 2 discounts." Understood, sir. The nurse nodded, her tone full of respect. This middle-aged doctor is a senior medical system talent who has used the magic ball of knowledge. He has heard that he will be promoted to become a senior physician in 2 months, and his future is limitless. If you can hook up with such a talent, then you will really make your mark as a nurse. Thinking of this, the nurse named Grace looked at the doctor next to him with eyes and shook his waist and said to the woman, "Come with me." The woman glanced at her son who was still lying on the hospital bed. While checking the documents she carried, she followed the nurse to the payment office. The enviable look behind her made the middle-aged woman instantly enjoy the feeling of the lady she saw that day that bought the radio. To see people %% off the doctor to open the pin. At least 7 gold coins fee. You pay 140 coins is enough. A guard at the bedside of the old woman sighed, opening Envy Road. What is not really cheaper? Another is to his wife cut fruit leather. Man nodded along. His wife came in the ring. Has spent almost 5 gold coins, which if also hit twofold, and that he remaining 4 gold coins as much. It's real. He is complaining about 2, for 2 years ago, can only lail to die at home, find a doctor up to 2 packs do not know cannot eat the herbs, which people probably unable to retain. Moreover, on 2 years ago, and killed him, killed his family. He could not scrape together 5 gold coins to see a doctor for his wife. What's more, after seeing the illness and taking medicine, there is still some spare money to buy some fruits to adjust the body. I can't even think of it in the past. Do not envy, take a look outside, and do not come into it. Next to the window of the patient side of the probe to look outside, see the luxury coach waiting outside. Watching those who did not look anxiously into the qualifications of foreign aristocrats are proud. The hand of the fruit-cutting man was firmly grasped by his wife. The man stopped complaining and raised his head to see a grateful wife's face full of happiness. So his face was filled with happiness, just an expression that he had never seen before. Why not let us into? We are also available to treat the money. I have 10 gold coins. Let me in. I'll give you an extra 10 silver. How? Stood in the doorway, an aristocrat in a ranty costume, shouted to the guard with an angry face. Step carrying guns. A guard in front of his face looked contemptuous of Yalanti nobility, hanging on the door of the hospital pointed to a notice goes on, I'm sorry because of the limited beds, non-Alanxia citizens. No entry. I see, a Count Yalanti Empire in this station one afternoon, not long ago. Airs attitude, he sighed, to his carriage, or to ask the immigration bar maybe there is more hope over there. His words aroused the approval of many nobles who rushed to see the doctor, and many nobles' carriages drove toward the block where the immigration office was located. The Aranti Empire nobleman who was still clamoring just now, gritted his teeth and looked at the Alan Hill guard in front of him, and spit on the ground bitterly. You wait for me, sir. The soldier of facial expression of Schadenfreude, even the words are too lazy to say. However, beside the nobleman, an old man with a red sleeve hoop who had been there for a long time held his hands behind his back, and said with a successful expression, spitting everywhere, fine a silver coin. You. As soon as the nobleman was about to have an attack, he saw the dazzling military thorn stuck in the waist of the Alan Hill guard at the entrance of the hospital. He swallowed his mouth, then angrily put a coin in the press that Father Palm. You were waiting for me. It is this bear-like revenge was thinking about it. That guard looked at the back of the imperial nobility Yalanti away. Dismissive Lenghen said, rank Duke team go day to day and asked me to wait in. There are only 4! I am that fine boss lord still hands behind, leisurely toward a shade of place. The year I am Earl Viscount was all great personalities, but now look at no skill. Next to the side have not had time to go. Noble's mouth twitched involuntarily, and my heart that we could not sing Yalanti nobility. Would you like to try another noble of your Alan Hill? As for the one in military uniform who just entered, don't you stand upright and salute. 112 Speech learning. If I were in that mountainous head, now hung a white flag, put down lookout telescope, Wage Long said to the generals around Maud Lyle. From a distant place came the muffled sound of the shaking of the earth and the mountains, which were shells hitting the earth. 155 gun in caliber missile and artillery equipment than the original army of 75 mm caliber field artillery pieces. The power of really bad days to do. There are essential differences between the two, even in terms of sound. A full-strength artillery regiment carried out frontal fire suppression, and the destructive power could be truly felt even if it was far away, as long as there are enough shells. This kind of high-intensity shelling can really destroy the mentality of any defender. Is hailed as the god of war. Cannon from the beginning of the day it was born has been ruled battlefield. But in the foreseeable future, artillery is still a human one-weapon class war indispensable. The cannon is a man's romance, and the caliber is the climax of a man's romance. The 155 mm caliber artillery made the army officers participating in this exercise once again feel the shock of modern industrial weapons. At time, it was occupied by the Navy 100 JEC known knowledge magic ball of sorts. Along with the explosion in front of the overwhelming vanished. As long as they can be brought to the battlefield with these powerful weapons, there is nothing to worry about. Listen, said Trinity Empire took 100 men, 130 artillery power millimeter caliber, then the small number are. Maud Lyle Soul form a line back to participate in this test exercises related to new weapons. Saw the new 155 mm caliber pomegranate. The shells were equally shocking, but what he was more worried about was the new artillery that was taken away by the Holy Demon Empire. Wage Long hear Maud Lyle Soul say, opening comfort each other and said, it's real power of a lot worse. But more than that, we have started to equip a large number of 105 mm caliber pomegranate bullet guns. And that was some of the stronger. Maud Lyle Soul was worried about his troops. If the storm also have artillery support of the enemy, fierce fighting may have to up. Future, if you encounter such an enemy, our troops might not be too comfortable. Now, they not only have to face enemies with swords, bows and crossbows, but also enemies with artillery and rifles, which is very worrying. The idea at best, a war indisputable number of casualties but also exponentially increase. This is definitely not good news. Do not worry, as long as I have a greater caliber guns, more bombs, those little guns. Trinity Empire, it is not our opponents. Wage Long not with as intended, or that he was more convinced myself that edge firepower advantage. He also does real as pride of the capital. 105 pomegranate and caliber bullet gun surge in the number. 155 garnet and caliber missile and artillery began the armed forces. He has no reason to fear that exports to Trinity Empire of 130 mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. I hope so, right? Listen, said the Air Force, there are producing new weapons and equipment, can be on the ground to attack. Maud Lyle Soul, as was a lieutenant in charge of the defense in one direction, will know the East-West is also a lot of. Recently, due to the confidentiality of the relationship, there is an air wing deployed to his area, looking at those training every day, on the plane circling overhead. Maud Lyle even feel that they can inroads Yolante the South. Originally, he is the focus of attacking generals' strike rate, but because Chris attaches great importance to Woolloowoomba, this is the most famous Maud Lyle, arranged in that direction. It's real, he is very eager to throw off all the troubles. We engaged in a combat attack south Biao speed. He wants to prove himself, prove that he can play the fastest and most efficient offensive battle in the world. I have heard say, seems to think that His Majesty, the attack from the sky, sometimes can save a lot of trouble. Wage Long heard this and nodded his head, as his army chief, naturally, heard that brand new tactics. Air army troops over there equipped with a dedicated ground attack. I heard equipped with a device called Deal 2 attack aircraft. Ground attack efficiency is very high. This new type of aircraft can carry many weapons similar to artillery shells and throw these ammunition onto the enemy's head. Wagram has not seen this new tactic, because the Air Force's training is highly confidential. Only a few days after this unit can be trained into an army and participate in possible battles. Modlei Sol next. Wage Long's statement continues. Spoke and said, also really real. I heard that opened to a desert air routes between the ferry, directly flying over the mountains, takes less than a morning time. You can put the goods to. He looked holding telescope looking at the distant battlefield. There on behalf of the offensive side of the force has jumped out of the trenches, and they obviously have to do to prepare the attack. Bugle call has been sounded. The soldiers have plugged the bayonet aside at the distant troops attack the blues. While he spoke and said, mortal now have can fly up in the sky. I really have no idea what we are worthy of our fear. Wage Long laugh or two, with tremendous determination took Maud Lyle's words, I have nothing to fear something, as long as you can fight to His Majesty. The Army Blues 2 camp has begun to plateau flanking movement, and is responsible for the defense of the Red Army 1 camp let out their first line of defense. An officer came over, saluted the two people behind the report the progress of the exercise. Ha! Wo Stewart to see that guy come to give Lester a lesson. A group out of people, with His Majesty himself out. It seems set. Wage Long heard after this report, smiled happily and gave his own evaluation. The Red Defense Forces have been very calm since just now. The opponent seems to have given up a line of positions, and has no intention of wasting time on the battle for the surface position. Val Stewart looked to study too much defense in-depth theory, and now have to come up with a multi-level defense arrangement, so that the offense fell into the trench warfare of hard work. It is certainly offensive to pay a very heavy price of, yes, with the body of His Majesty's side, more or less always be able to get some of the benefits that Lester is not a lost injustice. Modlei Sol also saw a light, lit head and said, a line relinquish their position is inevitable. If it was me, I would give up those positions in the face of 155mm caliber Garnet when artillery shells. Nature is the same as tasteless, hard not adhere to the defense not only price to be paid too much. In this case, it is better to put the opponent in and fight again. At least the Red Army's lack of large E-caliber artillery is evened out a lot. The artillery of the defense hasn't moved yet. This has pushed up his 2nd Battalion. Lester's tactics are somewhat reckless. Wagram shook his head, feeling that the two military-level commanders were both a bit young, more or less have some small problems of their own. Modlei Sol also agreed with this view, nodded and said, you really do not say, and now both of them are a military commander, and head back to calculate this battle group level, are a bit much. I'm not used to it. Not too soon. Topic of two people from his colleagues review into the emotion of the relevant new weapons. Due to the progress of the industry, Alan Hill's weapons and equipment have also begun to increase explosively. Ministry team is equipped with many new weapons, including landmines with defense, even large E-caliber mortar battalion level, as well as a new general-purpose machine gun. Lift the machine gun. Maud Lyle would like the incredible. The new machine gun is really good. I heard called MG42, Your Majesty. Since this often outlandish name, people really do not understand. Wage Long is also very fond of joy that can act as heavy machine guns. Soldiers may also be accompanied by offensive weapon. The name is not very kind, but the new lightweight machine gun for troops advancing along together, much more appropriate than Mark-in heavy machine gun. As soon as this machine gun appeared, it immediately became the love of the Alan Hill Army. A large amount of demand has increased the production of this weapon, and it has almost completely replaced the Maxim heavy machine gun and has become the mainstay of infantry firepower. Maxim machine guns now have begun to second tier eliminated, after all, MG42 machine gun, and then the troops are reluctant to use heavy machine guns. Some weapons began to be part team welcomed, some weapons naturally by the cold troops, the original all-powerful Maxim heavy machine guns, now the two standard configuration line troops. In order to prevent dragons from harassing the hinterland villages, many densely populated towns Chris have arranged garrisons and equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns and other weapons. The purpose is to wipe out the opponent's Dragon Knight forces that infiltrate the hinterland as much as possible. Wagram felt that this progress was a benefit for the army, and he comforted him. The earlier maxim was not wasted, most of it was used for homeland air defense. Now the defense forces in some towns can also be assigned some anti-aircraft machine guns, used for air defense. Compared south to attack Hityal anti-empire when the group faced during that time fielding Dragon Knight helpless, is now fielding group already has a very powerful anti-aircraft weapon, equipped with at least a large number of heavy machine guns, can temporarily empty defensive. Most of the current 30mm caliber anti-aircraft guns are installed on fixed urban air defense positions, and there is really not much left for ground forces. After all, the Air Force is now growing, and the air defense mission of the ground forces is no longer as urgent as before. Anti-aircraft not have to pay to the Air Force yet. Also how to retain so much anti-aircraft machine gun. Model AI Soul smiled to see his boss. It's always not that reliable to rely on others. It's more convenient to rely on ourselves. In case their new toys don't work well, we have to look at our anti-aircraft machine guns and anti-aircraft guns to find the place. Wagram followed with a smile. After a while, I decided to rely on myself and not rely on others. 113 Battle of Rubber. Southern waters, high on the Coast Guard's towering walls, behind the battlements were filled with soldiers covered in armor, led by an officer was tied up in front of the watching of our officer, sneered spoke and said, "We do not know what exactly can these useless rubbers do. But your large purchases must be a profitable business. So don't blame us for sitting on the floor and raising the price." Yeah, who let you Alan Hill have so many good things, exchanged our gold coins, but want to grab our rubber cheaply? Go dream. I have given you enough gold. Ye greedy villain, perfidious. Swallow our gold, but also to seize me. Was tied up in the office of being pressed people, but still in constant struggle. His stubborn and strong raised his head, stared at the officer before it doth empire, his face's face ridicule, open quipped, sensible driving me to put a return of gold otherwise, there? How do you if you can wreck of a total of a few, ill storm this fortress guarding the 3,000 people is not. That defender pulled out the sword, pointing to the officers of the road Alanxia. This will kill you to sacrifice the flag. I want to see if your General Lawrence has the courage to avenge you. Puff. The long sword sank into the Snow White uniform. The officer of Alan Hill smiled, spitting out blood and shouted, "Long live Alan Hill. You wait for me to be buried. Let's be buried." When the guard drew the long sword out, the officer Alan Hill in front of him who entered the city to negotiate was no longer alive. He was standing at the crenel with a long sword with blood, looking at the sailing boat on the sea not far away, and sneered and said, "Fire, let them taste it." The burlist who at the head of the city fired a powerful crossbow with a bang, and that huge crossbow, which looked like a knight's lance, flew to the sea, hitting the water and aroused a white spray. The opponent seemed to be outside the range of the burlister, cruising back and forth as if waiting for something. "Call me. Tell them that we have killed all the people who went ashore to purchase rubber. Let them pay double the gold coins, or you can get out of me." The guard ordered his soldiers. As a result, the Dothan Empire soldiers standing on the head of the city began to yell at the sea. They yelled and laughed, mocking the three small warships that seemed to have little power in the distance. Sitting on a wooden box, naked to the waist of Genesis generals pressing a long knife around his waist, biting a somewhat wilted fruit, frowning asked the adjutant rode around, "Listen carefully to him who was shouting nothing. Listen carefully." Adjutant Strong pressing his heart in anger, stood erect. Chin Genesis side of the trunk replied! Exclamation mark bloody banners hanging. Genesis shouted naval traditional password, then got up and went to the edge of the railing of the ship, took another bite of the apple told, "Do not prisoners prisoner." Hanging bloody battle flag. Mate loud issued revenge command, and then a giant red banners, on the sailors was feeding the sound. The black gold rose behind the banner of the eagle. Another one on the ship to recover the blood on that side of the flag. A white naval uniform from a distance. Battleship captain raised his eyes to look at hands behind his mate. Expression grim, opening a hoarse voice ordered, "Go not prisoners." Lu. The third ship. Battleship gun's window has opened one by one. A good one filled artillery shells reveal his muzzle. Just above the muzzle of a giant bloody battle flag is fluttering in the wind. Boom! Amidst the laughter, the cannon began to speak. The shells screamed and slammed into the heavy city wall, and the explosion set off a wave of air. Black smoke rose into the sky, and the huge stones on the wall cracked, making a cracking sound. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a sound of a cannon, and a burst of explosions. The city wall shattered and collapsed in the thick smoke, and dozens of cannons on this side still didn't mean to stop and rest. 3 ships are arranged in a straight line, from one side to the other side of cruising, and then turn the bow, the other side of the alignment of the cannon dilapidated walls. Immediately afterwards, another round of fierce shelling began, and black smoke enveloped the fortress wall, blocking everyone's sight. Has been not see the head of the city still have any living, but ordered a halt to Lovin's little meaning at all. The shells flew to the top of the city as if they didn't need money, blasting the towering city walls into collapsed soil slopes. I only played half of the artillery shells. These bastards no voice. Put down the hands of Wang Telescope, Lovins sneered, revealing look very white teeth. Put sampan board. Lu toast without eating, then don't eat anything. More than 300 soldiers wade in the water, took the guns in the sand beach. Lovins pulled out a long knife around his waist, pointing to the ruins of the fortress. Has been to Aelanxia Chris, long live his majesty. The whole army advances. Kill. Chris Majesty 1 years old. Kill. Several mate with like a saber out of his waist, pointing out loud in front of ordered. In the sound of these commands, all the soldiers drew their bayonets from their waists and inserted them under the muzzle of their rifles. The swaying army thorns reflected a sway of sunlight. Wow! 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 The army boots with dried sweat on the edges stepped on the beach, making a creaking sound. Accompanied by this sound, 300 bright bayonets rushed into the ruins where there was still heavy smoke. Help! A bloody Dothan soldier with only half of his body exposed out of the rubble, struggling to plead for the coming Alan Hill Navy soldier. His answer is a 2-edged long shanker, facing the sun, piercing his chest. Blood trough on 3 sides of the release of hot blood, accompanied by a slight putchy pierce the skin of the King Xiang. I didn't know whether it was remorse or unwillingness. The soldier let out a scream, and then closed his mouth. Countless army boots stepped on his body and swarmed into the city wall. Let me now. Give me a break. Curled up in the corner of a duo Senshai soldier kneeling on the ground begging after his Aelanxia soldiers. Then 3-handle shanker simultaneously pierced the body. After struggling twice, he knelt down on the ground and died. After the last bayonet was extracted from the corpse, his corpse fell in that direction with the force of the bayonet. Beside him, corpses in the same armor as him were lying all around. I and you have to fight. A soldier wielding a sword rushed out of the smoke, the blood of his face hoarse, shouting. Then he was hit by a bullet through his chest, and fell to the ground with a gunshot. He put his hand, touched his chest hole, it seems to want to find a solution release. But he just raised his head, and was hit in the head with a rifle butt by an Ellen Hill soldier passing by, and fell down, and there was no sound anymore. The fortress guard who had broken his arm was surrounded by the few remaining prows, and screamed hysterically in the face of the dense bayonets surrounding him. While screaming, he used the long sword in his hand to sweep the thorns that were close to him, making a clinking noise. I am a defender Dothan Empire. You who dare to kill me, and Dothan is the Empire open war. You cannot kill me. Ha 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 ha. You cannot kill me. This poor man has been in sin, hysterical shouting. The sound is so annoying. They let me go, but my father was governor Dothan Empire in my family. You, who are willing to listen to him yell at it, carrying a sword came to Digier's lawns, ask around carrying bayonets of the soldiers. If you do not want to hear, it's still standing to do so on this supper. I would like to apply please nobility protection. You cannot do this to me. I surrender. I surrender. I was wrong still does not work. I compensate those people's lives. How much I give. Increasingly desperate defender covering his wound. He tore his throat and shouted, boom. One in light of the soldiers that were shot penetrated the defender's head, is followed by a dense gunfire sounded. The guard and his entourage were beaten into sieves, gathered in a pile and died, becoming a pool of flesh and blood. Go, find all the people in the city. Lons looked at the corpses of the Dothan Empire soldiers lying on the ground and coldly ordered, if you don't come, you will be executed. Soon, he was in the broad field saw the nervous, do not know what the fate of this Dothan civilians. Lawns stood on the balcony of the building on the side of the square, looking at these densely packed old and young, and said, I came here originally to trade. I brought gold coins and wanted to buy your useless rubber. Your Santo Ghost fan's heart awakened. Kill me, I want to swallow the gold, and now I have been killed. You can hate me, it's okay, I do not care but I leave you, for the next time to time, as well as rubber can collect. Genesis comes here, he paused, you can go. But I will let people pass on to that shit emperor of the Dothan Empire. I want to tell his words very simple, next time I will bring more ships, either, so I filled rubber leave, or I leave full head. You doth own choice. After much talking, Lawns left the balcony, leaving behind the crying desperate people in the square. Installed after full rubber we set sail. After Lawns out of the balcony, watching the house, waiting for his command of the mate who commands the opening said, time is precious our gentleman multi-trip, we can give your majesty prepare more rubber. Alan Hill, can wait to use these things. 114 Moving Mountain. Standing on a high ground, watching his giant horse cavalry densely pass by not far from under his feet, the commander of the cavalry turned his head and asked the chief consul next to him, Consultant Bukharov made these. Can things work? Grand Archon ride in their giant immediately, smiled opening replied, I see tested this terrible weapon and no exaggeration to say that fire spells to an extreme. Management theory everyone knows that rely on burning a short time to let the air expands, but the power that were giant horse cavalry knight commander still some do not trust, he said, still careful. That big Archon hear their subordinates say, with a laugh, he spoke and said, I can guarantee to you. Can't you imagine the power of large, otherwise Parliament cannot breath purchase the entire production line, but also directly bought the finished product of 200 artillery. He paused, and continued to explain, otherwise, how could I prepare for this war in such a hurry? Then let's wait and see. The knight commander nodded, temporarily letting go of the topic. Let the beast to move mountains out of it. Now that Eternal Empire there has pledged not to intervene in the dispute between us and the Empire Norma let Empire group of mages, taste the thunder roar of it. Grand ruling the official coldly issued the order to attack. Boom, boom. The huge moss-covered hoof trampled on the ground, and the hill-like body slowly moved forward under the restraint of countless giant horse cavalry. As the most common transport of monsters in the Magic Empire, the huge body of the mountain beast is particularly eye-catching. The body shape of this monster is the same as that of an elephant, but it is bigger than the elephant. This animal does not have a long nose or pointed ivory. It relies entirely on its huge body to resist the attacks of carnivorous beasts. It is their docile temperament easy to tame, fecundity strong, is a very suitable for domestication of magical creatures. They have necks over 5 feet and a tail like a dinosaur, and they walk very calmly. Wild Move Mountains beast dragon family favorite as one of the food. Not too artificial domestication of animals to move mountains, but it is the best of the best Magic Empire transportation of Warcraft. They consume a lot of money but have a huge capacity, and can easily carry heavy cargo that a dragon can't drag. In the back of these monsters, heavy huge wheels slowly turning in the wheels above, filled with animal fodder feeding to move mountains, as well as a box of ammunition boxes marked with the word danger. The trained magic apprentices of the Holy Demon Empire pushed one 130mm caliber heavy artillery into the firing position, and their expressions were calm, not at all as if they were about to participate in the war. Originally, these apprentices were the first cannon fodder from both sides in the war. Now they don't have to attack the walls with magic inscriptions, which is already very fortunate. So he had no reason not to do their own work. From the reference manual setting emission ruler, set these cold cannon precise shooting parameters. When they were busy, countless dragons whizzed by in the sky, entangled with the dragon knights who lifted into the sky on the opposite side. There was the sound of dragon roar in the sky, and from time to time, giant dragons sprayed with blood and fell from the sky. The contest between magic empires was more cruel and bloody than when the Magic Empire slaughtered the Mortal Empire. I hope the idiots of the Normu Empire don't surrender too early. The Grand Archon of the Empire who was in charge of the battle said with a sneer, according to his magic sword. In his body side, 30 pieces of field artillery ready to fire. The golden shells Armofaxuitu were crammed into the inner bore. All the breach have been closed, just waiting for the last command to open fire. Fire. With a light wave of his hand, the chief consul of the Holy Demon Empire felt that the war had become so easy and comfortable for the first time. In the past, he had to take the lead to rush into the opponent's magical attack range, and fight with the opponent's powerful magicians. But today, with just a light wave of his hand, the enemy can enjoy an unprecedented terrible baptism. As he gently waved his hand, the artillery beside him suddenly burst out with dazzling fire, and the huge sound of the artillery was deafening. The shells rushed out from the muzzle with a whistling, and rushed towards the opposite city with an indomitable momentum. Boom, boom. With this one after another, the magic army of the Holy Demon Empire was like a rainbow. They watched their weapons attack the enemy's city wall from a super long distance, and their power was even stronger than them. Nearly using magic that consumes a lot of mana is even more powerful. In his cheers, the Norma distant imperial city wall is a sheet of flame enveloped. The shells hit and the walls filled with Ming, the top that look gorgeous carved into pieces of Ming powder. Boom. A shells hit upon the magic defensive barrier, barrier broken off suddenly let be. The second shell directly hit the unprotected stone strip of the city wall, blasting the stone to pieces. City walls standing Normu Empire magician who was a huge shock shook the rickety. Those dressed in heavy armor infantry magic is thrown to the ground. Do not stand up. What is that? Standing on the head of the Normu Empire, the Normu Empire general who was in charge of directing the war pointed at the uninterrupted cannons in the distance, and asked the adjutant around him anxiously, "That's not magic." "There is no magic." Not wave hit so far from the case moving. Boom. Just as he was speaking, a cannonball exploded not far from him, and the huge impact suddenly knocked him to the ground. He barely got up and found that his ears were only buzzing, and he could no longer hear what others were yelling. The adjutant who was standing next to him just now had his body pierced by a flying gravel, and his blood full of light blue magical energy had filled the ground nearby and penetrated into the cracks in the stone strips of the city wall. "Asshole, let the giant horse cavalry dispatch." "Can't drag anymore. Send a signal." After finally regaining some hearing, the general immediately shouted hysterically, "We can't let them bombard our walls like this again. Quick!" "Can't help it. Let the giant horse cavalry be dispatched." He ha 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 ha. Inside the Saint Demon Empire's army formation, watching the cavalry behind the opposing city start moving towards the two wings, the smile on the Grand Archon's face became even more triumphant. Loud orders, "Let the apprentice army come forward. Today we will give each other a surprise." Woo horn sound one after another. Trinity Imperial military array began to change. One carrying a 98K step gun apprentice began slowly forward, top in front of the main magician legion. This uncharacteristic approach made everyone very puzzled. Immediately after a terrible massacre, the rifle phalanx of the Holy Demon Empire consumed most of the giant horse cavalry of the Normo Empire. Although the final, because there is no relationship of machine guns or giant horse cavalry, stormed the Mofaxuitu phalanx consisting of. But these are not mortal apprentice soldiers physically very weak. They also have the presence of magic attack power. As a result, after a melee, the apprentice phalanx that everyone thought was cannon fodder miraculously withstood the opponent's attack, while the Normu Empire giant horse cavalry, who had high hopes, was wiped out in front of the enemy cannon fodder regiment. Back then I remember to tell Barkilov, let him buy 100 very heavy machine guns, I think, a more powerful weapon to deal with these idiots. Normu Empire. Some of the more interesting. Grand Archon looked at the bodies piled into Xiashan's front-line phalanx, said with a smile. He won the battle without any suspense. The overall strength of the Normu Empire and the Holy Demon Empire were originally on the same level. Now that with those howitzers, the Holy Demon Empire Magician Legion, which has saved energy, can naturally gain an overwhelming advantage. While full on military pressure, in front of this great console called Impregnable Fortress, Normu Empire bordered today to attack in his thorough was broken. Big console, sir, since these mortal weapons are powerful, then we should not be alert to some of their. Indeed. To be alert to some of the real big console nodded yes and said, you with us that we are doing this is to solve their own worries. Once we beat the Normu Empire, we can draw more troops in the border area and go back to deal with the mortal country called Dalen Hill. Do as Trinity Empire large consuls, he figured things much more natural than others. What he has to do is to take advantage of the Normu Empire first, make up for his losses, maximize his own interests, and then go back and use the advantage he has obtained from the Normu Empire to deal with AI Lanxi. He has been put up that mortal kingdom of almost a year, and now he has to do, is in the summer, defeat Alanxia, the other's technology to get the Trinity Empire. Full on military pressure it. We've won this battle. I won this fortress. Let Normu Empire ceded territory near to us. Then we will return to Trinity Empire. Mobilized army overcome Alanxia. That big console excellency. We also do not buy that 100 Ting machine gun. Ride at once. Standing at his side giant horse cavalry commander, cautiously asked, buy? Of course I want to buy. Just buy it back. The first enemy we have to deal with is to produce their Raylan Hill. Ahahaha. The Grand Archon watched his troops attack the fortress. The smile on his face was even better, laughed and said, it's high. It's really high. Your lord is worthy of being an adult. This method of paralyzing the enemy is really amazing. The Knight Commander raised his thumb and said flatly, this book chatters group, 374 198 569. You can go there to chat. Dragon Spirit will from time to time bubble drops. 115 reclamation. See Army Doc inside, a worker as he worked and his colleagues quipped. See military side of progress is really QR. Government stop the boat. Genesis came back and go south. This time I took more than 30 sailing boats. And I must be able to bring back more rubber? His colleagues have the same kind in hard busy, she replied without looking up, because to see the full 3 rubber boats, so this time the Navy be proud of tire rubber production plant. The waiting for it, many use. The steel project will give way to the new Navy warships. This time the Navy did get the attention of the people above after it came back. After all, although there are many alternatives, it is indeed less trouble to own natural rubber. Therefore, the Navy's enlarged meeting was held in full swing. Interestingly, the Sea Army Navy Commander turned Development Conference again did not attend, but also with his own battleship Lovens the South. Only a morning of rest time on land. This time, the number of fleet south of the very large. Not only has the Navy special boat created by the play of things can transport 10 ships, also including the previous 3 warships, as well as unarmed 20 super transport sailing. In order to improve the efficiency of a southward trip, Lawns even requisitioned 5 large fishing boats and went south to Dothan to transport rubber together. This time, even if conservatively estimated, he would be able to plunder tens of thousands of tons of rubber from the Dothan Empire. the German and others to support the Navy's strategic transport south, rubber to support the Navy interline military buildup. In their view, as long as the Navy does not want oil and too much steel, everything is negotiable. That it is, in such a large background, the Navy approved a crazy shipbuilding plans, decided to breath-launch 20 Su Almatal multi-purpose ships, in addition to launching more 20 Su rapid transport ship, plus 52 large transport sailing, 50 Su low to piece together a sailboat armed transport based, supplemented by a large naval fleet. Of course, this is just a magnificent shipbuilding plan. Whether it can be completed or when it will be completed is still unknown. However, the first multi-purpose warship that fell on the Navy's head, which I could not even think of before, has been in a month. Construction started before. Yes, look at that side of the dock. Inside that ship can be heard to breath transport 1,000 back tons of rubber, Almatal, big scary. The worker nodding big guy in the distant dock, said to his colleague. The colleague looked in the direction of his chin, and saw the huge ship that had welded most of its hull, lying quietly in the dock. A boiler as big as a house has been placed in the hull, and a huge chimney has been built and placed next to the hull. On this huge ship, at least hundreds of workers are busy, and every part has been accurately made. Is installed in its designated location. The modern steel giant ship is definitely a systematic precision project, including the exquisite ventilation pipelines, power line layout, fire extinguishing system, drainage self-rescue system, each of which has condensed the wisdom and exploration of countless generations. The good news is, because to have knowledge Moneyball help, naval designers have inherited these direct experience in the design. They Alanxia first all-steel ship, designed to be almost flawless perfect. The new ship, the tonnage actually does not look great. Such a shipload displacement of 7,500 tons, is not the whole of the main armored cruiser ship. Knowing that this kind of warship will be eliminated, the warship Chris finally selected is a cheap alternative. The plan he came up with was a design plan for an auxiliary cruiser, which can transport personnel and supplies in peacetime, and has spacious cabins and excellent living conditions. And this kind of warship can use coal as fuel, which is very suitable for Alan Hill. This new installation on the 3 turrets warships, equipped with the latest type of naval 105mm caliber artillery 6 doors, and is equipped on the side of the ship 10 men 30 Goping Duum caliber gun. In this way, this kind of warship has good sea attack capabilities and strong air defense capabilities. It can be said that the only depressing thing about the maritime hegemony in the new era is that this maritime hegemony also includes freight transport and passenger transport. The newly designed battleship was built in less than 6 months. After all, this kind of transport ship is just a cargo ship in its bones. It has neither very heavy armor nor powerful large E-caliber artillery, but it is still an awesome maritime overlord. The only difference from the auxiliary cruiser is that this warship is equipped with a targeting device, which allows the 6 main guns to attack distant targets more accurately. So, in a sense, this is the first cruiser can be precise attack hit distant targets. The battleship. This warship has 4 huge chimneys, which looks like the Titanic cruise ship. Its sideboard is very high, which also means that it has a huge tonnage and can hold a lot of things and people. After being fully loaded, it can run a terrifying speed of 35 km per hour. If converted into knots, it is about 19 knots, which is already faster than a serious high-speed sailing warship. This is under full load. If it is in combat, the speed can be increased to about 38 kilometers. Then before sailing ships to this new secondary cruisers can concentrate on either side. 6-door 105mm caliber gun, and the shooting more accurate long range. So in the fire, which is arranged on one side and the side of the ship 10 men 75 gun sailing ships more powerful. If you count those 30mm caliber dual-purpose guns distributed on the ship's side, the combat effectiveness of this new type of warship is simply out of the table. The phase then in sailing ships, It can run out at full speed in any case. Do not have to care about the direction of this problem is a huge step forward. The emergence of the first-generation steel battleship of Alan Hill has a specific era background and mission needs. Because of the enemy's insufficient combat power and mission limitations, Alan Hill's navy has full confidence in crushing the enemy on the sea. He has already powerful hand than the other weapons and even a few of the times, so they do not have the pressure from the other side of the navy, so they put the focus on other aspects. Beneath the waves without theory is to perform the task South procurement rubber, or grab each other's coastline task. The task has a long time, requires a certain speed, greater endurance. The same time they need only moderate firepower against those slow speed in the naval battle without armor and enemy sailing on it. These tasks would be a waste of resources if Alan Hill were to make a regular cruiser capable of cruising at high speeds and possessing large E-caliber artillery. From raw production point of view to the analysis, if the manufacture a real battleship, not only a waste of valuable iron and steel as well as valuable artillery capacity, but also a waste of production speed warships. Under the same production time limit, almost a dozen auxiliary cruisers can be built a year, but it is estimated that only 1 or 2 regular cruisers can be launched. However, the regular warships manufactured with great effort cannot control the coastline because of their scarcity, and the regular cruisers are not suitable for Alan Hill's southward escort transportation mission, because the superior speed and firepower of regular cruisers are in the face of sailing enemies. At that time, it is completely overflowed, and no more benefits can be obtained. And with this same time, in order to install heavy armored cruiser regular and large E-caliber artillery sacrificed endurance and loading capacity, as well as sailors' living conditions, and support it is even more important in a long time at sea activities. To put it more bluntly, the enemy is too weak. Using a cruiser is a complete waste. The long route makes the endurance and comfort of regular warships wasted on armor that is not available. After weighing it repeatedly, Chris found that the high-speed cruise ships and auxiliary cruisers modified by merchant ships that began to appear in the late 19th century just met the mission requirements of Alan Hill. This type of ship has a faster speed, generally 1826 knots, and has excellent endurance. The radius of activity is naturally not a problem. More importantly, the space on this type of ship is abundant and comfortable to live. It can load enough supplies while allowing the crew to have enough living and activity space to facilitate maintenance during long-term boring cruises. Enough morale. Best of all, these ships are all coal-burning. They do not waste precious expensive diesel or heavy oil. Just a lunxier more coal will be sailing on the sea, very convenient. More importantly, the auxiliary cruisers modified by this type of ship can serve shipping when they are eliminated or in peacetime. They can transport a large amount of materials and personnel. After they are dismantled, they can be used as cruise ships. This is very economical and practical. After all, Alan Hill's technology is developing very fast, and it is absolutely commonplace to eliminate some warships. Such wasteful behavior, which consumes steel and is immediately eliminated, still must be avoided for Alan Hill, whose production capacity is still limited. When I have more and more warships, the endless sea has become our elixir of the ocean. The boatman, first opening he smile, said he has no reason not to laugh. After all, he has been working overtime every day recently, and his salary is enough to feed his family. This treatment was much better than his previous treatment, and it made him very satisfied. His hard work, in exchange for ample wages and bonuses, is not the happy life he had previously dreamed of. Yes, so I more and more of their boat, filled with endless sea. We can go and see that side of the sea. What exactly? Another boatman smiled and looked to the sea from afar. Opening said with emotion word by word, 116 fuel consumption. It's amazing. I seemed to be born with an understanding of how this thing works, how it acts, and how it fights. Closing his eyes, the recruit Ryan felt everything in his mind, and muttered to himself excitedly. When he opened his eyes, he found that everything he was familiar with still existed in front of his eyes. He reached out his hand and touched the cold iron plate that he couldn't be more familiar with, and then issued an order. "Okay, gentlemen, start the engine." We tried to move forward. Rattle when, bam, metal friction sounds very noisy outside Hetero-RL, but all with a person inside a communication headset. It did not feel anything wrong. Instead, he is feeling very excited because this weapon they are driving, it can be said to make a thorough facelift army general. Not wrong, they are driving a tank. A tank looks very strong. Inside the cramped tank body, there are 5 learned from the study of the tank core for a long time. They are driving a tank in human history, engaged in a wide variety of test experiments. Turn right. Degree of sensitivity test tank. Slowly, Ryan aside let their drivers steering the situation around while looking through the tiny periscope. For him, this is not an easy task, because the field of vision in the tank is very narrow, and he must endure this limitation of field of vision and try to figure out everything that is happening around him as much as possible. Soon, his tank in the completion of many people watched the steering bike tank slightly awkward moving forward, the equipment above 75mm caliber cannon tube short, basically sea-level military use of fire guns of the Army version. It can transmit the Army 75mm caliber gun infantry Garnet bombs. Armor-piercing can also launch is actually a solid armor-piercing bullet shells such dedicated for use against large targets. Cannon long turrets. I need to just aim at the target on our direction. This is a test project. A side turn, watching Ryan car length records in the table of test items, opening their gun at Old Road. Guns that were long depresses the pedal rotation artillery, then this tank turret rotate to follow up. The motor makes a nice voice, the entire turret rotating quickly. The tank was still moving when the turret was turned, so in the end the gunner found that he couldn't find the target he was looking for. Damn. Stop. I want to aim at a target. Guns long depressed shouted in car body electric communicator. His cry quickly played a role. Tank stopped, and then it took a while. Guns Chenkai finally found the direction where his artillery was pointing, and aimed at the distant target. Exclamation mark. Loader filled with armor-piercing bomb. Ryan car length loud issued a combat command, his body filled with hand on the edge of a shell pulled out from the storage rack. Shells, stuffed inside the bore before them, install fill out complete. Boom. The tank's barrel belched out a fire. A shell hit at about 400 fixed mesh around meter mark. Think he missed. Not easy, after all, the target size and on stop about it. The huge penetrating power directly penetrated the stacked sandbags, and the target was directly penetrated by the shell, showing the good penetrating performance of this artillery. Anyhow, the Navy 75 Hemi-fire cannon change and then to the gun. The power of nature is not saying. Through over periscope in front of him, Ryan was hit. Targets carefully observed a moment, before he said loudly, "Move on to the next test. We have to go over their area. There are 2 test tanks waiting for us." Yeah? Chris searched for a long time in Army weapons that met the industrial level of Allen Hill, and finally decided to go directly to the M4 Sherman tank with the best overall performance. This kind of tank is not really good, but it wins from its mediocrity to the bones of mediocrity. Germany is the first out of 2 among those famous battle tanks are Tiger and Panther tanks. Because of problems manufacturing complexity is completely eliminated, and somewhat mediocre 3 numbers and 4 Panzer also due to similar alternatives were rejected. At least in Kreis' opinion, German tanks are basically not suitable for Allen Hill's current needs. On the one hand, they consume too much steel and have production capacity. On the other hand, they are also a headache for reliability and fuel consumption. Coupled with its amazingly expensive but severely overpowered firepower, as well as disregarding the crowd but almost no opponent's defensive ability, there is nothing that can satisfy Chris. So step into the gun as well as machine guns in the use of weapons. Allen Xia German Army, armored units but would exclude the first German tanks. When deciding to abandon the German tanks, Chris also remembered the famous conclusion: the tank soldiers wanted most was indeed the tank the generals hated the most. After eliminating the German tanks, what Chris wanted was the famous T-34 tank produced by the Soviet Union. This tank can even be produced in a tractor factory, which can be said to be very in line with the needs of Alan Hill. However, although this tank performs very well in industrial production, its performance in other aspects seems a bit dumbfounding. First, is the most terrible bad table on ergonomics now. T-34 tank driving control is very general, can be said to be the worst kind inside the tank. This tank, in addition to the driver and the inside of the tank soldiers who are to it, is narrow, which is not conducive to long-term battles for tank crews. After a lot of choice, Chris felt now the body is not tall, slightly less than lethal defense of the problem, and M4 tanks in life is simple on production maintenance, no less than the famous T-34 MOM. As Chris firepower that can 75mm caliber gun pushed to the front lines, while the enemy is already a bully thing, he had wanted to directly engage in 30 anti-aircraft self-propelled gun when the tank used not been taken into account in the future is likely to deal with some of the tough ground targets. Chris decided to put on this performance looks ahead of the tank as the main army tanks and put into use option T-34 or M4. Their real Chris really hesitated for a long time. He even held a groundbreaking weapon of choice for meetings, sought the views of the army as well as the production sector, the ultimate goal, and only then selected as the M4S. The key issue that gave him the final word is that because the radio equipment is still at an unstable level at this stage, the radio operator is still an indispensable tank configuration at the moment. But the Soviet T-34 tanks are most expensive is not installed in your radio design when there is no position to leave the radio operator, and therefore T-34 tank has been 4 people EMU than the M4 lesser machine electrical member. Although it is indeed tempting to save one person, considering the importance of tanks in coordinated operations, Chris still firmly believes that tank troops must be equipped with radios to facilitate dispatch and command. So, in communication with Minor Johnson, the edge of T-34 tanks, most eventually unsuccessful, Alanxia Army chose the M4 tank as their Imperial Cavalry. Soon new tank factories were established in Walavo and Nauru, and the first batch of tanks produced entered the testing and army experiment phase. Because for this are already famous in the history of proven design, so-called army test just walk through a field of nothing. Seeing the 3 tanks attacking in concert in the test field, all the army generals opened their eyes wide. Since ancient times, how to solve the defensive needs of soldiers, it is a very important issue. How heavy infantry, heavy cavalry worth mentioning, is to let the soldiers get defensive as the birth of tough soldiers species. Not over, since ancient times, mankind has never been. The defense firepower mobility are also piling up on a weapon, and let these 3 attributes are balanced and better play. Tanks out now to meet the human race, or the army of all fantasy war, make thick steel plate run faster than horses, into the enemy's array, destroy all the enemies around with powerful weapons. This is what I want. Wagram pointed to the tank on the battlefield, shouting with surprise on his face. He didn't realize that his words made Chris dumbfounded, because in his memory, an acquaintance once said the same thing as Wagram. Modley Sol Will. The military also had a keen interest in this new weapon. He felt that if arrangements such weapons impact each other's defense in front, then the only steel cavalry attack, you can destroy any opponent! Since then, Alanxia Army Invincible Modley Sol this opening to describe their experience. If you give me 20 tanks, I can take my first 4 Army La Asia Landix. If you give me 100 of these tanks, I can sweep the entire Aranti. Sitting in his body, Courier General Edge is even more optimistic than he was. He looked amazed. Maud Lyle, opening with a smile. Give me 50 vehicles, I would dare to sweep the Yalanti. No kidding. Sat side dumbfounding Wilkes, the holding tank of a performance described in the Modley Sol eyes as well as the 2 shook. Courier spoke and said, you have the military's reserve of gasoline is not enough for 50 vehicles to drive to Atlanticus. Recently, the military in all directions is worrying about one thing, that is, how to store more gasoline to deal with the increasing fuel consumption. Many troops have received corresponding car quotas. The powerful performance of the car makes every commander rejoicing, but the fuel consumption that followed caused everyone to collapse. Nowadays, if you want a reorganized military-level unit to take action, you need more than just food, forage, and ammunition. 117 Secret. When it comes to fuel consumption, it's not just the army that drinks fuel now. The real big fuel consumption is those Air Force units that have been equipped with hundreds of fighter jets. In order to ensure the air safety of one's own army units, these aircrafts must all act together with the main army units. The terrible production speed of Me-109 fighter jets was vividly reflected at this time. It took less than a year for the Air Force to grow out of nothing, but the number of fighter jets provided in the factory has reached an astonishing level. Nearly 1,000. If not restrict production capacity as well as the total amount of engine oil, now Alanxia might have 1,300 JR fighters have at least 400 JR fighter fuselage has been fabricated, just waiting for the engine in place can be assembled into new fighter liter air combat. The good news is due to have a magic ball of knowledge Trinity Empire. Alanxia Air Force training speed is really leaps and bounds. In one breath after the deployment of so many fighters, actually there have been no shortage of pilots thing. On the one hand, it is because of the skill transfer, the magic ball of knowledge is much more efficient than the class listening, and on the other hand, it seems that the physical quality of the mortals in this world is slightly better than that of the earth. If you think about it, you can understand. After all, humans on the earth only need to face tigers and lions. In this world, they have to live under the teeth of giant dragons, and humans will naturally evolve into a stronger body. In short, in the selection of pilots, although the reduction rate is very high, there are still a large number of qualified personnel who can become Air Force pilots or Air Force Reserve pilots through the knowledge magic ball and night school learning. In addition to the big city with anti-aircraft than fighter, Alanxia South still assembled a number of about 200 wild left and right frame of war Air Force. These fighters are in a state of war may be accompanied by army advance together. The fuel consumption is even more amazing. Not these drink oil dragon is not without a place. They let Chris also Alanxia top up his mind to give up a part of the anti-aircraft capacity. In this way, the saved steel and the demand for shells can be used to supplement the production of new products such as automobiles. Chris aside vigorously automobile production, improve caliber artillery, tanks and other equipment while new weapons, improve the combat effectiveness of the army troops. He did not produce armored vehicles because of his own considerations. On the one hand, the opponent does not have strong firepower to threaten the infantry accompanying the tank battle, so Chris feels that his army does not have such a strong demand for armored vehicles. In comparison, the army hopes to equip more trucks to improve the mobility of the army. Ability. On the other hand, armored car fuel consumption is also large, fully resolved before its own oil supply problem. Chris cannot make its own forces fully to the development of mechanization. He must control some fuel consumption, so that the troops have the ability to continue fighting. If it were not for the Higgs Kingdom to open up oil exports, and willing to cooperate with Alan Hill to increase its own oil production, Chris would not even dare to equip his troops with advanced equipment such as tanks. It is due to the Higgs Kingdom's oil production capacity over there, and Chris was starting to make factory production his long-been ready drawings M4 medium tank. Not through comparison and aircraft, tanks. Production speed is a bit too slow. Chris plans to form 2 tank battalions within 2 months. Equipped with about 90 tanks, for testing and training. It's real. This is a very bold development plans, because after all Alanxia of oil still in the hands of the Kingdom of Higgs holds, once the oil supply problems, Alanxia oil shortage situation is bound to arise. In order to deal with such an extremely bad situation, Chris Desailly and others have drawn up a secret plan of action, ready to mobilize the instructor near Ceres and the First Army at any time to cooperate with the Second Army in the direction of Nauru. Launched a pincer offensive at the fastest speed, occupying the entire Higgs kingdom. It is conceivable that in order to ensure its own oil supply, Alan Hill will not hesitate to directly put the most important instructor and the two armies with the oldest qualifications, the most complete equipment and the strongest combat effectiveness, 1 and 2. This has already shown its emphasis on oil supply. You know, even for the seemingly more powerful Loranti Empire, Alan Hill only deployed the 4th Army and the 6th Army on the front line. Dragon deployed in the fall of Boulanger's Rate Collar on 5 June, in fact, assume a defensive mission. Ryan, who was sitting in the tank, didn't know that he had attracted the attention of countless famous generals. He was commanding his tank, merging with 2 other tanks, and concealing the fighting state of cooperating with the charge through radio coordination. The 3 tanks formed a triangular offensive formation in front and 2 back. The tracks ran over the slightly soft soil and rushed up the hillside quickly. They broke a row of fences and ran over some potholes, showing that they are more than cavalry. Strong off-road ability. This is also the most proud part of tanks. They can persist in fighting in many environments, but they are not as delicate as cavalry. As long as proper maintenance, providing enough fuel, these steel monsters under attack you can always go. Try to hit the world head, including a tank turret on top of the machine gun inside. A tank to equip more than 3 machine guns, so that these tanks have a simple to-air defense capability, but also let the tank become a mobile fortress, slaughter enemy soldiers, if necessary, without the need for artillery attack hit when the car is also longer, and even radio operator gunner can attack the enemy infantry with machine guns, but also because the relationship between condescending, a number of such attacks more effective. In all injection into view, these tanks attack on the high ground, has made this a victory for the exercise demonstrated the experiment. Seeing these tanks turned around and drove down the hillside, and finally stopped in front of the viewing stand, all the officers stood up and applauded the tank soldiers. He had really very happy joyed this different new weapons, and responsible for transport trucks. This new weapon to face the enemy's easier for military people crazy. This is also the reason why everybody knows the model of the tank during World War II, but few people remember the specific model of the truck. Crack opened the hatch above his head, and leaned half of his body out of the turret. Ryan stood and saluted the officers on the stand. Next to him, the gunner, who also showed his head, also placed his palm next to his temple with a look of excitement. Only the unlucky loader couldn't stick his head out, but he could relax and rest freely, and he didn't need to stand upright to accept the inspection of the generals in the distance. Sand tanks parked side by side, close parked in front of all the generals, really is a very oppressive scenes, in this day and age. With the tall and mighty tanks to describe what is not a derogatory term, see the somewhat dull height of Ullman tank was by no means a disadvantage in the eyes of Wagram and others. After all, there is no concept of bombed area. In the traditional sense, commanders hope that their troops will have a better momentum. As for the idea of hiding themselves, it is still an unfamiliar concept. So, Chris select tall body interior space more comfortable M4 tank. We did not express anti-right, and even feel a little happy. Hello, that looks scrubby. T-34 tanks, of course, better to give up. Good. You have today are doing very well. I know you've set up a tank, became the first to teach even. Future army will rely on you. Wage Long stepped in front of tanks, hand touching the TV drama called The Thick Steel Plate, praised with satisfaction. He was really happy joyed this heavy feeling. For him to be able to make 50mm thick welded steel plates ran 20 per hour kilometer cross country to speed, is definitely a cause for celebration thing. The weapon in front of us, called the tank, is more powerful than the cavalry, it has a faster attack speed than the infantry, and its firepower is comparable to that of artillery, and its defense is even more terrifying than ever. If this thing is not to drink oil but to eat grass, Wagram even wants to equip 1,000 such weapons. Unfortunately, he also saw the weapon performance introduction sent to his hand. This tank can only run 180 kilometers with full fuel. Although the distance is still very good, the distance in actual combat is not satisfactory. Not too good news is that, so far, the army found no such weapons can stop advancing enemy weapons. Sober point of view that the 100-kilometer line driving distance is almost pushed from the actual attack. Such a look, how much you can endure. I am looking forward to a tank unit in the future performance of the team. The second walk through these tanks mode Lyle still look excited expression, although fuel consumption of things so that he temporarily gave up the idea of deploying a large number of tanks, but it is believed that the army will equip more tanks for combat use in the future. There are so think of him not only one person. The army generals believe that such weapons could change the future of combat mode. At least for now, it seems that tank propulsion is accompanied by truck transport. The propelling distance in one day has expanded from 3,050 kilometers to a terrible 50,100 kilometers. From the perspective of time, it is possible to save more resources. Although the fuel consumption is higher, but the food, ammunition and even casualties may be reduced, which makes people feel that the investment in gasoline is worthwhile. However, what makes people laugh and cry is that watching the tanks in front of them, the senior generals of the army, more than one person has an evil thought: is it right? Find some time to annex the Higgs Empire. Better. 118 payment. As a soldier, of course, is to make contributions to the country exploiting the boundary, so they move. This evil, in fact, not at all curious. If an army is not thinking about defeating the enemy, then it is really dangerous. But in fact, in Alan Hill, it's not just the military bosses and countless businessmen who have moved with evil thoughts are complaining that their products are not selling well, even if they are actually working overtime to produce. Everyone knows that once open war, the total national product will be more demand. They make money and speed will be faster in this context. Stimulus. No one not looking forward to the arrival of a new war. Newspapers, as a brand new way of dissemination of Alan Hill news, have begun to gain roots in the hearts of the people. The biggest newspaper magnate, the Alan Hill Daily, is advocating the benefits of war for the entire empire on the front page every day. Xiuan preach the eyes of war. War is a panacea. As long as the empire select external expansion, all in the department of contradiction can be resolved. As long as a victory attached to a victory, then Alan Xia can definitely hit the end of the world to go. War. The capital of Ararat is close at hand. Let the Uranti Empire become history. We can hit the fallen river in one breath, we can hit the southern mountains in one breath, and we can hit the Dothan Empire in one breath. Go. I know Yalanti how much I and do. No, they have oil it. War. We can solve many problems. Are you still worried about the rubber rationing system? Are you still worried that you will not be able to produce more products? As long as our army enters the Dothan Empire, there will be as much rubber as we need. It is difficult to imagine, looking at the size of these daily newspaper advocated above Nash out. People's mood is kind of how everyone is looking forward to raising wages, and everyone is looking forward to the country's acquisition of more strategic resources to build Alan Hill better. Indeed, real Alan Xia also changed for the better here and built a railway line connecting the desert and crossing the whole country to establish a radio communication network. Telegraph price began to become close to the people. The people who left home to travel to other cities going to work has also become a routine thing. The port of Ferry City is getting bigger and bigger, and more ships are anchored there. Ships return to the port almost every day, bringing large amounts of rubber and oil. The Dothan Empire also produces kerosene, but their output is not much. Not over, even if only a little bit of kerosene. Also was plundered Lawns General, stored transported Alan Xia. Although it has no land border with Alan Hill, the brutality of the lovely Alan Hill has spread far and wide in the Dothan Empire. At the beginning of the tank volume production of the third day, Chris in his office welcomed the guests, a familiar, special envoy from Trinity Empire, the eastern province of Consul Mr. Barkalov. When the other party met, there was no greeting, and he directly listed the list of purchases he came to purchase this time, and it listed a lot of weapons and equipment that the Holy Demon Empire wanted to purchase, as well as the equipment to produce these weapons and equipment. More's a step gun production line and a mouth you will 3 Tiao. Chris saw the first Trinity Empire purchase requirements. We look up to the Barkalov, you have to be, and this is the rhythm of other people's full-scale war. Indeed real, and were Norma Imperial War, the south line of the battle played very fierce, so we need to add a lot of ammunition. Barkalov does not hide things of the war, because he knows full so many purchases arms are definitely not for fun. This time, the Holy Demon Empire underestimated the confidence of the Normu Empire. The opponent seemed to have some support from the empires in the High Demon region, and the number of magicians was much more than that of the Holy Demon Empire. The chief consul on the front line was caught in a bitter battle, and the two sides continued to invest their troops on the front line and remained at a stalemate. Due to huge consumption of war, Trinity Empire accumulation Alanxia arms has also been exhausted. The advantages under the previously accumulated become gone. Naturally, give up your nose can only come Alanxia trouble thoughts, and started to purchase more arms to ensure victory on the other side of the border. After all, the Holy Demon Empire has entered the territory of the Normu Empire and gained control of several cities. This allows them to taste the sweetness of victory, and naturally they will not easily give up such a good opportunity. Such a huge arms procurement proposal cannot be concealed by Bakarov if he wants to conceal it, so the clever governor of the eastern province simply said bluntly, hoping to open the gap on Christ's side with honesty. Chris dropped back to look at the Barkalov for his paper. Looks to continue down, step gun to 1 million, the heavy machine gun to 300 ting, 30mm anti-aircraft guns to 200 men ammunition more than 3 million rounds, 130mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery also 200 doors, cannonballs 10 hair. Also the introduction of machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, howitzers production line. Chris a sentence read, the contents read to the people around to listen. Will be meeting table, listening to Minister's Alanxia side of the contents on this list, not wearing his face shocked expression, his face lighted up so that a shopping list, in addition to the naked oath Trinity, in addition to the Empire's ambitions, it also meant an income beyond imagination. Trinity Empire from a total purchase Alanxia the hands of tens of thousands of rifles. Has ordered a production line, imported 130mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery is not only expensive, but not cheap shells. Workers confidential parts industry sectors to provide Christ show, an exit Trinity Empire 130mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery to create profits. Enough to equip themselves Alanxia 3 men 105mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. If you count the income of shells, the cost of forming an artillery regiment in the Holy Demon Empire is enough for Chris to form an artillery division. What's more, what the Holy Demon Empire wants this time is not only weapons, but also equipment to produce these weapons. The price of these equipment can't be calculated according to the cost. Selling at a better price is basically a certainty. Things up. You have really dared to open. This is a large order. Before we agreed in accordance with good prices, these weapons and ammunition you have to pay no small price. Chris put down the hands of the paper, leaning against a chair watching to Bakarov. After all, so many weapons. I know the price is very expensive, so I came here, had brought the money to buy the weapons. Barkalov very relaxing began. Phew. A huge fire dragon violently with its fin meat, with their sharp claws, as if the buckle in the sand on the gravel as fragile walls battlements. The squally wind that it set off caused the soldiers on the top of the city to stagger, unable to open their eyes to look up at this fierce monster. The soldiers who had been frightened for a long time stumbled and fled to the city. They didn't have the courage to face such a giant beast. After all, in this mortal land, The giant dragon cannibalize people. The country will not go to war with the Holy Demon Empire for the lives of a few people. At most, it will just give some pensions hastily. Under such a premise, who would dare to stop the dragon's flames? What's more, this isn't a problem with a giant dragon right now. Full 100 giant dragon landed on the edge of the city, and some dragon fell on wasteland outside the city walls, some directly lying on the city wall. All the animals are shivering beneath. Why? Fear. The city was surrounded by death. Crash, crash. With the nice hit each other, a piece of armor hit the sound. According to Exude Magic Sword, shining dragon knights, swaggering through the deserted streets. He who went straight to the Golden Palace, then crossed the block without any external walls of the palace, went into full panic. Ice Palace. Adults, a rush out of reception. Yalanti Empire Minister, humble bow, did not dare to lift the head with this column beside the Dragon Knight, flattering open asked, suddenly to visit. What is for what, huh? I have come to take Yalanti Empire. Led by big long walk forward. Knight looked straight ahead, arms lashed with frequency, footsteps behind white cloak. There are still some bloodstains on his cloak. After all, he was temporarily transferred back from the southern front. He had just experienced a difficult war in the south line, saw hundreds dragon in the sky melee of scenes. Being able to lead his subordinates to withdraw from such a terrifying battlefield to perform the task of the mortal empire, he felt that the god of magic was watching him. Take it, take it. The minister stood there in fright, unable to even take care of humility. Suddenly raised his head and looked at the Dragon Knight team that had passed in front of him. The two Dragon Knights walking at the back still held a folded flag in their hands, which was dark and unreality. On the order of Grand Archon Maxwell, all the existing territories of the Arrant Empire belong to Alan Hill. Please abdicate the Emperor of Arrant Empire, Your Majesty. Arand Hook just entered the palace hall, seeing the man on the throne. The great knight commander from the Holy Demon Empire announced loudly. What do you have? Nonsense. What? The Emperor Hook stood up from his throne, full of fear. Voice echoed in the empty hall inside. You are not to go too far, Trinity Empire. Come on, put these guys in situ killing. A face-livid Prime Minister Clark suddenly shouted, already arranged around the main hall of the guards who surrounded them. Only a few dozen people surrounded the Trinity Imperial Dragon Knight force. 119 weak countries without diplomacy. Exhaling a foul breath, the Chief Knight Commander shook his head and said with regret, I know that this task can't be completed by just explaining it casually. His backhand key bang out of the waist sword between, expression calm and quiet. To blame. They blame you were too weak and small. Mortal action and clean some dirty. Do not bring that side. See the king's flag. Fireball. A Dragon Knight behind him swung his backhand, and a huge fireball enveloped the siege of the Arrant Empire guards in the flames. The slightly dim palace suddenly became brighter, illuminating everyone's cloudy eyes. Devil Flame Sword. A sharp flame swept across, and another group of guard soldiers fell in a pool of blood. Their bodies were scorched and pretended to be miserable, scaring the ministers around him back frequently. A soldier yelled anti-empire from behind sword hung a Dragon Knight armor. The Dragon Knight slowly turned, looked like the devil as intact attack their opponents. From a sneer, his own long sword was drawn from the body of the soldiers of the Aranti Empire. He returned inside out, twisted his neck, grabbed each other's collar. Even on my magic defense armor are broken, cannot afford, really weak, poor art, wish you were reincarnated, can bathe in the glory of magic. Next, rest in peace. After speaking, his long sword passed through the chest of the Arrant Empire guard soldier, and cut open the opponent's armor like cheese, and came out from behind the opponent. Then, he put aside the corpse and looked at the guards of the Aranti Empire, who were too numerous to take a step forward. Wow, wow! Accompanied by the sound of the armors colliding with each other, the great knight held his head and stepped up the steps engraved with gorgeous patterns. At his feet are fallen corpses, twisted armor, and warm blood that is flowing and spreading along the pattern. Each of his last stage bands, around those kinds, sinecures, Yalanti imperial ministers, half a step backwards on the subconscious. These timid hosts who, in the face of absolute power, weak it looks like a quail. You are, Taiwan order now. Most should not come out of the Prime Minister. Clark finally stood up, his hands trembling, pointing Trinity Empire Knights of the Steps on their long, angry quarrels. I have yelled anti-from I haven't done anything to be sorry for the Holy Demon Empire. How can you guys? Just that he ordered the right hands. Unfortunately, kill it. Stopped at last on the stairs, glanced at Clark. Big long cold night told road. As soon as his words fell, the two dragon knights carried their swords and deceived them, and the result was Clark's life. The once unattainable Imperial Prime Minister, when he died, didn't even have the courage to struggle. Seeing that Prime Minister Clark, who was wearing a gorgeous robe, was in a strange place, the Knight Commander retracted his gaze, raised his foot to the last step, and stood in front of a rand hook. I abdicate my abdication to the back half or step, because for the throne obstacles, staggered a bit of hook, with a cry. Chamber said tension. Although the ancestors left behind is valuable, but his own life seems to be more important. Hook knew that if he was not convinced, he would really die here today. What he didn't expect was that the great Knight Commander standing in front of him was not willing to give him any chance. I just listened to the other party sneered and said, "It's late, I gave you a chance." After that, in the horrified eyes of the densely packed guard soldiers, the great Knight Commander nailed King Hook to the throne with a sword, and then turned to look at everyone in the hall. Go hang Alan Hill the king flag. If anyone dares to stop, take it to feed the dragon. You have to pay is so. Here Barker Love brought him to bring money. Chris dumbfounding looked to the side of the German confidant Purcell. They originally thought that the Holy Demon Empire would bleed a lot because of this, but they didn't expect that this time. They didn't plan to be ridiculous. Have you ever bought something like this? After eating and drinking in the restaurant, he reached out and grabbed the passerby sitting beside him, stabbed him to death with a knife, then pointed to the corpse and said to the waiter, "Pay the bill." The wallet is in his pocket. This is the total robber. Even if Chris's mind is full of Ming from the earth, he has never seen such shameless power politics. Even if Britain and France ceded the Sudetenland, people did not say that Czechoslovakia was directly given away. Chris, after the shock, and even had a kind of envy of the heart condition, he looked at Barker Love. Think this is a real charm of the old empire. What is power politics? This is called power politics. The weak, no diplomatic Chris Rye smiled to see his weak minister Wei I spoke and said, since the other party has paid the money, then we see how much they have to pay for it. You, Chris Majesty, please do not so greedy. You'll anti a whole empire. Is it not enough for you? Eyelids Barker Love is in the air duo-winded, according to the edge of the table asked, leaning forward road. Of course not enough. Y'all anti-empire is my fat mouth, and you push it into my mouth, but a task fills me as it still is human. Chris surprised a surprised expression looking at Bakarov. It seemed difficult to understand the other's logic. Good. Trinity Empire decided out of 1-1 Jack no knowledge Moneyball. Barker Love strong pressure his mind anger. Gives another opening to the price tag. He felt that ever since he had dealt with Ellen Hill, his temper was getting better day by day. Where did he talk to people in such a low voice before? When encountering such a mortal, he chopped up and fed the dragon. 50,000. Chris stretched out his palm and bargained with Bakarov. Don't deceive people too much. Bakarov glared at him, staring at Chris as if he was about to explode at any time. Too expensive can also buy some small thing. De Purcell brutal rode up the knife at this time. Love Barker sense of feel myself to go down and talk to each other, the gas may be internal injuries. He calmed down a bit their feelings, slow before the opening continued. To no knowledge magic ball which we give the limiters out. Sometimes Chris feels that bargaining in this world is simply a waste of time. You say 1 and I say 5, and you say 2 and I say 4. In the end, everyone thinks that the number of 3 is good, and it is a very sincere middle value. Last time, he seemed to have negotiated with Bakarov in this way, and this time it seemed to be the same. There was a kind of circular taste after thinking about it. So Chris smiled, ready to break this vicious circle. 50,000. I want 50,000. Chris played the card with a nasty and uneasy routine, and Bakaroff felt that he didn't seem to be able to play anymore. Didn't you say that everyone compromised and set it to 3? Is this pleasant value? Why did you suddenly change your routine? 30,000. I can only give you 20,000 at most. Bakaroff, who felt that life was dull for a time, still insisted on his own routine and refused to come out easily. Not had insisted, he still did not return for the other side of compassion. Chris, since it has been determined not to continue to follow the routine, the cards, naturally, will not agree to 10,000 figure, so he began continued. 10,000. I think this number will definitely be given by the Holy Demon Empire. Chris suddenly heard the saying. The more increased. Bakalov stared surprised to see each other, then Yongli Yipai, big hand on the table, suddenly stood up. Alanxia, His Majesty the Emperor, I'm not just kidding with you. We are discussing cooperation. Cooperation. I suddenly felt, would the original rifle 3G no knowledge money ball, now how a machine gun have 30G, right? Chris makes a calculation, as if calculating the total cost of this arms in general. I gave you the entire anti-empire. Bakaroff felt that he was about to explode. If his eyes could kill people, he would have sifted Chris. You see. Excited, what move are? Not count well, there are so many of you want to do mechanical equipment. I did not find you for money. Chris, simmering grin opening, said he already has tanks and planes, so naturally he doesn't put weapons like machine guns and rifles in his eyes. Today's Alan Hill has embarked on the road of full industrialization. Looking at the surrounding countries, even the most progressive Holy Demon's Empire is about the same as the United States in the past. No complete industry reserve. There is no complete industrial technology accumulation. Simply just get some guns and cannons, own armed forces, and it is the year of the King State, as nothing more than an outsider version of the westernization movement feels fundamental. There is no inherent threat. Thought here. Chris looked at each other, pressed down by hand, said, big deal. I more give you one second-hand step gun. The accuracy of a number of though, can still be reluctant to use. I think you are embarrassing me at all now. You are not talking about the attitude of cooperation, Bakaroff said with a bit of anger, breathlessly and bitterly. No way, the weak state has no diplomatic Chris shook his head. It is regrettable. Whisper. Pucci sit on his body side his drink. Desire heard a little voice whispered this sentence, did not hold back. All of a sudden the water sprayed to the entire desktop. He put down the water glass in embarrassment, looked at Bakaroff, who had a pale face, and said apologetically, sorry. 120 pi or trap. If Chris only buys weapons and does not sell production equipment, Bakaroff and the Holy Demon Empire behind him will not agree. After all, even the decadent King Dynasty knew to buy some equipment to reinforce it, not to mention the Holy Demon Empire, which has never been stupid. So, Chris can only be done on the price of the chapter. Finally, after some bargaining, Alanxia and again to get a full 5-1 Jek known knowledge magic ball. With the addition of these magic balls of knowledge, plus the previous magic balls of knowledge, Chris finally made up for the talent gap, which is another step towards a healthy development for the entire Alan Hill. Bakaroff, the governor of the eastern province of the Holy Demon Empire from afar, also made a request to buy a car. After all, he had seen more and more new equipment in Alan Hill along the way. It's a pity that Chris still rejected the request of the Holy Demon Empire, claiming that this equipment has a limited amount of equipment and is absolutely not for sale. Bakaroff was not too interested in this kind of transportation, so he finally gave up. Fire car he had seen, and he also personally experienced that the train did not move, feeling to sit at the line of Barry. It's a pity that for the Archon Bakaroff, who has a dragon to travel, this slow steel behemoth obviously can't bring more shocking feelings. So this small, powerful means of transportation did not fascinate Bakaroff too much. Although he likes Chry's exquisite scooter very much, he is still unwilling to turn his face on Alan Hill for it. After all, there is a Trinity Empire variety magic beast capacity to act as magic empire, They need this extra cost of transport. Other supplies is not so high demand. But this still made Bakarov a little more vigilant. He thought that Alan Hill might have more advanced weapons and equipment hidden in it. Same kind of, let Barker love deep fear, as well as far-reaching impact of this means of transport on Alanxia cause. If sufficient fuel, unlimited Alanxia can improve their transport capacity. This is not the Holy Demon Empire is willing to see. On the other hand, was taken before the purchase of 130mm caliber gun when Alanxia on aspects raised questions about transportation. Because there was only Mortal Empire transportation of horses dragging a selection, so when the heavy equipment Alanxia only a limited amount of 75mm caliber wild battle infantry artillery. Now that Alan Hill has better means of transportation, it is possible to equip larger caliber artillery. Bakarov doesn't even need to look at it. Alan Hill's artillery must be equipped with 130mm guns. Cannon. Something indeed he did was right, at least in Alanxia artillery west line, have been switched to 105mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. It is equipped with some of the larger diameter 155mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. Chris did not want to let them in the face of possible military east of Trinity Empire, in the performance of artillery lose to no first deployed in the West Line 1 and 2 Army, and that's to Trinity Empire contend for the main force in the oil field of the Higgs Kingdom. For Alan Hill, swallowing the entire Aranti Empire is a matter of trouble and happiness. Chris really wants such a large area of land so that he can find and discover on these lands, ore and oil fields. Not over, and he really hated the land suddenly get so vast, construction and already quite good Alanxia comparison. Most of the Yalanti Empire territory can really count as a barren land. It's not that these places are really poor, but that these places are relatively poor compared to Alan Hill. In fact, most of the territories in these places are still very rich. After all, this is the essence of the Aranti Empire. However, due to the small peasant economy and other issues, this is simply a no-industrial base of virgin land. As with the situation before Alan Hill, they need time to develop, and they need more support from the magic ball of knowledge. I really wanted to let you have two people have been willing to produce knowledge money ball. Chris, you some stuffy opening of Frontsburg complained, no matter how much knowledge magic ball for him, is still insufficient resources. Even if I have to worry about the depletion of the magic things, it may still not be the magic ball mass production knowledge to meet your needs. Your Majesty. Fred Lentzberg looked up from among the books, looked to Chris. I have one day made magic ball, not enough for a second you consume. As long as Chris thought that he really solid can be used one day to 5 wonj no not left no magic ball use, because there are too many jobs that require talent, and only with the people of knowledge magic ball, to be able to adapt quickly to their own high-tech positions. Factories, schools, government department or, the use of knowledge has become a big magic ball. It is another big army, especially the Air Force and Navy. Fortunately, schools and factories have cultivated more second-line talents with old and new methods, otherwise these gaps are still dissatisfied. I really want a piece of territory with magical atmosphere. Chris leans back, opening a sense exclaimed, not too much. As long as one block on the line so I can find some Mofax you like, non-stop every day give me the mass-produced magic ball of knowledge. The idea really is not wrong. You do not have a direct troops invaded the eastern part of the Empire. Trinity territory is not on it. Fred Lentz glanced Chris Berg, spoke and said, to give me leave house, I am really not used to living here. Then we have to wait. Chris touched his nose and said with a smile, do not laugh at Trinity Empire, a true master army combat capability than the powerful giant horse cavalry such a conventional multi-combat troops, Fred Lentz said opening Berg, and, since you have been aware of the existence of Eternal Empire, you should know that that is the real powerful opponent. I know, believe me, I really know. Chris nodded and said to Frendsburg, if it wasn't for the Eternal Empire, I wouldn't be so anxious to improve the weaponry of the troops. Looking at the entire Mortal Kingdom, even including the Holy Demon Empire and the Normu Empire, which are adjacent to the Mortal Kingdom. The current Dalen Hill dare not say that it is safe to win, and it can definitely be said that it can be a battle. The main reason for Chris to continue to expand his arms and prepare for war is to set a chapter for the Eternal Empire. Since Bakarov and Frensburg, high-level leaders of the Holy Demon Empire, are very afraid of the Eternal Empire, it shows that this huge and ancient empire definitely has its tyrannical place. Chris standing in the perspective that he even felt Trinity Empire or Normu Empire or, in the future, all possible attempts to erode the material. But that Eternal Empire, that was a little unclear. He had always been cautiously guarding it. The magic circle I set up in Ceres City is almost complete, so that when the magician wants to enter the city, he will trigger a reaction, and this device at the center of the magic circle will tremble. Pointing to himself a weird metal utensil in the office, Frensburg said, "This way. You can sleep well." There are magic says into the division. It will shake. Chris curious to see this device. Some curious hands touched the metal casing. That, you and William is not in here. Why it does not flutter it! Exclamation mark. Fred Lentzberg hand beat a couple of his head, was very upset and cry of despair and said, "God, I forgot. I said my God and William variables God for nothing!" Exclamation mark. It's all in vain. Has looked after the madness of Frensburg. Chris shook his head. Out of the office this great magician. It seems that in recent days, he has not been able to see the chief magical advisor of his own empire. Out of the Flensburg's office, Chris went and looked at the work of Williams. This small Mofax U-tube, the most recent being studied projects, it is necessary more practical. He is studying enchanting the cutting head to make chip metal easier, and to ensure quality, reduce wear, and achieve the level of complete mass production of standard parts. His experiments have not made much progress, as if the two types of industry and magic are inherently contradictory in their bones. When he left Williams' laboratory, he saw the military liaison officer who had come to send him a message. The other party handed a telegram to Chris, and the above content made Chris feel better. The Southern Army of Erenhil swept the remnants of the Arant Empire. General Zorn died in Tunsk. The desperate Prince Lumbach committed suicide in the Palace of Atlanticus and died within a month. Inside on the grey fly out your cigarette. Not overpower inside. Along the eastern coastline of South Modesto Lyle rapidly advancing to the north bank of the deep fall, but found Yalanti Imperial Garrison south. The south of the territory should belong to the original Fall Deep River Yalanti Empire, are dedicated to the Dothan Empire. The same kind was ordered south of Korea commanded by 5 Army also encountered north-occupied part of the territory of the Empire Yalanti. Dothan Imperial Forces. Korea calls Chris to ask if he wants to go to war directly and annihilate the forces of the Dothan Empire. Interesting. Really interesting. Chris squeezed the electricity in his hand, pressing the pistol holster around his waist with one hand, and tapping lightly on the holster with his slender fingers. Someone brought a pillow when I was dozing off, and the pie fell from the sky just after I was hungry. Is there such a good thing in this world? Or is it that the northward movement of the Dothan Empire was actually a trap carefully prepared for him? Chris wondered exactly how to choose, for a moment a little forgetful. Off or a 3-shift, a sense of Xi Brothers support and a reward. In addition, ask for monthly tickets, subscriptions, rewards, recommended tickets, book reviews, and favorites. 121 Avenue Kazan. A field session on whether to attack north of Dothan Empire troops, and soon held in Ceres. Because of the visit to the experiment, the 2 military leaders, Wagron and Wilkes, have not left yet, so they also attended this meeting. At the meeting room, minister of various departments to express their views. We all feel Dothan North Empire was a downright negative plan. Leaning back on the chair, although he was a little dissatisfied with the act of pulling himself out of the laboratory, the chief magical consultant Frensburg still spoke with an unhappy expression. The Dothan Empire is going north. It is very likely that someone will support you behind! Exclamation mark. If I did not guess wrong, not the Trinity Empire, The Empire is Norma. He had it in the sea at a disadvantage, so we cannot know exactly how powerful. We now south of the fleet. They are still looting coastline rubber. They are definitely aware of our strength. Understand sea military movements, Decius said in agreement. That's weird. Knowing how powerful we are, they dare to go northward to attack. This is obviously not putting us in their eyes. Minister Smith, who specializes in machinery, scratched his head and sighed with some incomprehension. The other party may be betting. Chris calculated it and said, betting on our battle determination and our logistics supply capabilities. Indeed real. In fact, the pressure is very great logistical South Alanxia troops, because there is no decent roads and railroads, supports to Army South. The capacity for Alanxia is a serious challenge. Modley Isul's ministry after the team along the coastline is okay, at least grabbed a port, more or less eased some of the pressure from the logistics, but on the west side of Courier of 5 Army, because supplies it hurts my brain. Ministry Team South requires a lot of logistics, in addition to food, fuel consumption as well as weapons and ammunition. Troops are to be transported from far away nearbd. Because of time, the materials here are actually not enough to support the entire 5th Army's southward move. Many goods still need to be transported from the core area of Alan Hill. Fortunately, the railway connection allows products from Ferry City and Maine to be quickly transferred to Bd. But after Bode, you can only rely on mules and horses for transportation. This efficiency is not generally low. The central region is better. The southernmost railway has been built to Farad, and the railway from Farad to Tunsk to Atlanticus is also under construction. However, the road to the south from Walliver is still old, and Modeler's main supplies can only be transported by livestock and manpower. This war is really embarrassing. Although we can be invincible within our attack range, once we invade the opponent's territory, we are immediately dragged down by our own logistics. Wyerkes sighed helplessly. What is not? I think if you can, we should advance to their enemies' railways and roads, so when we attack this problem will not be troubled. Ancient Milo in his nod opposite agree. It's a way. I think that for the Higgs Kingdom, you can try this way. Hearing this suggestion, General Walter on one side quickly said so. In his previous simulated attack rehearsal, many times because of the opponent's road conditions, the supply was affected. This caused a lot of trouble for his first army to attack the Higgs Kingdom. If it can help the Higgs Kingdom improve the road conditions, it is undoubtedly an exciting thing for him. As long as there are roads and railways, his troops can guarantee to control the Higgs oil field with the fastest advancing speed. If the situation allows, he may advance 100 kilometers a day, or even faster. Now pull so far to no avail. We study, is whether or not to fight back doth the Empire in the south line. Wage Long as within the army's most senior general, it is now Commander-in-Chief. Commanding he opened the topic and brought the topic back to serious matters. I have already had 2 main force in the south, and then count to mobilize garrison regiment and division garrison troops. Yalanti area had plenty of defense forces, now has been increased. Dilution of the land area. He paused after a while. I continued to talk about my worries. Wyerkes opening said, cannot count on those Yalanti Empire and conservative issues aside. Even loyalty has a problem. The transformation of those troops will take time. Even Chris' solution has scattered most of the Yalanti army. He doesn't need those old troops. In front of Alan Hill's new army, the combat effectiveness of those old-fashioned troops with only a few numbers is agreed to be 0. I have here at least once less 31 troops. The defense has become stretched. Wage Long worried said. He is the commander-in-chief of the army, and he is the only one who knows what it means for the army to more than double the territory at once. The originally crowded barracks suddenly became empty, and many garrison regiments that had not been trained were pulled out to carry out hoarding tasks. To fill the gaps, the 2 army has been forced to transfer to Bud, the first to fill the 5 army after its forces to stay in the hole. Ministry of D&C watching confidential schematic team of redeployment. Some worried said. The first army commander Walter Follow nodded and said, "SU originally deployed in the southern region series of equipment units, which is the first new 9 army, also mobilized to the South Naru Way. In fact, of our entire Alanxia the defensive power has actually been severely weakened." Kessi frowning added, and said, "If I were Dothan Empire and fight in the south, then we have to mobilize more troops south. After all, vulnerable across the region from the entire supply line Yalanti we need troops to defend and garrison, so we have to invest at least part of our troops. And I have also arms transferred to the south, because if the temporary deployment, there will be a variety of problems. Based on past experience, we reserve the place of arms, should be placed close to falling into Deep River to support the first 4 army and 5 combat army." Ancient Milo, the minister in charge of coordination, began, "Air Army Commander, but the most junior among the most rich and powerful armed forces Bhutto Elijah verbally remind, open in the vicinity falling Deep River. War that can be no airfield, I have the air defense can be sure, is a very dangerous thing." Although he is very young, he still weighs heavily in his words. The current Air Force is an important pillar of air defense for the Army. If the Air Force cannot cover the battlefield, the Army must be extra careful. Yes, if I were fighting broke out in the pre-war and pass near Faluda Trask, a war we play down takes about 400 million gold coins. De Purcell has always looked at the problem from the economic aspect, so he is also talking about economic issues. He looked at the business several heads of the Ministry of Industry and saw bitter look from the other side of his face. After all, come before the meeting they touched the head, was found to Dothan Empire declare war is not a profitable business. So he began, focusing on strong tune a little war of economics said, "But if I were to fall into the Deep River and near Dothan Imperial War, we must be prepared to 4,000 million gold coins even more. This is obviously a very worthwhile thing." His body-sitting Smith minister edged this time to ensure the follow-up, as if in solidarity with the general desire, "As long as I have hold 1 or so years' time, you can repair the railroad near the river falling into the abyss. That way the war would be much cheaper." After calculation, if we start a war, it takes about 4,700 million gold coins as the price. No matter how calculated, we have to pay a fortune. A business deputy minister of the Ministry of Industry of the opening gives a relatively accurate digital. Hear his mouth while watching to sitting on top of Chris. "Your Majesty, I can use 1,210 million gold coins from a nearby construction of a Deep River Railway to fall. Built to fall Deep River. The railroad also requires only 970 million gold coins." Smith is also the view of uppercut sketch painting, added, "plus nearby river falling into the deep wild battle the airport. We only spent about 3,000 million gold coins. You can establish a more comprehensive transportation line to that of the Yalanti at that time. We hoarded supplies to the south, which saved a lot of money." Germany Purcell followed emphasized the importance of the economy, not just hoarding supplies to save money. "We can build a new factory in the south of ironworks there, so even cheaper shipping. Simple to say it was a year later. We are close to falling into Deep River to go to war. You only need 300 or so million for gold coins is enough. And I have also built a whole Yalanti. At that time, our production capacity will reach 10 times now, even 20 times. His mouth, as if to see while numerous gold, breeding in his eyes. "Play well, Count. Discar forcing us to put a lot of resources to the south scheduling, to lure us in our fight the worst place." Chris nodded his head and sneered and said, "You can also take the opportunity to let our rear emptiness." Halfway through hearing, Chris had actually made his own choice. He does not intend to struggle in the traps dug by the enemy, no matter who is digging the trap, Dothan, the Prairie Empire, or Higgs, or the Holy Demon Empire or the Normu Empire. He doesn't care. All he has to do is to stabilize his rhythm, accumulate his strength, and then take action at the most suitable time to destroy his opponent with a thunder strike. So, he and I under his impulse move, try to calm down a bit their feelings. Opening told, arrangements for the festival group to Higgs go. Let's help them to rail and road repair to temporarily forget doth empire. Let's go all the way to the sky. Let's go aside. 122 does not rely on His Majesty the King's spectrum. You see how I dressed like, is a bit crooked. I always was felt a little crooked, and feel uncomfortable. Golden glorious inside the palace, to the huge glass imported from Alenxia the window brightens the whole room. A handsome middle-aged man looked into the mirror and arranged his dress himself. The dresses he wears are all Alen Hill's styles, but with a little modification in some details. His figure is really very good-looking, just as enviable and jealous as a movie star. Such a man is definitely a peerless lover in the eyes of women. They are willing to lie down on the bed for such a man, and are willing to show their most charming side for such a man. Standing behind the man, the princess of the Higgs kingdom was dressed in a heroic uniform with an unhappy expression on her face, and she persuaded, "I think you are too nervous, father." Capet Custer satisfied and adjusted his own collar, erect, chin in the mirror and shaking his head, without looking back, said, "Of course, I am of course. That was tight envoys from Alenxia. Of course I feel nervous." He, looking at himself in the mirror inside handsome, while opening continued, "Like, if I was before envoys met Trinity Empire, I will feel nervous and uneasy. Like Psycard pay Luna that his father is really the same as those fans. Sister IQ worrying." He spoke and said, "Do you really think that the state has and the empire by Trinity can? We must carefully treat it." "No, Luna. Not Trinity Empire and its different kind. That is the kingdom of mortals. That's our monument. Trinity is not like empires of the country can match." Capet Custer satisfied he shook his head and corrected what his daughter said. Luna couldn't help it a little, and questioned very uncomfortably, "You really can't wait to give Higgs to a stranger who has never met before, even tall, short, fat and thin?" Custer satisfied snorted, continuing self-serving to correct his own daughter, said, "I heard that he looks pretty tall, and very well proportioned. Not a fat man." "Father, I think really hopeless." Luna like a deflated balloon of a kind, and took a deep breath. Pressure of the pressure their emotions said. If there are people in the room at this time, the conversation between the father and daughter will be very interesting. Stopped finishing his clothes, His Majesty the King. Capet Custer satisfied look back to his daughter, opening solemnly said, "Please be sure to have the basic courtesy of Dragon Slayer Luna. Remember the ancestral training of the Cape family?" Remember my ears heard come out of the cocoon. Luna very reluctantly opening complained, "Those who slaughter the dragon warrior, Capet descendants should be kind, all Dulong Duang, who must serve the descendants of Capet. So, I have Alenxia should stand on this side." Capet Custer satisfied smile back to the front of the mirror, continue to adjust up their own clothes. He looks very handsome. It can be said that he is definitely a handsome man. No wonder Luna looks so beautiful, because as long as her mother can make sense, she will not be too ugly. Something indeed. Luna's mother is also a rare beauty. Higgs then married King Capet Castner time. It is also left behind a beautiful stories of heroes. Luna, who was very reluctant to talk about the ancestral training of the Capet family, decided to divert the topic and asked about welcoming the envoy this time. Then this time, the request of the envoy of Alen Hill. Are you planning to accept them all again?" She didn't believe in these ancestral teachings and other ancient legends and other things. She only believed in her own philosophy. Those who caused harm to the Higgs people would have to pay the price, nothing more. Not only had her father touches things teachings of our forefathers is very upset even to believe in a little point. I only heard His Majesty King Castner say, "Why not?" They asked for oil. I satisfied them. Now our taxes have increased sevenfold. He seemed to economic growth in their country is full of confidence. After all, since more than a year, the numbers on the book it is so exciting. He had proposed to free trade. I agree. Our revenue increased threefold. And this number is still increasing. Luna feel that they should pour a pot of cold water to his father at this time, so she revealed the cruel truth. Alenxia economic invasion, but I have people are gonna be a father. There's nothing bad. Luna. Stoop is not a shameful thing to strong. Sometimes kneel on behalf of the same honor. In Custer satisfied eyes, strong economic nature is also a strong. Higgs fell to the strong, but he didn't think it was a shameful thing. Luna in his father behind the pro teeth, to kneel Alanxia that 2 years ago. His Majesty the Emperor was a little lord, representing the honor. Believe me it does. Real represents honor. Custer satisfied look in the mirror and smiled, nodded and said, even I think. Later in the evening, we even give such great kneel His Majesty the Emperor of qualifications, are no more. I think you are crazy. Father. Luna seemed to be completely desperate for the world and her brain-dead daddy. Children. Although I think it is not necessary, I still want these. I have tired of trickery to teach you. Custer satisfied tone suddenly serious again. Do you know when Maricha changed his name to Fallen Dragon City? That was more than a year ago. He asked without looking back. Ranging Luna answered. He self-goozy said, well, a year of time. Why not put this Trinity Empire symbolizes the humiliation of the city to destroy it. Why they like in the past. A kind, destroy it this city, kill everyone who knows this, and then pretend that nothing happened? Because as they do, they fear Alanxia. So they want to hoard power, research Alanxia, want to Alanxia's Uomoto before you start. Custer satisfied that in fact already seeing through the strength of Alan Hill, this is what really made him fall to Alan Hill. As a king, he has his own plan, also has its own considerations. On the one hand, he feels that supporting the rise of the mortal empire is very meaningful and worthy of his investment. On the other hand, what made him make up his mind to make this big bet was that he saw the potential of Alan Hill. So, he spoke in a row with emotion, asked. Capit family waited many years the waves. How much time was spent, etc. So you can make a Trinity Empire mortal third of the country. Finally, after finishing his analysis, he slowly asked the daughter behind him, now, you tell my father, do you still want to wait? But, father, if I were wrong, then we Capet family, will become nothing. We will lose ancestral territory, or even lose future family. Luna still some are not willing to argue. Don't be afraid, Luna. When did the Capet family be greedy for life and fear of death? We have always been the most noble blood among mortals, so we have to be responsible for the blood flowing in our bodies. Even if we will eventually be destroyed, then we too should head up to face, is not it? Custer Carolina stops. Generous standing in front of the mirror said, as the emperor of a country, many people believe that his contribution to Higgs, that is, gave birth to a good daughter. But only those close to the core of power know that this handsome king who conceals his talent also has his own responsibility and strategy. Speaking here, Castner sly smile, watching his daughter. How can a butcher to kill dozens of dragon country is not debilitating? Not we try it. At this time, a waiter pushed open the door, stood at the door and bent over to report, Your Majesty. The Alan Hill mission has arrived. Good. I which went out to meet. Preparations highest etiquette, but we are very hospitable country. Custer now my open confident paced towards the door. Luna frowned, pressed her long sword, and gave it behind her father. A few minutes after the bell, the king sitting on the throne Capet Castner Majesty listless, yawning, listening Alanxia reading the request of the diplomatic corps Kingdom Higgs allow Alanxia businessmen raise funds to build the railroad. The content of the treaty. The relationship between the two countries has been maintained fairly well, especially after Higgs liberalized investment in oil production. He absently, with his eyes and stroking the angry daughter Luna, suddenly interrupted Alanxia envoy's words, well, I know you do not read. Mean, really bored to death. After finishing speaking, looking at the a little embarrassing special envoy of Alan Hill, the handsome and a little bit of the emperor stood up, walked to the special envoy of Alan Hill, and took the treaty. After casually flipped through, he took and about their own side gave the attendants, opening told, cover the country printed it, that things above, Not that I have agreed to do both rail and road repair. That's it. In Alanxir envoy and his entourage look ignorant. Expression in Custer Capit King satisfied that his majesty asked out of the opening to let the entire hall. All the more embarrassing question, him going to his daughter, Princess Cards Pale Luna married to Chris Majesty the Emperor Alanxir. You think, how to write his credentials should we go? 123 Public opinion. He died between. There are a lot of embarrassing things, but Chris felt what they face is one of the most embarrassing thing. Some people think, I treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me is more embarrassing, but the situation he is facing now is, him thinking about copying your home. But you want to be my home hostess. In preparation for the Higgs Kingdom, Chris deployed 2 main forces on the Western Front. These forces are equipped with the most advanced trucks produced by Alan Hill, the largest artillery, the most elite soldiers, and even the most powerful tank. He will be the military already has worked out a complete plan of attack. Higgs Kingdom of attack. Go attack that road. Which city has the number of people killed and estimated rehearsal. They even assumed the Higgs royal family's resistance method and escape route, and they waited for the Emperor's order to execute according to the plan. The entire Alan Hill is planning to attack Higgs, because attacking Higgs is undoubtedly a more profitable business than the Southern Dothan Empire. It even this time to the special envoy of the Kingdom of Higgs. Treaty negotiations were held in preparation for this grand invasion. As a result, the other party actually tied the whole country to his daughter, and directly sent the ling-a-ling Chinese cabbage to Chris. If it is not, it will turn into a funeral, and it will cause the people to lose their lives. Is there still such a high-sounding reason to take a wife in this world? The answer is number. This world once again proved with facts how terrifying a king is if he becomes shameless. Capit Custer satisfied about Trinity faced 2 powerful empires and countries. Alanxir attack, even with a gorgeous called the decision, put themselves invincible. He didn't even have to make a choice. So he completely reversed the situation. Even so, the Emperor Alanxir of His Majesty refused if never had such a request. It is clearly not the Higgs attack in a short time but also a little face whenever the country, cannot rejecting the other, the state when married, make up of later marriage proposal, turn it over to resort to a completely unnecessary war. Furthermore, the Capit family has changed from a royal family to a mortal kingdom. The royal family members of the greatest empire in the mortal kingdom have power just around the corner. The glory of their ancestors is in the sun, and the prosperity and wealth are expected to come in the future. The tale, but if it evolves from a chicken head to a phoenix neck, it is definitely not a loss-making business, isn't it? Thing is so bizarre. Strange to time. Envoy Alanxir of dumbfounding back to His Majesty the Emperor says this sad news to report, and His Majesty the Emperor of the Kingdom of the Higgs will be so with a few hundred cavalry followed back. His Majesty the King seemed to have a positive attitude similar to persistence on this matter. He even went to Alan Hill to urge the marriage as a father-in-law, regardless of the reservations of his daughter. More let Chris collapses the infamous Higgs. His Majesty the King, with cavalry all the way to spread the kingdom of the Higgs' most beautiful princess is about to marry the Emperor Alanxir. Rumors everywhere, a familiar the zhoosh taste of Uncle Wang entered Dongwu. This made Chris, who was passing through him, dumbfounded. He really wanted to see this presumptive father-in-law with the potential of a traveler, and asked him if he had brought 3 kits with him, and opened it when necessary. Why use Quasifatha the said call it? Because to know when His Majesty the Emperor has great charm to neighboring countries prepare to vote the whole nation, to the point when Chris found himself almost have no other choice. His people rejoiced and believed that this situation of letting others surrender without war was a concrete manifestation of Alan Silver's widespread popularity. They regarded this kind of thing as the great glory of Alan Hill, and they sang their praises to their great emperor who was awe-inspiring to the world. The army is also extremely happy. They are desperately preparing for the offensive plan. What has always been worrying is that they will not be able to take down these strategically significant energy bases before the Higgs Kingdom destroys the oil fields. It's all right now. These things are sent as dowry. From the perspective of Wagram and other military leaders, As long as the princess has a somewhat human appearance to look forward to, it doesn't count even if she can only marry home and tie it to a pillar. Too bad. Busy neselated business sector and the tax department businessman bigwigs is crazy. They 1,000 million counted. Not that you want to get more revenue through a war. Now there is a profit without having to fight, and the cost saved is more than tens of millions. As a result, their income will be higher, their wealth will grow faster, their factories can open more and more. He has recruited more workers. Their products sell better. If you can get so many benefits by marrying a daughter, they would have married a long time ago. Not to mention marrying a daughter, even if the emperor likes their son, they will dress up their son and send it out. Don't say that His Majesty likes their sons. Even if His Majesty likes themselves, they will forget it. Don't dream, there is no such good thing in the world. In fact, they have already sent it off. They have hosted countless banquets and sold their daughters, nieces, elder sisters, younger sisters, and wives to His Majesty the Emperor overtly and secretly. They also sold their sons, brothers, and themselves to His Majesty the Emperor. If he had the hands of a Capet Castner, such a good card, they would have done so. Are really dead than popular are so personal. I heard that the King Castner widowed early. Handsome, although my own woman can't be a queen, she seems to be the Emperor's mother-in-law. As soon as he heard the news, a newspaper magnate went down to his emperor and said, "Let the newspaper preach this marriage." His Majesty is naturally a wise king, and the Princess of Higgs is of course also a wise man. Beautiful lady. A perfect match is born. Another dark room, back room, a hoarse voice sounded. "Put this thing got out of the kingdom of the Higgs must be fast." This time full of sincerity, honesty and the courage to refuse such a humble and friendly people. It is simply this world. The cruelest thing. Says outskirts of a Macrowye villa, a wise man put down his glass. How can it so these people is simply coerced the will of His Majesty the Emperor. We do not follow the participation of such a dangerous thing. It housekeeper, to prepare a great gift. Your Majesty's wedding can't be a trifling matter. Daughter, let's not marry the Emperor this time. Come with me, let's visit King Higgs. Although he is a bit older, but I heard that he is quite handsome. You think I don't want to go? If he is, I can see your father and me. This old bone of mine took off my pants early, isn't it? In a woman's boudoir, a voice explained hurriedly. Put down the hands of the newspaper. Chris helpless looked up to the German in front of their own parcel. Wanted out an opening. He knows the answer. He did not wait for an opening. Germany Purcell will slowly shook his head. Opening preemptive replied, estimate. His Majesty cannot count. No, I haven't asked yet. Chris looked at each other dumbfoundingly, with aggrieved faces all over his face. I know you want to ask what cannot marry, Your Majesty. De Purcell is still a businesslike look. Do I, as an emperor, can't even be the master of my life's major events? Chris felt that this result was a bit unacceptable. He had already struggled to become an emperor, and as a result, his own marriage could not be the master of himself. Then the emperor was too aggrieved. Looking around, which traverser is so incompetent? Earth souls who flew outsider, and both Armile and Set I call the shots hard hand. Imagine how their turn to do so pathetic. Oh actor, if this was a novel, who looks so useless. What should I do if I subscribe? Is the author alive? He felt that even if it was for his protagonist's status, even if it was for the author, he should at least fight and show his desire and perseverance to control his own destiny. Your Majesty, just to let you marry a princess, but not let you marry a female dragon. You put on a death-defying looks like what to do. De Purcell's side, veteran Dean C followed the opening, urged. Yeah, Your Majesty, just marry a princess. If you are interested in a woman you really like in the future, just marry again. Strider, who is in charge of diplomacy, also felt that the emperor should be compassionate to his subordinates and use his body for diplomacy. The victory contributes to the victory. Can I marry again? Chris felt that this was almost one of the best news he had heard today. Cough cough. Thought to be crooked. He was a gentleman, and this is definitely not the time to think about it! Exclamation mark. Of course you can. Der Purcell did not want something like let Chris. Opening nodded and said, Leon, the theory that you married a few is no limit, even if you really like men. I am especially fond of what if. Happy man, first and put you to sleep. Chris, disgusting, looked like small by desire, grinning dislike, roaring said, I like Juan is a woman. I like beautiful women. There is no doubt about that. Whoever doubts, I will cut off the head. In fact, this world is relatively open to men who like men. Many emperors are good at things like this, and it is only a Pustina talk, which is not a scandal. The problem is that Chris is really like a woman, even if he does not find a woman to start. Also look forward to more female wizard, even a female succubus souls of the women, well, last or forget. 124 Ain. Long live your majesty AI Lanhill. Welcome Emperor AI Lanhill to rule Higgs. On both sides of the street, there were countless civilians from the Higgs kingdom, waving the bouquets in their hands to the army passing by. There are colored cloths, and it looks like a cup of glutinous rice glutinously welcoming the king. In his front of them, and rows of black M42 helmet with feet slightly shaking around in the sun, one of the soldiers carrying a Morza rifle, walking in the streets of the kingdom of Higgs. The first two army did not encounter any resistance in the premise. In the first year of the last day, Alanxia crossed the border between Alanxia and Higgs. Heavily armed, entered into a long-planned Greek gas petroleum production area. Magical steam car driving in the middle of both sides of the soldiers. Sitting in the truck, arms above, soldiers holding the latest type of STG-44 sudden attack rifles, erect, chin overlooking the crowd on both sides of the street in the majestic martial music. This new weapon has only just been developed, and it is basically still in the stage of secret equipment. Because of the emergence of tanks, individual automatic weapons have finally begun to move closer to automation. Range is no longer an emphasized advantage, and firepower density begins to become important as the number of artillery increases. After all, there were no tanks with infantry fighting before. At that time, the range of weapons often determined the outcome of a war. With a longer range, the enemy can be destroyed in a safer position. This is the basis for the design of a single-shot long-range rifle. Now, with the proliferation of mortars, tanks and even light machine guns, the ability to deliver firepower at long distances has been greatly enhanced. Under this major premise, just like World War II, individual automatic weapons began to come into play. So Chris made some familiar trade-offs, and finally felt that he should skip the AK-47, a familiar weapon and equipment, and go directly to the M4, a more mature and matching weapon in the future. Its good things on reality is very good. It is cheap and easy to mass produce affordable equipment. Just making a case, you can install a lot of equipment to the troops. The rapid formation of powerful combat effectiveness. But Alanxia initial choice seems to have been some problems, as well as Morza rifle MG42 machine gun using a 7.92mm caliber ammunition, so the Kingdom Alanxia hoarding ammunition, basically 7.92mm caliber. Therefore, a large amount of raw capacity ammunition machinery are 7.92mm caliber standard. Temporary modification to 7.62mm caliber looks a little too reluctantly. After some consideration, Chris still feels that in the choice of assault rifle, continue the previous choice and honestly follow the path of STG-44. Then, after mature, he felt himself to be military equipment M5 so more good, you can always use to go on high-grade assault rifle. As for accessories do not work with a large number of AK-47, he reluctantly decided to cut love. Of course, it's past this real grief and classic weapons. Chris is fully felt he really like AK-47, or even feel that they should be equipped with what weapon, and then transition to the M4, never too late. Not too ammunition system continuity, so that he had to make compromises, to give up many looks very good weapons. The United States of M1 plus Rand rifle is also very classic, but he had to give up the same. In addition, Thompson submachine guns, assault rifles, Bobosha, inside these very classic World War II submachine gun weapons, but also with STG-44 sudden emergence strike rifle disappeared in history. Christ private guards use on the STG-44 sudden strike rifle, anyway, they never felt their own hands the power of weapons surplus, but rather that the face of a powerful magician, a higher power than submachine gun assault rifle is more appropriate number. Numerous steam car pulling 75mm caliber cannon through the city and over, the soldiers loudly singing Cage May I Neat pace slowly forward. On top of his head are petals that keep falling, and black king flags are flying in the wind everywhere. Many years later, people still talked about this huge city entrance ceremony. No one thought that the Higgs Kingdom, which had been infiltrated by the economy for a long time, would give away everything so cleanly. Everyone is welcoming the reign of Alan Hill. After all, the rule of Alan Hill is almost synonymous with wealth and power in this era. On the day Alan Hill's army entered Higgs, prices in the Higgs area dropped by about a neat tenth. Alan Hill, you are a great country. Alan Hill, you are my mother. A little boy followed the grenadiers step by step, and he sang the Alan Hill region praising himself. National songs, childish voices make people around them laugh with good intentions. And outside the city, in those inaccessible wilderness, the troops of the Second Army are also advancing. They were ordered to rush to the frontier of Higgs and take over the frontier defense between Higgs and the Holy Demon Empire. Accompanied by these troops is a vigorous war horse. Although they are trying their best to equip cars and tanks, Alan Hill's troops are the same as Germany during World War II. They are seriously troubled by their own production capacity. They are still a certain distance from mechanization, and many places are not as calm as they seem. And ready. Hurry up. Let those engineers go first. Standing in the road intersection, a stay refers to direct traffic. Lieutenant stood above the embankment, facing the front of the mule after dragging of a 105mm caliber pomegranate. The soldier next to the cannon ordered loudly. Many troops are sharing this muddy path. Many troops cannot appear in the sight of the Higgs people because of the need to keep it secret. Alan Hill has not only strong soldiers, but also unparalleled machinery. The first pass through the first two army just equipped with tanks. These M4 tanks Yiliang, followed by a stop at the side of the road, waiting in front of the open road-proved outpost. These behemoths of steel, which can rampage on the battlefield without a war horse, are still in absolute secrecy at this moment. In addition, following these tank units, there is the Air Force Construction Corps of Alan Hill. They need to quickly build a frontline field airport in Higgs, and then they can let the Air Force fighter units that are ready to enter Higgs to improve the air defense of the oil-producing area. I have to be let in construction corps that come from hell. Looked at has been crushed. There is a mule truck muddy road, directing traffic. Frowning lieutenant complained. As far as he could see, cement mixing trucks, power generating trucks, and equipment dragged by mules and horses were densely paved across the road. And the new equipment of the Air Force Construction Corps that did not know the name had no end in sight. Hanging behind the car, followed by a carriage full of tents, as well as Air Force Commander Jeep filled with red dress uniforms, filled with board waiting in everyday items, hanging outside the door behind the truck supply basin. More far away, carrying the radar antenna, looks like a truck in their own compartment filled with a fence made of steel. The trucks following this truck were piled up with cables, rolled one after another, and the discs were clearly written with expensive and careful prompts. Beyond the back, old, mounted, supported on the carriage 30mm anti-aircraft door. Next one is pulled horses, waiting for the next tanks. The grooms looked curiously at the tank driver who got off the car and rested, and didn't realize that the two of them were actually the same in nature. This is already a modern force that is very close to the level of World War II, whether in terms of its weapons and equipment or the quality of its members. It is already very close to the level of the early stage of World War II. If not for confidentiality, we will travel speeds twice as fast than it is now. A rode through artillery officer while fanning herself by hand, while his eyes went to the lieutenant directing traffic around the stop. Grey dust has made him look a little old uniform. After all, combat troops, it is not then those of the soldiers through the city and is responsible for depend on. While complaining, he looked up at the street sign, seemingly wondering how long he would have to run around in such a pitiful state. That lieutenant saluted, then aside while continuing to direct traffic and the colleagues chatting Xianx and Pit Father talking about the immediate situation. Never mind, walk on the path of Cavalry 3. Division is estimated to have an Alang. He is a man being. The cavalry division was, of course, faster speed of action. Artillery officer looked at his hands in a row after his sight, paused and then loudly snapped, "Give me hurry to the next intersection. Give way to the mechanized troops. Bastard, run." Hearing his scolding, those artillerymen pushed the 75mm infantry guns beside them more vigorously. In his case, the efforts finally put the horse in front of the cannon, pulled out of a deep rut, continue to move forward fast, marching up. I cannot pray for rain, it would not rain. That refers to artillery commanders. Look, deep rut. Imagine for a moment the road conditions after the rain. Opening prayer and said, if only this rain, we estimate that 10 years only then can I get to the border. Or for so long, refers to direct traffic. Lieutenant smiled, opening comfort. Even if it rained, estimated meter 5 years is enough. Yes, laughter, the original fairly clear skies, little clouds of suspicions up. Soon the too big mouth of the laughter stopped down. Along comes a crazy meal, urged, come to rain, do not want to rain on. Give me hurry up or you'll go hurry in the rain. In summer, the rainy season for Higgs really came just as soon as it was said. The second day when Alan Hill's troops drove into Higgs, the heavy rain arrived as scheduled, just like the Emperor Alan Hill, who was trying on his new wedding gown. His Majesty the Muda kind. 125 out of defeat plan. I have one last help, so gone. Leaning against a chair, a man in a dark hall, the sound of O said, sighing. He has been very hard for a way to relieve the pressure of their own. And who knows, the King Higgs Capit Castner such a bastard fanciful choice. Let him be arranged in advance all the vain. The reality is sometimes so cruel, and the carefully planned strategy can only be exchanged for a sigh that people are not as good as the sky. Your Majesty, now Alanxia have put our roads are blocked. This time if we do not want a retreat, our future, his start sighed, opening a minister anxious to persuade the road. The man sitting on the throne waved his hand and said helplessly, I know, but what can I do? I can't beat Alan Hill. If I can do it, I won't wait until now. When I have should not help them, the other side, opening a minister laments. Hearing what he said, the minister who had just spoken said with sarcasm, what's the use of talking about these at this time? If we had the strength to fall into trouble, of course we wouldn't be polite. Isn't it that we don't have that ability? If Manchester Reed Department of long standing here, he must recognize these people he had ever seen. Everyone standing here is the top of the Steppe Empire, including His Majesty Emperor Nicholas Weiss. This time at the moment he is scratching his head, eyes full of remorse on his face. If he had a choice, he would not let things develop to where they are today. But who would have thought that the Alan Hill back then has become the Alan Hill today? He had formed an alliance with Alan Hill before, in fact, to explore the reality of Alan Hill. He wanted to know what it was like for the various countries to the south to become weak, and whether he could use Alan Hill to go south to gain his own advantage. The results that once the south, the loss of his troops than 2 million people, from the support of more than Alanxia the 10 million gold gratuity money, his soldiers' insight into the powerful Alanxia soldier, he naturally there will be no the mind to make trouble again. But then Alanxia or economic crazy invasion began. From the first table salt to the complete variety of daily necessities of excellent quality, sufficient quantity and cheap price, all the products of Alanxia immediately occupied the market of the entire Prairie Empire. He went south, earned 10 million gold coins. Seems like a lot, but can only support a few months. It has been Alanxia businessman earned away, returned to the territory Alanxia. In the end, as the Emperor of the Steppe Empire, Nicholas Weiss even began to exchange war horses and furs for the necessities of life he wanted. Now his tribe has basically become a breeder. The Steppe Empire provides Elanshire with meat and furs and other necessities in exchange for Elanshire's industrial products. Countless tribal warriors have put down their swords and become shepherds one by one. If this continues, he won't even have an army. What is even more frightening is that instead of reducing the already powerful Elan Hill Grenadiers, there are more and more on the border. The Elan Hill army, which originally had only a few garrison regiments, has now increased tenfold. Waiting for a few more years, this war fool knows that there is no need to fight. As long as Elan his troops enter the grassland, they have long forgotten that the tribes who migrate without warriors will surrender to the feet of Emperor Elan Hill. Like today's kingdom of a Higgs-like humble. So, when someone came to him to negotiate and plan to carve up Elan Hill, he agreed without even thinking about it. He promised that as long as Elan Hill was in the middle of the war and started a war with the Dothan Empire on the southern front, he would personally lead the cavalry of the Steppe Empire to attack the Hanhai and North County areas. However, two news soon reached the prairie. The first news was that Elan Hill did not declare war on the Dothan Empire, but took a laissez-faire attitude toward the Dothan Empire that occupied the southern bank of the fallen river. The second news is even more blasting. The Higgs Kingdom, which was originally going to attack Elan Hill, turned back at this time and took refuge in Elan Hill. Karp Kastner, the kingdom of Higgs, who is familiar with all conspiracies, will surely uncover this matter, and the Steppe Empire will definitely be avenged by Elan Hill. I did not expect Elanxia, that damn emperor, not even Dothan Empire in the south, and go to war. He is good luck, or really see through our plan. Nicholas said Davis' teeth also promised Higgs would have betrayed their empire. Trinity tipped off. The Prime Minister Grassland Empire opening sneered. It's too late to say anything. If we don't take the lead, the only thing waiting for us is Elan Hill's army northward. Another minister said desperately, prepare for war. We have to struggle anyway. Only be the case. Repent. Nicholas Davis sighed, nodded his head and said, in order to preserve his Steppe Empire, he has already shook hands with his former enemy, the Holy Demon Empire, but fate has teased him and made him unable to keep his country even so. This is really a kind of irony, and the Behindthesens man who made the Dothan Empire go north to seize the southern area of Arant is the Holy Demon Empire that has just purchased a large number of weapons and supplies from Elan Hill. They hoped to mobilize Elan Hill's main force to go south, fortunately to weaken Christ's defensive force in the north, then Trinity Empire, and then the United Kingdom to the Higgs and Grassland Empire. Both sides attack Elanxia, completely destroyed the country, and then divide the fruits of victory. Even the Holy Demon Empire decided not to use any land, and only moved all the equipment of Elan Hill. Unfortunately, this kind of abacus is good, but Higgs' defection suddenly turned the whole plan into a joke. Without a country's military helper, Elan Hill has hundreds of kilometers of strategic depth. Before this battle started, it was almost defeated. Although the Elan Hill troops on the southern front could not penetrate the Dothan Empire, they were more than enough to defend the Dothan Empire northward. Now the main force of Elan Hill in the north has not moved south, and the defense of the northern area is naturally still fully secured. At this time, the war started rashly. It was definitely not the original rhythm of dividing Elan Hill. The few countries that lacked coordination were all sending food to Elan Hill. At least, now that the background is no longer the Steppe Empire back then, there is no certainty to break through the northern border defense line of Elan Hill. Their forces will lead the horse forward. In the side of General Simon reigned in the reins. Opening Persuade said, ordered it. The war is at hand. We always have to make their own choices. I know. With a sigh, the Steppe Empire General Simon, who was riding on his horse, looked at the dense cavalry warriors in front of him, and said with a heavy mouth, believe me, if I have a choice, I am absolutely unwilling to give such an order. To Prairie. His body general's edge of a long knife out of his waist, pointing to the sky, and shouted, to Prairie. Countless soldiers with samples pulled out their weapons. pointing to the sky echoed Nicholas Vice brutal no way. Starting today I'll wait for grassland. 7 tribes swear allegiance. Aelanxia. Grassland to peace, prosperity and protect grassland. Aelanxia long live. Simon the army slowly out of his long knife, point the sky, shouted hysterically. Allen Hill. Allen Hill. Countless soldiers shouted loudly, cheering from the bottom of their hearts for their new target of allegiance. Yes, at home, and now there are containers filled with food from Aelanxia of their tent above are stitched produced Aelanxia label their daily consumption of salt from Aelanxia, even their children they all read and write in Hanhai. Under such circumstances, these herders on the border have already become vines relying on Aelan Hill for survival. How can they turn their guns to killers under the big trees that they are attached to? So, when after they received the Nicholas Davis issued the assembled troops, attack Aelanxia of command, their first reaction is this Prairie Davis sempre mad, and the second reaction is well prepared for war. War still remains to be war, because they want to protect their own happy life, such as in front of the hard-won fortunate blessing of life to fight in the end. In just a few days, the steppe imperial tribes on the border who had abandoned their migration habits gathered their troops. 5-1 Jingruang cavalry raised high the flag Aelanxia Empire, formed to defend Aelanxia first line of defense. Chris did not intend to let these indigenous people are embarrassed grassland empire, and soon, more than 5 million people Aelanxia grenadier troops into the open prairie, which crossed the 5 Prairie 1 defection of cavalry, in the north more formed a line of defense. And at this moment, Bakarov, the special envoy of the Holy Demon Empire, came to Ceres again and asked to meet with His Majesty Emperor Chris. I have this time come, that His Majesty Chris came to apologize. I just heard about Doth Empire of Things. Bakalov the consul after the gate was blocked, he opened his mouth to say his intentions. He heard about the merger of the Higgs kingdom into Aelan Hill, and knew that all this had exceeded the plan of the Holy Demon Empire. So he came here to save the situation. After all, in his opinion, there is actually no deep hatred between Aelan Hill and the Holy Demon Empire, so there is nothing that cannot be solved, as long as Aelan Hill does not confront the Holy Demon Empire before the armistice between the Holy Demon Empire and the Normu Empire. The Devil Empire declares war. Everything is easy to say. 126 Preparing for marriage and war. Chris Majesty recently was quasi-prepared and the kingdom of the Higgs Royal Highness Princess Paeluna wedding card, there is no time to see you, laughed and sat on the top. Aelanxia Foreign Minister touched Reed Lancaster own bald head, said to Bakarov, I think if he abandons the final peace efforts now, everything will develop in a bad direction. Bakarov stared at Strider and threatened, don't think that you are really sure of winning now. I have not thought about the war. The consul Bakalov you. Our nation is preparing a remarkable wedding, unless someone provocation. Otherwise we really do not intend to go to war with any country. I got the news. You who are a force pushed northward into the Prairie Empire. Bakalov filed his aim this time to come. The Steppe Empire lost a streak of consecutive losses and lost almost a third of its territory. Although these territories are not very populated, such failures are indeed disturbing. The Holy Demon Empire didn't want him to be ready to go to war with Aelan Hill. Aelan Hill swallowed the Steppe Empire into his belly and waited for Aelan Hill to start the war. It was definitely a very dangerous thing. Your Excellency Bakarov, I want to ask you to understand that some border conflicts are inevitable. After all, the Steppe Empire often goes south to harass our country's borders. If we counterattack appropriately, we don't need to report to the Holy Demon Empire. Manchester Reed sneered and he asked. Bakalov the cold face to cover up their own embarrassment. The opening sentence by sentence emphasizes, if you have to rush Grassland Empire war, we will stand in Trinity Empire Prairie Empire that side. Strider didn't even think about it, then continued, we already know this. From the intelligence point of view, not only the Holy Demon Empire will choose to stand on the side of the Steppe Empire, but the Doth Empire seems to be preparing to fight on the southern front. We declare war, right? Although you know our plan, Is it a bit too ironic to say it now? Bakarov stared at Strider with a pair of eyes, hoping to see something bluffing in the other's eyes. But he was wrong. He didn't see any timidity. What he saw turned out to be anticipation. Yes, looking forward to it. The other side seems to be looking forward to the outbreak of this war. It seems that Alan Hill has done the preparations for one enemy 3. Who could have imagined that there would be such a mortal empire that could evolve into a monster that dared to fight a magic empire and 2 other mortal empires at the same time in just 3 years? Since you are all already know, then I can assure Inity Empire's plan to give up this time. Compensation Alanxia 3000 Jek known knowledge magic ball. Alanxia exposing the matter. Do you think? Bakalov expressed that he was tired and wanted to razing the rebellious Higgs kingdom to the ground. Actually, our emperor's wedding didn't invite the guests of the Holy Demon Empire. Doesn't this explain our attitude? Strider said openly while looking at each other. Alan Hill really dare to go to full-scale war with us? Seeing that Alan Hill is so tough, Bakarov will inevitably be agitated. He was already very irritable. In the past few encounters with Alan Hill, he had actually restrained too much. You can try it, Strider said with his chin open and staring at the already furious Bakarov. Well, I only wish you had good luck. Bakalov got up quasi-prepared to leave. He felt that the war has become unavoidable, and he did not need to stay here a little bit. Thank you. Our good luck is equal to your bad luck, so I don't wish you good luck. Sorry. Strider also felt that there seemed to be no need to continue the conversation. The news from the army is that the troops in the direction of Higgs have entered the defensive position. The preparations for war are ready. The defense has been completed, and there is no need to compromise with the other side. After all, in the north, the Alan Hill Empire is in an offensive state. Soon the Steppe Empire will be conquered, and the threat to the north will be completely eliminated. In comparison, the enemies in both directions in the southwest will have to bite the bullet. Attacking Alan Hill's prepared defense line. Apparently Alan Hill took a bit more advantage. Bakarov nodded and swallowed his breath. Good. I hope you will be arrogant by then. Do not worry. Mortals have been trampled upon is no longer a slave. Manchester Reed already never show weakness, and now he plays hate console to Trinity Empire. Also did not hesitate meaning. Very good. Very good. If I win, I will save you a dog's life, so that you can watch your homeland and life become charcoal. Bakarov said bitterly when he was caught in the real fire. Strider still responded half-step unrelentingly. If I win by luck, I will also give you a chance to play for Alan Hill. How about? Has been running for the door was no retreat back. Bakalov. He felt if we stay here a few seconds, he could not help but want to use magic to kill the Manchester Reed. A word is given. In the territory of the Kingdom of Higgs, an important oil field goal near the mark, wearing a red uniform of the officer looked at his hands behind his presence constantly turning double horsehead oil extraction equipment. Face showed no emotion. He was ordered in here to build fortifications to protect the Empire's most important oil field. The last 10 days of the time he has been busy, finally have time to stand here today. Welcomes reward your own masterpiece. Among his eyes a door 30mm anti-aircraft guns raised his barrel. A few soldiers, skilled operators with which guns, and soon let this door hidden in the anti-aircraft defenses ready for the battle. Sandbags built a C-shaped fortification around this anti-aircraft gun. Corner pile full of already opened a box of shells. Advanced air defense covers the top of this anti-aircraft gun, which is the latest new equipment issued to the army. Only tens of meters away from this air defense position, another anti-aircraft gun has also raised its barrel. Such an air defense position continued into the distance, until the invisible reverse slope. Only one anti-aircraft gun from the density can to see that here the number of anti-aircraft artillery just how terrible. In order to ensure foolproof, 3,000 soldiers were even temporarily added to extinguish fires. The outermost circumference of such air defense positions by a single tube 30mm anti-aircraft component, and then go down to the truck tractor is a dual-mounted 30mm anti-aircraft guns armor by Slizai herein across the number. can be used simply dense to describe. And near here, there are two newly constructed field airports. These airports were built by looting workers, and some camps are still being replaced by tents. But they all have basic functions, and fighter jets have been deployed in these frontline airports. In order to ensure that the opponent would not launch an attack at night, 100 searchlights were temporarily installed in the entire oil field area, powered by gasoline generators, each of which was operated independently and was specially prepared for night battles. Around hundreds of anti-aircraft guns, there are more than 100 Maxim heavy machine guns. Anyway, most of the anti-aircraft weapons that can be found are piled up near the Higgs oil field. Chris even ordered Lester, the commander of the Second Army, to personally take charge of the oil field garrison, to which these weapons and equipment prepared to provide early warning of a 70 smoke signals observation station, 30 free radio telegraph stations, as well as 15 STEL observation stand behind these stations. There are 3 radar station turns power on to ensure that airspace absolutely safe. Just this set of air defense system, Alan Hill has spent countless gold coins. What Chris wants is to turn Higgs into a huge cemetery. A huge cemetery where the Holy Demon Empire is buried. The commander-in-chief of the entire Higgs territory is Lieutenant General Wagron, who has just stepped down as the commander-in-chief of the army. His position was handed over to King Higgs, who surrendered, Cape Castner, the father-in-law of the future Emperor's Majesty. Chris said the words, "Let Castner assume the post of commander-in-chief of the army," transferred Wagron to the front line, and let him personally direct the most important Higgs defensive battle. As Wagron entered the Higgs area, there was also the main force of the First Army from Ceres. What? The real Alanxi are ready to defensive operations, and they did not intend any chance to Trinity Empire espite. Ready to take advantage of Trinity Empire and the Imperial War normal opportunity to completely get rid of the trouble of his own 3 fronts. Higgs' desolate border, to watch their other end of the line of the dead General Domain Isolation Region. An officer put down the hands of the telescope. On the side of the officers said, even if shot down our 300 Me-109 fighter, they have to, in the face of countless bunkers on the ground and anti-aircraft gunfire, it is almost impossible to cross these lines of defense and attack the oil fields. The officer standing next to him was also very optimistic about this, and said, as long as the opponent does not dispatch hundreds of dragons at once, our line of defense can be foolproof. Even if the opponent dispatches so many Dragon Knights, we absolutely there is a battle. Actually besieged joint doth Empire Prairie Empire the with us. How these bastards Magic Empire so shameless it. An empty army commander lying in the city's head, looking across the wasteland, full of contempt quipped. Yes, the body is a magical empire, even a mortal empire alone to go to war without the courage, the ability to enslave us before do not know where to go. Really sissy. The first opening of the officer sneered. Opening echoed the road. 127 The real war. Group of mortals anything about power. They think, kill the Dragon Knight, kill the giant horse cavalry, you can overcome Trinity Empire. A magic teacher standing on the ground looking at the distance Higgs construction the frontier fortress, hummed coldly. His body stood general's hand side of the pressing sword, nodded and said, he who would not do their own small mind think about that. What power, those who submit to the dragon in our crotch, left to become the mount we drove. Opening talk of the master sideways step, revealing he has portrayed well behind on the ground to tremendous magic, since he did not know, let them to experience the real magic of Street Imperial Army, how to fight it. Quasi-prepared long-range magic attacks. With his command, dressed in a magical old man robes loudly exclaimed, his side. Hundreds of magicians put their hands held high over his head. A giant dragon thick iron chain is locked in a bulky metal on the flatbed. This wagon, which was several times larger than the train carriage, was dragged by the mountain beast and pulled to the edge of the open space where the magic circle was outlined. The surrounding magicians chanted magic spells, and the light on their bodies shone slightly. Giant board the Casside stood a tall soldier, He was holding a sharp axe from his arm round a knife in the neck end of the dragons. Under the action of the huge force, the neck of the giant dragon broke about a third of it all at once, and the blood spurted out all at once, flowing everywhere. That giant dragon, though apparently not dead, it struggled under the constraints of the chain, but cannot move his body. The chains engraved with magic symbols seemed to have an instinctive binding force on it, so it couldn't break free of its own shackles at all. Giant Dragon's lament echoed across the sky, like a death in the world to stay sound in general. No matter how this dragon struggles, blood filled with magic continues to flow into the blood groove reserved on the cardboard, and then gather and pour into the magic circle drawn on the ground in a specific gap. The blood was flowing along the gully of the magic circle, and the blood radiating light blue seemed to boil in the magic circle. The voices of the magicians around chanting magic spells became more complex and rapid, and words that did not resemble human beings spouted from their mouths. The bombardment begins. Let those mortals repent for their ignorance. Seeing that the huge magic circle in front of him began to gather huge magic energy, a magician led a whole piece of pure magic crystal mine. The center of the magic circle, a fireball larger than a house soared into the sky from the magic circle, drew a beautiful arc in the sky, and rushed towards the Higgs border in the distance with an indomitable momentum. In the shocked eyes of the Alan Hill Grenadiers, this huge fireball hit the wall of the huge fortress not far behind them, completely evaporating a whole section of the wall to ashes. That sunburn hot flame after destroying the walls have not completely disappeared, followed by another broken off, devouring life around. So just look at the attack. A 30mm anti-aircraft guns and weeks it all deployed soldiers around. It has completely disappeared from this world. And just as the flames raged on this position, more fireballs rose into the air in the direction of the Magic Empire army over there, flying one by one towards the Alan Hill defense line on the Higgs border. Opened fire on anti-strike no matter what. All good counter-attack immediately. One officer put down his own in the Hope telescope, looking back to his adjutant, loudly ordered, "Let all the artillery we're firing at the enemy's position pour out your own cannonballs. Quick!" In the voice of his command, behind the magic legion of the Holy Demon Empire in the distance, a dragon rose into the sky. As the dragon spread its wings and soared, there were more dragons on both sides of it. When these dragon knights took off, they were so densely packed that they looked like a swarm of wild bees. Before these dragon knights could continue to climb, the one that flew towards them was the cannonball fired by Alan Hill that covered the sky and covered the sun. Not enough time to train knights twisting his body. It was a 105mm caliber of pomegranate missile, and artillery hit the wings. Screams fall to the ground. Rocket through the dragon wings. 105mm caliber cannon shells explode in the air, forming a metal storm. The dragon around all play into a sieve. But the other artillery shells were not so lucky. They fell into the army of the Holy Demon Empire, and then exploded, raising a lot of black smoke. A fat 75mm caliber of pomegranate missile and artillery shells just landed on a magic. All of a sudden explosion left a huge crater in the black smoke magic. The surrounding mages staggered a few steps, and several people injured by the shrapnel fell to the ground. On Alan Hill's defensive position, in the telescope of a frontline commander, the wilderness hillside in the direction of the Holy Demon Empire was sifted by cannonballs. Clouds of black smoke rose into the sky, and countless hills were enveloped by huge artillery fire. The fireball skills that fell on Alan Hill's position were declining, but there were still fireballs hitting the trenches or iron wires, exploding in an instant, swallowing everything around. The soldiers huddled in the fortifications that had been constructed long ago, holding their weapons to feel an unprecedented experience. For the Second Army of Alan Hill, it was the first time that it had encountered an enemy that could engage them head-on. Even in some respects, such opponents have an advantage over them in some respects. A fireball landed on a trench, and because of the constraints of the trench, the fireball filled the trench into a long fire dragon. The soldiers in the trenches struggled in the flames, and then turned into pieces of coke. Another on the front side is not too uncomfortable. Alanxir artillery seemed to take the advantage in numbers, whether it is a small caliber 75 Homi infantry, artillery, or large Yamato 155 Homi pomegranate missile and artillery, hit out of respect for the fragile magic core are fatal. Giant dragon is approaching. One ventured stuck his head look across to the soldiers, withdrew to their side of terrified comrades shouted. As he shouted, the soldiers on the machine gun position crawled out of their hiding place, wiped the dust on their faces, and were ready for battle. War fighting to the last minute. Mortal never slaves. An officer pulled out a pistol his waist, hold high over his head, glared at the distant dragon near over, loudly encouraging his men. In his left-hand side, just a huge ball of fire falling, swallowed up a machine gun position, engulfed even a defense, and swallowed up the trench's soldiers, leaving beating around the flames on the ground. This is almost comparable to the battlefield of the First World War. Even if it is just a comparison of the firepower of the two sides, it can be regarded as a cruel modern war. The attack of the Magic Legion was indeed effective. The Alan Hill soldiers in the first line of defense suffered heavy losses within an hour of the beginning of the engagement. Phew! A giant dragon brushed Alan's eye soul prevention line, started his own great posture on the verge of collapse. Soldier's head. Its wings flapped in the wind, and it stirred up the flames scattered on the ground. The entire battlefield was like hell, with burnt smells and leaping flames everywhere. Under the scorching flames, the soldiers of Alan Hill raised their heads and held up their weapons. Chug, chug. Has been quiet of heavy machine gun positions suddenly growled, dense tracer woven into a huge fire in the air. The fire dragon spitting flames was suddenly enveloped in the fire, and instantly screamed and fell to the ground. With the fall of this fire dragon, more fire dragons passed the mortals' defense line. They spewed flames raging over the battlefield, and the mortal anti-aircraft guns fired fiercely, causing these fire dragons to also suffer huge losses. Really real, so mortals' country, enough to make our opponents standing on the hillside, watching has been reduced to the battlefield hell. Led by Trinity Imperial generals issued a pressing sword emotion. He really didn't expect that even if he had drawn back a main force of the Holy Demon Empire from the frontal battlefield, when attacking the Mortal Empire, he would still have a slight advantage in the scene. Who would have thought? He spent 10-1 to army Trinity Empire. Even a little Higgs take no less than the Kingdom of Border Defense. Who would have thought that the Sacred Magic Legion would even fight the opponent's artillery? Magic attack hit continue, began to extend farther. Their first line of defense counterattack had almost quiet for a while to make up the giant horse cavalry raids on it. That name will lead the magician to look around them. Opening asked, how about the loss of the Magic Legion? I have lost can also accept the enemy's artillery is very violent, but our magic layout is very decentralized, so casualties is not great. That name Magic Teacher Forster Calm replied. Just now, his troops almost lost hundreds of magicians. If these losses are placed on the battlefield against the Normu Empire, it is indeed a tolerable category. But this kind of loss is placed on the battlefield against the Mortal Empire, which is a completely different concept. He compared their loss. The loss Alanxir, it really can be disastrous to describe it. Of 2 Army 2th Keep Preparation Group is completely maimed in the first line, and even removed to the few survivors. The second line of defense of the main line, the 12th Division under the jurisdiction of 3 infantry regiment of which 2 suffered heavy losses, has lost the ability to continue fighting. The powerful attack power of the Magic Legion instantly stunned the 2nd Army, which had never encountered such a strong opponent. 128 Sky. I have an hour's losses are more than in the past 2 years add up. Are you kidding? I want reinforcements. Reinforcements. Late, too late. Grabbed the phone. The 12th Division commander enraged against his head General Lester, the boss, roared. He hangs up the phone, frowning look to their own side of the officers, open asked, you have witnessed the 2 headquarters group was hit. Is the message the observation post sent back? They saw 2 regiment headquarters group was enveloped in massive fire. Then we lost 2 contact groups. There are now specific losses, we cannot confirm. The officer replied attentively. Always Alanxia range enemy artillery positions, and now things have changed. Alanxia ministry team was attacked by opponents to the remote thing never happened before, but also a test of Alanxia senior commanders. These generals had to think about a problem. How to hide under enemy fire and protect their headquarters from attack. Obviously, the leader of the 2 regiment doesn't need to think about it, and the entire 2 regiment is almost finished now. The Dragon Knights of the Holy Demon Empire are attacking our defenses, and the fortress has become a key target of attack. A defensive regiment stationed there is probably now annihilated. Another officer reported in a heavy tone. The situation. Flak department teams are trying very hard to fight back, but our firepower density. There is no obvious other Dragoon High. If the Air Force over there and then not be contacted, we will probably wiped out here. Responsible for the Air Force liaison officer frustrated followed. Command department team continues to insist. We are the first Alanxia 2 army. Gentlemen, if we take a step back, then everything we honor before, they are gone. The first 12 division commander looked at the front of their own officers, the helmet buckle on his head. I who will have to fight because we have sworn remember our oath it loyal to Alanxia, His Majesty the Emperor to fight to the last minute. Everyone raised their hands, fingers and rope pointing to his temple. King a solemn salute. Alanxia behind the defense, and build on the good artillery positions. A loading handle heavy 155mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery shells placed on the load assist device. Ammunition coming. Another loaded handgun projectile propulsion. The bore, easily close the breech. Facing the other side waiting for the gunner. Put up a thumb head, dress filled out by can fire up. Boom. Guns long without the slightest hesitation. Firing the gun sounded on the rope. Heavy artillery along a back seat, muzzle on the gushing white smoke. With this roar, the huge artillery shell flew to the enemy's position in the distance. And the artillery here had been restored to the state before the fire was activated by the hydraulic device. Ding dong. The loader opened the breech bolt, and a heat-emitting shell fell out, hitting the cooled shell under his feet with a crisp sound. They have been playing for almost an hour, and during this period, apart from cooling the barrel, they did not rest for even 1 second. No one knows what they're shelling, they just according to needs of the front. Kept the fire open. Fire on a preset coverage area only. As an artillery, they rarely see their enemies, and their work is almost the same as working in a factory. Only this time, the workload seemed a bit beyond imagination. The enemies they faced before were basically the kind of enemies that would completely collapse in 1 or 2 volleys. Today they have fired dozens of shells. But the headquarters seems to have no intention of making them angry. What do I say we are fighting? Are you testing the ultimate service life of the artillery? A loader pried open a box of artillery shells with a brazing iron, and asked the helping comrades around him breathlessly. The comrade in arms lowered his head and hugged a heavy artillery shell, and looked at each other with sweat. Have you ever seen an entire artillery position tested together? This is the latest artillery. And it is still used for testing? Another loader ran over, bent down to pick up a shell, whispered snapped, rush. Tight working children personally liquefy the head, said to be in urgent need of frontline fire support. Let us continue to fire. From the artillery position forward, past the collapsed fortress, and then past a messy second-line defensive position. And then continue to move forward to the first-line defensive position that has been submerged in a sea of flames. On a small Highland machine gun position, several Alan Hill grenadiers were using their urine to cool the barrel of the machine gun. The vicinity of the position they were holding had been destroyed by flames, and there were scorched corpses and unquenched flames everywhere. Hurry up. The damn dragon will fly back in a while. Looking at the damn dragon hovering in the thick smoke in the sky, the machine gunner wiped the black dust on his face, spitting and urged, Let the beast come over. Let it come. Grandpa, I'm fighting it. An Alan Hill grenadier who had just contributed his own urine, looked like a dead pig, was not afraid of boiling water, and stuck his army stab in the gun. Speaking, I'm afraid of death. I won't join the soldier. That's good. I'm afraid of death. I won't join the soldiers. Another soldier poured the canned fish in his hand into his mouth, his face full of satisfaction after eating. Don't waste it. Anyone who has canned food hurriedly swallowed it, and will be a soldier of Alan Hill in his next life, and eat such delicious canned food. Loader aside cocking, put a new bullet into the top of the chamber, while looking up at the sky full of smoke. Look at these monsters flying through the sky. Nausea. Our Air Force it. Where is it you? Just as he raised this question, a dragon raging on the battlefield gave an uneasy sniffle. The Dragon Knight behind it seemed to feel something. He moved his gaze away from the ground and looked up at the sky that he had almost never looked up to. He drove his dragon, raised himself a bit, and listened carefully to the fine sound of the wind. In the end, he determined one thing: something seemed to be approaching, and there was a noise that made him very uncomfortable. Clouds above the floor, closed inside a glass cockpit, a fighter pilot with the mask Alan Xia held out of the window to watch their front line. I have already found a dive began to attack the target. Mask protecting me. Cover me. No radio inside. Has begun to dive into the clouds below. Fighter pilots are among the tone with a surge of anger. They took off immediately after receiving the combat order, but when they came to the front line, they saw the apocalyptic scene on the ground. This is simply a squeeze in their faces, because their task is to intercept the opponent's dragon and cover ground forces in combat. Now they're long overdue, and their hearts are really more sad than letting them die. It was the pain of being let down by the trust of comrades in arms. It was the pain of my own efforts in vain. It was the pain of seeing a sea of blood and deep enmity accompanied by such pain. One after another Me-109 fighter jets rushed down from the clouds sideways, and the engines roared. The voice resounded across the sky at this moment. It was circling, by target. Off with the speed immediately after the attack. Austrian Frank drove his fighter ever closer to his chosen target. The piece seems to have found the dragon dive enemies, our ascent height. Pressing the sight on the body of the dragon, Oak's finger has been pressed on the trigger for firing. He is ready to attack, and when he reaches the best attack distance, he will immediately fire and attack. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. In Dragon Knight convoluted eyes, how lank this aircraft Me-109 fighter nose spray spit out a hot flame. 20mm caliber cannon played a tracer bullet, all poured into the dragon's body. The first attack hit How Lank feel that this fire is very easy dive. He trained every day is basically this subject, how to get rid of opponent's chase, and how to fight with opponent's maneuvering, how targeted fire. Now, he only used the most direct way to practice his training content, and in the process of practice, he found that these air combat skills that were instilled into his mind by the magic ball of knowledge were really very, very useful. The warhead left a line of exploding blood mist on the dragon's scales. Accompanied by the heart-piercing scream of the dragon, Oak suddenly pulled his control stick to let the plane fly past the falling dragon. I hit it. Headphones inside, to place. All fighter pilots are excited, shouting. The first case of Sea Mortal Air Force Dragon Knights. Basically in a sluggish state, at time has not adapted to a completely different combat modes. Almost all the opponents were shot down while hovering in a static state. Only a few Dragon Knights avoided the first round of attacks, and they often fought against the opponent's dragons. Now it seems that there is another kind that has never been seen before. Terrible enemy. See their air forces shot down one and a dragon. Alan Xia soldiers on the ground are cheered. They finally waited for hope, and finally regained their courage. They picked up their rifles and grinned their dry lips, revealing their whiter teeth against the backdrop of their black faces. The first arrived on the battlefield. 30 Me-109 fighters stormed the flockers among wolves, a few minutes before killing the Dragon Knight or Butcher in the sky. Those dragons who have seen fighter jets for the first time are very uncomfortable with those extremely fast and small and flexible fighters, and can only be passively beaten for a while. Not these Dragon Knights in quantity and occupy absolute advantage. They finally got used to the sky after being hunted down for a few minutes, began his counterattack. There will be updates in a while. You can watch it again tomorrow morning. Long Ling doesn't want to make it more uncomfortable for everyone, so stay up late and add updates. 129 Be careful. Suddenly, an Me-109 fighter jet chased behind a giant dragon with its wings retracted and swooped down quickly. It bit the dragon and fired endlessly. Tracer bullets connected countless straight lines between the two, and the dragon flexibly changed the flight path to avoid these deadly attacks. It had to be more flexible than our estimate, and very combat experience. A strike did not succeed in Aulante, according to radio phones, to remind ourselves of his comrades. Just now, he saw the first loss of the Eren Hill Air Force. The Me-109 fighter was chasing and killing an escaping dragon at full speed. But I didn't know if the opponent really wanted to die together, or if he just wanted to get rid of the attempt to get rid of being shot down. The dragon suddenly spread its wings and slowed down. The pilot of the Me-109 fighter jet behind it was caught off guard and hit the dragon directly. The consequences of its reality can be imagined. Dragon Peace was immediately engulfed by the explosion, but that fighter flyline staff parachute too late to bloom and become their own fighter with gorgeous fireworks in the air. Even if the pilot had a chance to parachute, the current situation did not seem to allow him to land safely on the ground. The dragons flying around are not vegetarians, and they descend slowly in the air by a parachute, which is no different from throwing food in a zoo. Anyway, Austrian Frank told myself, if you really have little choice, then find a neat goal. Let die, so also to die a little sense, at least to feed the dragon to be more interesting than white. The other party will suddenly slow down. This is different from our plane. Be careful. They may choose to die together. Controlling his plane to regain altitude, Orange looked down on the battlefield under his feet, preparing to choose a target again. Start attacking. His ammunition is fairly adequate. Oil also persist for a while longer, so he needs a cautious start to attack. After all, he had shot down 40 AU giant dragon accordance Alanxia Air Force regulations. To shoot down 50 AU giant dragon can be called the ace pilot. Do not overlook on today's scene. Aolank feel that they might be shot down more dragon. He was prepared to challenge that looks a bit distant goal, to shoot down 100 AU giant dragon to dragon warrior title. Aside to fly a plane into the dive, while Aolank saw another plane Me-109 fighter torn decomposed dragon claws. The opponent seemed to have found a chance when the Me-109 fighter was climbing, and approaching flexibly just caught the wing of the aircraft. Then there is the second giant dragon joined the feast of revenge. They snapped their wings, crashing the cockpit full of blood, which is also a dragon. Aircraft engines cut off the wings. Blood is the propellers were thrown all over, looking very bloody. Finally, this wounded dragon that frame zero and pieces of plane crashes together, fell into a mass of fire on the ground, just as the insertion of a firewood stove, immediately let the fire burn more vigorous group together. There are too many enemies. Dozens of Me-109 fighter jets are like pebbles thrown into the lake. Although they splashed with ripples, they did not seem to play a decisive role. Austrian Frank drove his fighters so once again dive into the state, and his speed is very fast. The moment is hovering lock a dragon, and the dragon's body in front of the piece played in a row flares. After careful analysis, the efficiency of attacking the dragon's wings is actually very low. Oken knows that those meat wings seem to have huge targets and are very easy to attack. However, a row of holes are made in the wings, but the dragon cannot fall immediately. These wounded dragons can leave the battlefield and retreat to a safe place. After all, for a dragon, damage to the film on the wings is commonplace. They are accustomed to such injuries, just like eating and sleeping. And then seeing a rotracer bullet into the body of a piece of the dragon, Aolank changed their direct pull of habit. He avoided an interception on his head dragon. Let yourself the fighter jets flexed against the ground to avoid the gushing dragon flames. The opponent is not a group of targets that can only be hit. the dragon will also spit flames at the fighters. Sometimes such flames can be very deadly. The good news is when the air attack, ballistic Long Yan also has a rate of fire is not good, so the fighter can be more easily avoided. But if you underestimate such an attack and feel that the other party's attack is not threatening, then you are really wrong. The dragon flame attack range of the giant dragon is very wide, which makes the opponent's attack need not be too precise. Moreover, the attacking power of the opponent is seriously overflowing. Once enveloped by the dragon flame, the fighter jet may explode instantly, or it may crash in various failures. Therefore, when facing the giant dragon, it needs 12 minutes to be careful. Low altitude swept over the ground, the engine roaring voice that stick in front of Alanxia grenadiers against the sky crazy cheering. They fired into the air to stop those dragons chasing their fighters and cover their late air comrades. Soon, the second batch from flying fighters joined the fighting. The number of Air Force fighter Alanxia suddenly elevated to 50. Multi-Shelf-Can Dragoon here are not any decent reinforcements. Before he had all off, adding to the ranks of ground attack. No one can remind them to come before the Air Force to be careful. Mortal Empire. You should know that a few hours ago, in the knowledge of the commander of the Holy Demon Empire, mortals still had no Air Force units. Excuse me. Do you need help? Austrian radio headset Frank inside, sounded his comrades that spanking sounds. He grinned, aside looking for a safe place to start the climb, while holding down the intercom replied, "No, you can put back. I'm sorry. We've only now returning UO and funk disposal, sir." Headphones inside, that due to hit the voice continued quipped. Then you asked. Be careful of their deceleration stop. Do not bite too tight to keep from accidentally Long Yan attack. Austrian Frank reminder of new comrades to join the battle. Good. We've all met it. These dragons are dangerous. We tell them we are more dangerous. Austrian rank headphones. The sound gave the attack hit command. Accompanied by this ridiculous sound, more fighter jets swooped down from the clouds. The roar of the engine and the roar of the dragon were intertwined, playing the movement of the first air battle of the Mortal Empire. One after another fighter jets dived and attacked, and the tracer bullets in the sky were like silk spit out of blooming flowers. But what these silk cores swallowed is the life of the dragon. This is what the Grand Archon said: we can easily win a war. Pressing the long sword, the commander of the Holy Demon Empire who was in charge of the battle turned his head and looked at the magician next to him. My day-to-day more dragon knights have lost than they have lost in a day on the front line of Norma. And the same kind of Normu Empire at war, Empire of Magic. Both the tactics are similar. We are familiar with each other, so the losses and victories can all be estimated. But the battle before him is different, because the battle mode of the Mortal Empire has completely exceeded the imagination of the commanders of the Holy Demon Empire. I have not backed down. This time if we retreat, and even after that we have no chance. That name Magic firm said division. Consuls perform big plans to make it Magic cavalry attack. Break these mortals' line of defense. Now only be the case. That means the commanders sigh, looking at the fire everywhere battlefield, never looking back, said, not after the war over. I definitely want to review the impeachment big consul as suggested. He made us pay too much. That's their own thing. And now you have to face, is troublesome Mortal Empire. Magic teacher to hear the other party to impeach their own support large consuls. His face does not look good. Cold reminds us. Order the giant horse cavalry to charge first to see if the opponent's line of defense is still intact. The troops move forward as a whole. Blow the horn of attack. The commander buttoned his visor and strode forward. Go. Woo. The huge horn tied to the back of the moving mountain beast was blown, and the giant horse cavalry, who had been waiting for a long time, began to attack Alan Hill's position. They have all seen how powerful mortal rifles are, so their armors are all improved heavy armors. These heavy armor can guarantee that he at long range can be close to the relative safety of the opponent. When the bullets really exert their power, the impact of the cavalry can already ignore the short distance. No one will stand in place and be beaten. While Alan Hill is constantly studying the Holy Demon Empire, The Holy Demon Empire is also actively preparing means to attack Alan Hill. These improved giant horse cavalry are one of the great gifts prepared by the Holy Demon Empire for Alan Hill. Arrow lined up red strike formation of giant horse cavalry rushes forward along with these giant horseshoe horses frequency tapping the ground. The earth seemed to be shaking gently. A more dazzling light lingers on these cavalry bodies, raising their defense to an unprecedented level. Trinity Empire, 1 years old, with their lances to the front, pointing to enemy positions, commanded giant horse cavalry generals shouted slogans encouraging morale. Beside him is a densely packed wall of knights, and everyone is preparing for a feast of killing that belongs to them. On the edge of the battlefield, a wooden sign was knocked down by a giant horse cavalry and trampled on a hammer. On the tattered notice, broken handwriting was faintly visible. These handwritings are simple words, reminding everyone who enters this realm of death, watch out for mines. Long Ling won't go to bed today. In order to have a good time for everyone tomorrow morning, there will be a watch all night. Don't stay up all night and wait, just watch it together tomorrow morning. 130 opponents. Boom. As the giant horse cavalry hit the road, an intruding explosion sounded, and the surrounding knights turned on their backs. The comrades behind them could not stop advancing or detour, so they stepped on the unlucky ones who fell to the ground. Past. Boom. Before these knights could think much, more explosions appeared around them. Every step forward seemed to have to pay a huge price. One after another knights fell from their horses and fell, and their companions stepped into the dirt. At the beginning, everyone thought that these explosions were shelling by the mortals of Alan Hill, but as the explosions became more and more accurate, everyone realized that they were attacking them, not from the shells above their heads. It comes from the soil under their feet. In addition to those already outside, the wire was destroyed, dilapidated, except those Alanxia grenadiers, leaving only a small force to linger, and the soil surface there are other things against them. In the land where these weapons, the explosion, the stones and the iron pieces that are set off are more lethal. However, the Italian aware of these but also they don't have time to stop and check the ground under their feet. They can only keep moving forward until they get out of this dead area. What is regrettable is that the soldiers of Alan Hill will naturally not give up this opportunity for revenge and grievance. They desperately opened fire behind the minefield, just like the infantry of the First World War on the earth. We did that. Hit them with machine guns, killing those who tried to climb over enemy dead zone, so that the other party to pay the price tenfold or even 100-fold. When the giant horse cavalry broke through the minefield defense line, crossed the tattered wire, and rushed to the front of the Alan Hill soldiers, these brave grenadiers had already emptied their ammunition and were showing mocking eyes. Look at these enemies of the Holy Demon Empire. Come bastard. Are we not the bullet now up to you? A bearded Alanxia soldiers carrying bayonets of the riders gathered around giant immediately shouted, "I'm not afraid of you." A giant horse cavalry chanted fireball and ended the brave mortal's life with flames. They passed by the burning corpse and continued to attack the second Alan Hill line of defense. At the same time they stormed Alanxia defense. The sky, the golden eagle painted on the wings of the fleet over the clouds, are searching for their own goals. They bypass the fierce fight in the battlefield, looking for their own search the goal. Found goal mark yet? Confirmation. Find the target yet? No radio inside. A voice anxious urging. The sky above a large fleet is entering the battlefield. Overlooking the ground, pilots hold down the communicator. Answered the question. Open ground command center. Well, I saw the head markers confirmed that the target has been found. Repeat short to recognize. Really, is the goal right? Surface of the ground in the command unit, which is responsible for directing an attack. Mission officers once again confirm the channel. Yes, as long as you are not blind, you can easily find those fools. The pilot who flew the plane replied helplessly as he looked at that huge magic circle next to each other on the ground. Those filling around full of dragon's blood, sketched out in the open ground magic, Magician gathered a dense crowd. It is as eye-catching as a huge bull's eye drawn on the ground, familiar to all attack aircraft pilots. He had been practicing attack this goal, dive, then hung himself under the wing of the bomb, thrown to exercise the above target painted on the ground. It's just that now the target was replaced with the same round magic circle, and it was still shining with a light blue light, just as eye-catching as a torch. Go down. Let them shut up forever. In the slightly bumpy plane, the pilot glanced at his dashboard and commanded loudly to the friendly plane behind him. A ranged intensive attack hit the formation of EEL-2 attack plane hitter, then a start swoop down from the cloud, under the wing mounted on top of the bomb, gently warnings looming in a plume of white clouds. Freedom attack hit. Do not let these bastards at. They are attacking our countrymen. Fire. Fire. No radio inside, sounded the voice of the commander. Ilan Ramon put his bomb sight aligned. A huge magic circle on the ground quickly swooped over. His plane was bumping slightly in the air current, which was nothing more than normal for him. For the past month, he has carried out such a dive attack every day without interruption. A magician who was singing magic raised his head and saw the small black spots in the sky that were constantly approaching. He frowned to see exactly what the black dot was. And then he saw that the black dot kept getting bigger, and finally extended his wings. Immediately afterwards, before he could make any response, the little black dot that extended its wings showed a more hideous appearance. In the sun, this EEL-2 attack of the wing attack aircraft below hung a large bomb. Looks majestic. That's not me who's who. He next intended knowledgeable want to remind weak people around rushed to escape. But it was too late. Huge bomb out of Ilan Ramon driving EEL-2 attack of the wing attack machine, and then continue along the path toward his goal of aircraft dive. Dive bombing itself has a very powerful attack precision. EEL-2 attack plane hit the ground attack aircraft performance is the leader, so these are very precise bombs fell from the sky, and on precision why did no different. The ground was full of legions of wizards. And there was a magic circle that was almost as small as a bull's eye. There are pallets carrying giant dragon corpses everywhere, and huge monsters dragging these pallets. They are simply perfect targets for Air Force bombing. So, Iraklan Lyman felt very relaxed. He drove his aircraft with 20 cannon caliber fire ground, leaving 2 bloody road was filled with dust in the crowd. Magician, like a fence running over the ground. The hordes of magicians had no time to look up at the sky before they were shattered by the oncoming cannonballs. EEL-2 attack aircraft gun on the plane hit play on a human body that is quite cruel. Even if there is magic, defense cannot stop this constant rampage. Ammunition in the crowd. He pitched throw a bomb at the edge of the crowd, explode, destroying the magic, bombed down a magician. The Holy Demon Empire Magic Legion, which had never thought that it would be attacked by mortal air forces, paid a heavy price for its underestimation. The Dragon Knight, to recall, or will be all over, looked at his magic masters were devastated. Led by Magician shouted angrily. It is a pity that the Dragon Knight is now fighting with the Me-109 fighter, and can't get out of it for a while. Or say some of the more pessimistic, after all these Dragon Knight cannot retreat back. And now it seems is still unknown, although Alan Xia Air Force fighter forces have lost more than 30 GR fighter, but Dragoon Regiment Trinity apparently lost Empire some more. About 150 TR Dragon Knight was shot down, which is almost half Dragoon involved in the attack. The Dragon Knight troops commanded by the 3 Great Knight commanders were crushed, and they were now fighting their own enemies, which they could not guarantee. And then see, whispered muttered, Ilan Ramon pulled the trigger to fire in the air pocket around the EEL-2 attack plane hit the ground once again, opened fire, strafing out of the tracer directly into the crowd. In 2 straight lines of blood were left in the mage's array. On the ground, has been held up their hands into a ball of confusion by the mages, the release of a variety of magic to the sky. Their fireball skills and lightning bolts did cause trouble for the attacking aircraft. They dropped bombs while avoiding these attacks, and the accuracy could not be guaranteed at all. Both sides of the losses are in the rapid rise. An EEL-2 attack plane hit the Magician, lost control, crashed into the crowd. The huge wings smashed into a sea of blood among the crowd, bloody, making the surrounding people have the urge to vomit. It's real magician Trinity Empire troops can fire on targets in the sky. In fact, they really need from the other defensive magic Dragon Knight Empire. It's just that they had never prepared to deal with the air force of the Mortal Empire, so they were not prepared for a while. Soon he had to organize an effective defense, so this undecided massacre turned into a dangerous war of attrition. Attack aircraft ammunition pouring to the ground, and those who continue to dive mages shoot down the enemy. When Iraqlan Lyman discreditable lone bomb, with a rich of victories when leaving the battlefield behind him, the magician Trinity Empire army position, you can only see the smoke rolling. No theory is Trinity Empire or just Alanxia worth mentioning. We underestimated the strength of the opposition. In just one morning of fighting, the losses on both sides made their commanders dumbfounded. Lest the army had issued the order to retreat, the first and second line of defense to give up, all a communications officer standing in the first two before division, and saluted spoke and said, "Artillery force has already begun to retreat up. Remember that. Today it's a shame, gentlemen." The first two division commander suppressed his voice. "Uncomfortable," he said, "I have become a whole Alanxia." The first team was beaten retreating enemy forces, including the defensive strength of the group, including preparation. We lost a morning of almost 20,000 people. This is the real strength of the Empire. Do magic, really strong. He looked away, still in the burning position, with a wry smile admit the greatness of the opponent. In the patch of burning on the other side of the burning land, or in a piece of high ground, commander of Ashen complexion Trinity Empire listening damage was reported, the same bitter to admit his tough opponent, really worthy of admiration. We think that we are ready for war, but now we still underestimate the enemy. 131 missing. A handful of blood, struggling to touch a grenade stuck in the soil. Its owner have been dying, and next to this hand, a sword in his own Empire Trinity disabilities soldiers being low-head and looked at the dying opponents with cold eyes. "Give up, I can give you a chance to live," he persuaded in a cold voice. The owner of that hand didn't seem to hear the words to persuade him. That hand stubbornly wanted to pick up the grenade that didn't detonate. In light of the soldier shook his head. Trinity Empire, taking the sword that Alanxia inserted in the body of grenadiers, plop, blood spatter. Stubborn bird's hand will never stop at a distance of a few grenades centimeters. A whole line positions have fallen silent. Mines have been here, almost a giant step on the light cavalry horses, and dead bodies are everywhere on the battlefield. Have burned dark, they were riddled. Every appearance is not the same. The corpse of a mortal stretched for several kilometers, from the top of the collapsed city wall to the deformed trench pit. Some places are still burning with flames, and some places are still wafting with a disgusting smell of meat. Then to the west of the corpses of these mortals, there are the corpses of the giant horse cavalry and the giant dragon. The huge corpses and the fragments of the corpse are next to each other, which also looks magnificent. Some dragons still have weak breathing, but they can't even move their tongues now that they were once tyrannical. More to the west, where Magic Trinity Empire Corps Corps and Division baggage forces are also numerous, move mountains beast. That huge body attack aircraft became the perfect target. Although most of the bombs were thrown into the crowd inside, these can be mixed in the crowd of transportation units. Also it was drowned. Who heap full of supplies to move mountains beast now stand down on the ground and let their blood penetrate the ground. Logistics soldiers Trinity Empire is trying to rescue. These supplies were destroyed, including their rations as well as a mountain of magic replenishing fluid. He had to rely on these things. Mortal combat in the field of rule of forbidden magic, if all were destroyed, and that the magician and the old man is no different. It is a pity that many magic supplements have been destroyed, and the magic has been volatilized in the air. Next to the corpse of the moving mountain beast, the remains of the Alan Hill attack aircraft were scattered everywhere. Most of the golden eagle on the wing has been burned to black by the flames, but the rest is still flashing under the sun, shining. Standing not far away, The commander of the Holy Demon Empire in charge of the battle looked bitterly at the corpse of the giant horse knight lying in the minefield, stroked the dead dragon next to him, and asked, "Do you think we won or lost?" "I have lost about 170 Tiao giant dragon, killed more than 1,300 Ming magic division, as well as 1,500 more than giant horse cavalry killed." If you just look at loss of words, this battle can almost be described as a fiasco. Mention these loss. The magician standing next to him also said in frustration. He had ordered the army to the east with the attack. The results would have thought that the fight in the bag. But it looks like this now has become hit. For just a fortress, they go to fill 3,000 people, even on the entire Trinity Empire to say, this loss is not too small. If not the most final Alanxia defenders retreat initiative to end this fight, maybe they should continue to play in this place. More will have to pay more dearly every front. The problem is that they only advanced less than 2 kilometers. Although tens of thousands of Alan Hill soldiers were wiped out, the exchange ratio is definitely not worthwhile. According to past battle damage than it is, a Dragon Knight change 1,000 soldiers are to spare, and now, on stop about Knight can change 10. The Dragon Knight's loss can still be remedied, but the magician's loss is really a loss. To train a magician, from an apprentice to a bachelor, and finally promoted to a magician, it takes a long time to accumulate. Although the Holy Demon Empire has thousands of magicians, they are all precious wealth accumulated over a long period of time. As a result, thousands of mages were killed in this battle, and it would take a long time to make up for such losses. As for the Empire Trinity senior commanders, but they've seen Alanxia weapons production. He saw a bullet Alanxia purchase back from the production line, with almost be called a rapid rate. The one-way bullet was produced. As long as there are enough such machines and the raw materials produced are sufficient, these war weapons can be continuously replenished in the hands of Alan Hill soldiers. With simple training, the lethality of these weapons can threaten giant horse knights and even dragon knights. After such an exchange, the Holy Demon Empire would definitely be overwhelming. Therefore, in the face of such a difficult enemy, the Holy Demon Empire has only one choice, and that is to make a quick battle and solve the trouble of Alan Hill with the fastest speed. I have just captured the fortress of it. The Trinity Empire led to his eyes away from the dead mountain sea of blood, invested in the distance above the already dilapidated ruins that, this fortress they have a lot of. In fact, the real Trinity stop Imperial forces, and those who have not seen old samples to almost not money trenches stationed there in the trenches, the soldiers inside. As long as the opponent can build such a nasty line of defense, the loss of the Holy Demon Empire will continue to remain high. What makes the senior commanders of the Holy Demon Empire even more frustrated is that they still don't know how many strange devices flying in the sky and how many strange devices there are in a unit that can fight like this, and how fast the production speed is. Not fast enough. The other kind of new flight equipment is Deadly Dragon Knight. We will soon lose the sky. You can see, the sky lost what it means for us. That would lead magician looked around them, opening said. Magic division also think the problem they face is difficult. He wants to display their magic core ranged attack. We need to deploy large-scale magic. But these magic circles had just been attacked by Alan Hill's aircraft. Body has been magic at the rear of the army because of the attack, was the loss of so many magician. Although they shot down about 20 AL to attack plane hit, but apparently lost magic legion larger. But I had to continue to advance. If they produce more such weapons, Trinity Empire will become dangerous. That war magic division has begun to worry about the future of their country. Yes, I can only continue to move forward. Looked at the distant sky has not gone. Alanxia fighter, Commander Bitter that spoke and said, let love mobilization of additional Barker materials. We will continue to try eastward. In the distance before the distant line says city. That war has begun. Chris was very tense. Vigil by the radio room, waiting for the latest news on the battlefield. A few minutes before the bell, he had just heard a heavy thing. Just over 2 hours of battle losses. Frontline troops, his troops were forced to retreat. He knows he still underestimated Trinity Empire, underestimate these powerful and ancient country for more than 100 years. I need a more detailed report, so that the investigation department to the front, to those who have the experience of Trinity Empire fighting soldiers, says come. We need to study more targeted play. He looked to the side of DNC, opened his mouth and ordered, understand. DNC nodded his head, then looked to a side face a little embarrassing Frundsberg. Great magician, Mr. Consultant, you do not get too tangled war, and pay attention to rest. I know, but I still stay here better. Fred Lentzberg shook his head and said, on the one hand I am afraid people will come to Trinity Empire Thornkill His Majesty. On the other hand, I think, even if the Holy Demon Empire invades Ceres tomorrow, I hope to stand beside your Majesty and die! Thank you, but I think the situation has not been so bad. Chris squeezed out a smile to comfort his chief advisor, Mr. Magic. I have not suffered heavy losses in the Air Force. The army actually did not fully exhausted yet. Things on reality before the tour period, an army of part of the garrison had followed the group entered the Higgs. General Walt Main has also started preparing to leave, enter the Higgs region in combat. If calculated on the basis of the garrison troops deployed on the second line for fear of the Dragon's harassment, and the main forces such as the 2nd Division that have not been transferred to the counterattack, the defense force of the Alan Hill Empire in the Higgs area is actually not broken. Compared to open before the war, the number of troops deployed in the territory of the Higgs is not only not being weakened, but also get a lot of increased strength in a little before 1,200. The Air Force says region began reinforcements to the area. Higgs 100 GME 109 fighter cover the 25 GC-47 transport aircraft carrying a large number of mechanical maintenance as well as 300 notoriously ground technical operation personnel rushed to the front. The purpose of their trip is simple: to fight for air supremacy in the Higgs area. Your Majesty. At this moment, the Minister of Defense of Alan Hill, who is more than a little handsomer than Chris, that is, Cape Castner, who took over the overall planning of Wagran's army, hurriedly walked over. Now he is named Grand Duke Higgs, but only in name still enjoys the jurisdiction over the Higgs area. So many people call him Your Excellency Minister, but his old ministry prefers to call him Grand Duke, because for him he's really just engaged in the management of the military government. The army chief on the job seemed a little awkward, so he became the Department of Defense of the department. Long Custer. Mr. Satisfied. Chris, somewhat awkward to watch their future loss. Hangren spoke and said, anything about the situation yet? Yes, Your Majesty. My daughter, that is Luna Princess, she disappeared. Custer. Satisfied. At this moment be more embarrassing than Chris, after all, he was the nominal position, not Sitlos. Hangren. In fact, my daughter went missing on the eve of the wedding. 132 declared war. I'm sorry. Castner. Grand Duke. Although I am very concerned about my fiancée Luna, Her Royal Highness, but now there are more important things waiting for me to do. Chris looked at the corridor to make the head of the people came, said to Castner apologetically, I understand, His Majesty the Emperor, I fully understand your feelings. I came here, just to break the news to inform you, then, is your defense minister, for your faithful time. Custer. Satisfied that some replied with embarrassment. Okay, gentlemen, let's go and meet the people we should meet. Chris sorted out the dress he was wearing, and was the first to take a step forward and walk to the castle terrace. Following him were the ministers of Ceres who remained behind. There are Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs Strider, Secretary of State for the Interior Dines, Secretary of Finance Dissel, and Secretary of Defense Castner. Following these people were the magical advisor Frensberg and William, as well as the Minister Gerlow, the Minister of Industry Smith and others. These people were mighty, and finally walked onto the terrace, facing everyone on Ceres Square. This is the first time that a radio broadcast is broadcast live. Everyone should be more energetic. At the end of the wire connected to the microphone in front of Chris, The staff who have already adjusted the equipment encouraged each other, and they were broadcasting a radio speech simultaneously. This is the first time that humans can synchronize their voices to other cities. Chris looked at the front of his wide crowded floor standing, then glanced at the staff side, then see each other a thumbs up, slightly nodded his head, and then only slowly opening, said, "Dear people of Alan Hill, I am your Emperor, Alan Hill Chris." Too small before 1200. I was shocked to get the news. Trinity Empire of Iron declared war, attacked the border region of the Higgs. His mouth and watching the silent crowd, not a single word tone, not hurrying. This is a serious provocation to Alan Xia, but also the brutal violation of our honor. His tone being full of regret, but it is full of calm and steadfast people. Peace of mind, I have fought in the end will be. For freedom, true reason to fight to the last minute. Now, as Emperor Alan Hill, I officially declare war on the Holy Demon Empire, the Steppe Empire and the Dothan Empire allied with it. When he said this, he spread his arms and clenched his fists. Blood debt, will have blood. After speaking, he stood there, quietly motionless, as if waiting for something. And beside him, Desaiah and other ministers raised their right hands and waved to the sky. Alan Hill is undefeated. Alan Xia long live. Suddenly on the square burst out of countless people shouting, as heavy as mountains, vast as the ocean. The shouts were higher than the waves. Countless people waved their hands, and Chris' eyes were boiling. I have an enemy in the sky. Will kill. We will kill enemies on the plains. We will use their lives to defend our homeland. Now the Ministry of Defense announced Alan Xia state of war. Mobilization has begun. Every worker, every young man, every family, must fight for our freedom. After cheering, Kastner read out the Ministry of Defense's order on war mobilization, marking the entire Alan Hill entering a state of war. Cancel vacations. Implement 24 Xiao overtime system. Metal, food, fur all listed as controlled items without permission, may not be sold. Do not move with him. Then the ancient Mielo will begin. Xuan read the bill. Temporary war. Unity manage all war-related materials in order to organize production. The entire Alan Hill began to transform into a war machine at this moment, and the modern and new war mode that was different from the ancient empire began to manifest itself in this country. A few hours later, the country's industrial production speed has increased by an fifth, which can be said to be something that I couldn't even think of 3 years ago. Such a powerful efficiency is directly reflected in the production speed of war materials. The number of M4 tanks doubled on the afternoon of the first day when Alan Hill declared war on the Holy Demon Empire. A large number of tanks from the factory did not even dry up, so they were directly handed over to the combat troops who came to collect their equipment. In Sub-Bomb Factory, a truck full of ammunition carriage. There is simply no end in sight, a steady stream of driving out from the factory. It has been extended to the distant road. The ammunition produced by the weapons factory even exceeded the frontline consumption. Under the pressure of the war, Alan Hill's ammunition inventory increased reversely for the first time in a state of war. The training camp was overcrowded in the evening of the same day. According to the Alan Hill military service law, every youth who is not eligible for exemption must report to the nearest conscription office after the national mobilization. It was only 101 Zing regulations Army Alan Xia, after the outbreak of the war 24 small within the time of, let his army expanded to 300 million. Although many of these troops can't even get their weapons, these recruits are still training in accordance with orders, waiting for their weapons to be transported and distributed to their hands. Compared to the more up Alan Xia opponent Trinity Empire, in the afternoon, just the news they need reinforcements to the eastern provinces of the consuls buckle of hands. As for mobilization or something, it is nothing at all. The gap between the two sides in the ability to mobilize for war has been vividly demonstrated in this process. When Alan Hill's 100,000 main force rushed to Higgs, the army of the Holy Demon Empire was still slowly advancing towards Higgsna. Hurry up. I know I do it very headstrong, but I still cannot let go of my people. On horseback, Princess Luna watched with his body in the side of the knights. Opening urged. His Royal Highness, the Dragon Knight may have entered Higsna. We are now in the past, and it is estimated that we can only see a piece of ruins. The headed guard persuaded His Royal Highness a little nervously. No one can be enough to stop the harassment tactics. Dragon Knight, the other party can easily cross the line of defense, attack the enemy in depth. In some places heavily fortified addition, most of the village as well as cities and towns, will become the dragon of the field. At least in the eyes of the Higgs, this is a war with no chance of winning. Even if the army of Alan Hill, judging by the eyes of a mortal, is already a very, very powerful existence. If I could only save one person, I have to work hard, Princess Luna said firmly. I cannot eyes open eyes to watch their people suffer. Himself a married man did not know at the rear. Chris Majesty is still very valiant, Her Royal Highness. With Princess Luna in the body side, guard captain is like a small attendant, like trying to argue his own oath of allegiance to His Majesty the Emperor of. Now he really felt that he was in a dilemma. On the one hand, the princess he had been following, and on the other hand, the Emperor he had just sworn allegiance to. It was a nerve-wracking thing to make a choice in the middle. If he really valiant, this time should be like me, put on armor to the front line to allow his soldiers to see their emperor to stand with them. Luna pleapes Yui seemed to myself not to husband disdain a care. The captain of the knight who followed her wanted to correct the misunderstanding of the princess, but finally chose to shut up Witty. He knew that the princess had a stubborn temper, so he felt that he was more convincing by following her to protect her honestly. So far, no country that has declared war on the Holy Demon Empire has been able to maintain security in the rear. So even if she has seen the strength of the Alan Hill troops, Princess Luna still does not believe that her hometown will not be in this war. Turn to ashes. So she does not care. Wedding is approaching. The Higgs decided to personally take a look at the battlefield. She wanted to look at those destined to civilians in dire straits. Higgs. Unfortunately, the road in front of it is too difficult to walk, hard to go, so that the Higgs princess, little annoyed. Tens of thousands of the main force of the First Army, including their weapons and equipment, and logistics, are on the way to Higgs at this moment. Some troops have to close roads for secrecy, and cavalry and infantry units can only be scattered on all nearby roads, and the entire road is occupied by the army for a while. It even exchanges merchants are forced to stop. The roads are everywhere depot as well as the rest of the army camp. Counting the supply station and the dispatching station at full capacity, all the roads from Ceres to Higgs were already overcrowded. Under such circumstances, it is simply as difficult to rush to Higgs to keep her princess identity secret. For a day, Princess Luna was still stuck in Ceres, which made her rushing to Higgs to be anxious. How come there are so many troops rushing to Higgs? They keep so many things. Aren't they afraid of going bankrupt? Princess Luna, dressed up in disguise, frowned and looked at the truck troops passing by her. Envy those Alan Hill grenadiers who can easily drive on the road in the car. I have still and local military commanders to discuss the matter, followed by cars with Higgs forces entered it. Otherwise, to come to estimated 10 time. Princess Guard captain of the knights, some awkward opening suggested. Go ask them and tell them, I won't go back anyway. Luna felt so tired. After a long time of trouble, she still had to borrow the power of Alan Hill, which made her proud and arrogant. Very upset. Today is more here. Everyone don't have to wait. Thank you for your support and love. Longerling will continue to work hard. 133 head hit by. Exquisite behind the visor, frightened eyes. Arsichu looked at the sky. A dragon knight rode his dragon, carefully winging the cloud, shuttling among the layers. Behind the defense he was going. Alanxia was ordered to attack those weak villages without soldiers. As long as he can fly it is equivalent to a wolf entering the flock, and he can easily slaughter those unarmed civilians. This is one of the most common methods used by the Holy Demon Empire to deal with the Mortal Empire and to kill and build power. Even if he were unable to win in a short time, but they can leave cruel memories hard to forget. The Mortal Empire. The Mortal Empire that has been disrupted by countless Dragon Knights may not be able to recover within a few decades. Under such harassment, the mortal empire will eventually collapse and be destroyed. The ruler and his army will be defeated and killed by the Holy Demon Empire, leaving only a barren land. And the mortal countries that once opposed the Holy Demon Empire on this land have also been wiped out in the long river of history. Not over. This Dragon Knight harassment tactics is to have a prerequisite, Dragon Knight who must cross the other side of the main force, to find those vulnerable villages have no defense capability in order to play the advantages of Toughman combat, kill those unarmed civilians. This time at the moment, over Alanxia line of defense for a Dragon Knight, not a very safe thing. Because they are no longer the only existence in the sky. Even more frightening is out now. In this piece of the sky will be issued to those aircraft. Annoying sound of mortal empire. Under the state alone is hard to face the existence of the dragon. The other side of attack is very sharp, the speed of the fast amazing. These powerful fighters patrolled the entire Higgs airspace at an unprecedented speed. As long as they saw a Dragon Knight force crossing the line of defense, they would dive down from a high altitude and beat the completely disadvantaged Dragon Knight force. Dispersion is no longer an advantage for the Dragon Knights, but a disadvantage. Unable to rely on large forces to cover each other in battle, the Dragon Knights will easily be shot down by fighters. After all, the opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that it would be difficult for the Dragon Knight to escape. The regular sound of the engine resounding like a swarm of bees echoed in the entire sky. To a Dragon Knight fighting alone, the sound was almost like bone gangrene, lingering. Asshole, the Dragon Knight also heard the damn sound that scared him. He was discovered, and the other party seemed to have something monitoring the entire sky, making them, the knights flying in the sky, invisible. As he cursed when scolded, an Me-109 fighter washed away the clouds, roared around not far from the dragon flying, Golden Eagle logo on the wing, seemed so dazzling. Then, the second Me-109 fighter jet also rushed through the clouds, followed its long fuselage, keeping a fixed distance, and passed the Dragon Knight one by one. The roar of the engine frightened the Dragon Knight. Loosing the rein in his hand, the Dragon Knight's legs gave a signal to the giant dragon under his crotch, and the behemoth covered with scarlet scales suddenly began to dive down. In order to increase its speed, it folded its wings and rushed towards the ground frantically. The next second clock, that two Me-109 fighters were back, a chic flip in the air, just like in the dust of this dragon. They dived upside down and rolled sideways, straightening their flying posture. Reflecting the faint light in the sky black body, and Wang Chi Alanxia like cold hard look hard. Behind the rapidly rotating propeller, the exhaust holes of the engine are neatly arranged in a straight line. Behind this straight line is a row of white faucets drawn under the cockpit. Austrian Frank has shot down 15 Tiao Giant Dragon Super Ace, and even the Air Force where he has started propaganda. He is Alanxia, the first powerful fighter pilot. He piloted his most beloved fighter, closely behind the giant dragon, and narrowed the distance between the two sides little by little. The opponent swayed left and right while diving, which made his aiming difficult. Has been played against each other. We all have some of their own understanding of the enemy's tactics. The Dragon Knight also found some life-saving methods to slow down the speed at which he was shot down. He had not kept on the other aircraft flying in a straight line, which is one of the conclusions drawn. Dragon Knights used giant dragon flight characteristics to get rid of each other. To kill is also a common means, first with shaking to shorten the effective striking distance of each other, the other side unconsciously shortening the distance between the two sides after the sudden deceleration let the other red in front of oneself. At this time, the Dragon Knight has a chance to attack. He can breathe fire at the enemy plane that rushes past him, use the attack area and attack power to make up for the lack of attack distance, and destroy the opponent at once. Of course, this tactic itself is a kind of dying struggle in a very unfavorable situation, and it can only make those less powerful Alan Hill pilots get caught. Oaken had too much experience dealing with dragons, so he didn't step into this trap at all. He carefully followed the giant behind the dragon, forcing the other party has no chance of reducing their height. Seeing the ground getting closer, Dragon Knight, disadvantaged in height, will be forced to begin to slow down. Even if it is landed, the giant dragon cannot be at such a high speed close to the ground. It will often deceleration, reducing their dive speed, and finally landed safely meet the standards in order to fall to the ground. Therefore, when the dragon was desperate, it began to slightly spread its wings and slow down its speed. Trailing the giant dragon behind, Aolank feel the distance between the two sides suddenly pulled even closer. He calmly pulled up, and the fighter responded quickly to his tactical movements. The engine roared harder, and the Me-109 fighter jet drew a beautiful arc in the sky and began to make somersaults in a huge range. But at this time, the wingman behind Orange did not slow down. It still forced the dragon to move closer to the ground and waited patiently for the attack window when the opponent really slowed down. It's over. It's over. Seeing the ground in front of him rush towards him, the Dragon Knight, who was constantly swooping to seduce his opponent, knew that he was doomed today. Behind him followed those two damn enemy aircraft. It is definitely the kind of seasoned oil stick. These tactics to deal with novice rookies are ineffective against such an enemy, but now it seems that Dragon Knight still has no good way to deal with fighters, especially when fighting alone. Phew. The giant dragon, after all, is a living, used to slow down on its height. It can only subconsciously spread my wings. This is an instinct to survive, an inevitable phenomenon that cannot be overcome. In this dragon with open wings at the moment, he has been with the wingman behind it, began a violent fire. The tracer shot in a straight line, straight to the dragon's wings and body. In sight, the spread wings of a dragon quickly become huge, and that aircraft wingman know there is no good attack hit the window, so immediately roll to the side, let out their flight path. Has been made a somersault in the sky once again. Return to Aolank on this route. He puts his nose pointed at distant targets. He just completed a somersault, not fast enough, highly safer, so immediately got a more comfortable shooting opportunity. Chug, chug. On the wings, 20mm caliber cannon shot of a row of dense tracer shells directly charged into the dragon's body. The huge destructive power caused the dragon to lose its flying posture in the sky and tumbled to the ground, and then see, without even looking, that they have been to kill the creatures, and Aolank proud to pull their fighters. Real men never look back. Explosions, so the real men never returned the head to see the enemy fell on the ground. Peace. Giant dragon rolled and sprayed with blood, hurtled to the ground, like the last, like a meteorite hit the ground, in the woods, leaving a mess of the gully. He punched a jumping dust. You downed it. A wingman's voice sounded in the headset. The opening of Aolank said, "This is your first 16. Congratulations, Aolank Record Lieutenant. The next time you hit the lead plane, I fly wingman." Austrian Frank smiled. Climb height. Easy for their wingman, he said. No problem. The wingman's voice came over clearly. For how airspace? Suspicious. I mark. Please nearby patrol fighters to see. Please fighters to patrol the vicinity to see. Two people had just resumed their flight altitude. The headphones came the ground command. Those Dragon Knights who thought they would be safe by hiding in the clouds didn't even know that the huge radar antennas erected in those places they were going to hit long ago found out their whereabouts clearly. Low head and looked at his fuel gauge. Aolank hold down his intercom. Opening replied, 7 no. Patrol team rushed to the fore. No. Airspace finished. By. Two fighter jets one after another climbed above the clouds and disappeared into the vast sky. Austria Frank did not know their path is a group on the ground. The audience, just to see that an exciting air combat card. Princess Paoluna with her knights camped at the edge of the forest. She looked up, saw that the fall of the Dragon Knight. This is Aolank's year. It remembered along the way. Those in good condition without damage even look more prosperous. Village town. Paoluna card in his own sword. A time do not know what is the mood. 134 struggle. Giant ground dragon bones slightly moving a bit, then a huge dragon wings being opened from the inside. Just tried this. Dragon Knight staggered, drilled out, big mouth breathing the fresh air, falling from the sky just now and hitting the woods. The huge impact caused the wounded dragon to die suddenly, and the Dragon Knight sitting on the back of the dragon was naturally badly injured by the impact. He, clutching his stomach wolf-tight corner, stumbled into the next collapse of a giant tree. He sat down against the top, big mouth breathing, feeling his body uploaded to the pain. Fortunately, most of the wounds are not serious. Abrasions compare many. These damn guys, haha, murmured. The Dragon Knight unscrewed a bottle of magic replenishment liquid and poured it into his mouth with his head up. He felt the power spread all over his body, and even the wounds seemed to relieve the pain. Leaning against the wooden head breath for a long while, the hapless young Dragon Knight finally regained some strength. He struggled to stand up and walked back to the dragon's corpse. With a trace of sorrow, he reached out and touched his companion who was fighting with him. The scales are still hard and cold, but the familiar partner now has no breath. The huge ferocious head was twisted beside the body, and the neck seemed to have been twisted due to the impact, and the bending angle seemed a little unnatural. 20mm caliber cannon in the giant left on long whole body has not completely dried up, has lost the magic atmosphere of dragon's blood, also exudes a faint blue light. Soon these rays of light will dissipate, because after all, this place is forbidden domain. Hand has been brushed on by breaking the interfax, that the first real Dragon Knight observed the destructive power of a gun. For a creature, the barrage formed by steel is still too powerful. Those warheads shattered the dragon's scales and got into the dragon's flesh and blood, instantly destroying the dragon's internal organs and strong muscle tissue. Reluctantly let go, this Dragon Knight knew that he was over. Without the dragon, his speed of action could not escape the pursuit of mortal troops on the ground. He would soon be surrounded by mortal soldiers. Killed by magic. He was really unwilling to die in this way. He knew that he should leave here as soon as possible. Perhaps there were already mortal soldiers stationed nearby, looking for the fallen dragon corpse. It is really ironic to think about it. He was ordered to harass the enemy's rear, but now he has not completed the task, but has changed from a person to a thing. He had to try his best to escape and find a way to escape before being blocked by the enemy. Find a nearby village to attack. This is no different from suicide. Without the suppression of the dragon, those civilians only need to flee, and they can easily get rid of his pursuit. He can only kill a few people at most, and the remaining villagers will run away. The next thing is even simpler. Vengeful mortal soldiers will surround him and kill him. The body hangs at the door of the village. Swallowing a spit, the young Dragon Knight felt that he shouldn't have died in such an unknown place. He wiped his nose with a finger. A hand pressing the waist sword between, easily found a direction. 1 foot deep shallow foot to move around in the forest. I want to die. I want to go home. I still have my parents, and his wife. I cannot die here. I must live. Must live. A sidewalk forward, while he gently said, in the gloomy forest. His voice appeared abrupt, with the sounds of birds or beasts from time to time, so that he had to stop, who was already frightened, to carefully identify his position and where the damn sounds came from. He had never been scared, even if he was enlisted in the army. The first time he saw his mount, the huge fire dragon, he was never as scared as he is today. He knew that his courage had been exhausted by the flying machines controlled by mortals in the sky. Every time when he stopped, there were only giant trees facing the sky around him. Because of these tall trees, the sky seemed to be darkened. On the slippery ground covered with moss under his feet, there was a nervous little boy from time to time. The worm crawled over. Those damn voices disappeared strangely, leaving him alone with nervous gasps. Due to body armor on the magic of the Ming, because the blood also has magic atmosphere in the surge, which makes mosquitoes cannot close, but also for some sensitive animals to him wince. In the deep forest of this mortal world, he was like an ancient giant beast, making all creatures feel dangerous. But the kind of lonely sense of feel hit in his only stepping on the soft fall-leaf rot after defeat piled up mud, when standing in this moist closed forest. The young soldier was aware of his own heartbeat. I've had enough. He just wanted to move forward when he was staggered by a tree root. He barely managed to stabilize his body, and the despair that was suppressed in his heart finally exploded. He strode forward, using marching to cover up his breathing. He was afraid to hear his own breathing, and felt that the sound was like death singing in his ears. He walked forward step by step, and kept walking until his exhaustion made his breathing heavier, and he lingered in his ears with the sound. This war was really frustrated. In the border battle a few days ago, the Holy Demon Empire lost thousands of soldiers for several kilometers of defense. The ensuing battle was even more disheartening. If you didn't make a step forward, it seemed that you would have to pay a heavy price. It appears that Trinity Empire seems to be a little closer to their strategic objectives. But in fact only frontline soldiers themselves know that they are not close to, but cold death. In the eyes of this young dragon knight, the war was over, and it should be over when countless dragons fell from the sky that day. And his war ended here at the moment he was shot down. No matter what other people are doing, he doesn't want to fight anymore, because he still wants to go home. He wants to meet those family members he hasn't seen enough. And he wants to enjoy life that he hasn't had time to enjoy. Just when he was struggling in the mud, an abrupt voice sounded, which suddenly made him vigilant. He put his hand on the long sword and looked in the direction of the sound. The next second clock, a knight holding a sword staring at him in the same watchful eyes, and behind that name knight, stood a few ten of guards was alert up. These guards are all wearing well-equipped armor, and their long swords are cold and sharp. Glang! Out of his waist sword between, this dragon knight subconsciously ready for the battle. He was confident destroyed in front of these poor mortals soldier, but he was concerned that after exposure position, those who continue enemy troops surrounded. The moment he drew out his long sword, his wife's beautiful face appeared in front of his eyes. He painfully gripped the long sword in his hand, but did not activate the magic, making the long sword even more a terrible murder weapon. I do not want crushed. I ask you to like a gentleman, accept my surrender. The named Dragon Knight looked at the face of the enemy, and again put himself in the sword scabbard and went back inside it, and then he lowered his belt and held the long sword in his hand. Originally, the team of knights guarding Princess Luna just went to the place where the dragon fell with Her Royal Highness to check the body of the dragon, who thought that the dangerous Dragon Knight had survived such a fall, which suddenly made the entire knight team nervous. In terms of combat effectiveness, they are not the opponents of the Dragon Knight in front of them at all. If they fight desperately, they can at best buy some retreat for the princess behind them. Unfortunately, he who knows temper Her Royal Highness, and if this really fight, she estimated would rather died here, not willing to leave his soldiers alone escape. The only thing they can pray for now is that the Dragon Knight in front of them was seriously injured in the fall. Just doing all the dead ready to fight, we are waiting for the time fierce battle broke out. They actually found that out of the Dragon Knight's sword, sheathed sword also said the sentence, I do not want to call back go. I ask you who like a gentleman, accept my surrender. To swallow a mouthful of saliva, the same kind of tension Princess Card Pale Luna stepped forward from behind his guard captain stuck his head, opening ordered. Leave your weapons, we accept your surrender. If this is not necessarily the case to be fighting, no one wants to know how to face a Dragon Knight magic. So when the Dragon Knight was willing to surrender, Princess Luna immediately accepted the other's request. Although she wanted to take revenge on the Dragon Knight's slaughter of his civilians, at this time, reason still had the upper hand. Luna is just a faithful princess, she is not mentally retarded. The Dragon Knight seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He threw the saber far away, indicating that he no longer wanted to fight. And then two soldiers from the Princess Guard came forward and tied the Dragon Knight firmly with a rope. I can easily get rid of this rope, so do not waste your time. Please give me a nobleman proper treatment. I'm a knight, and is a Dragon Knight. A side of mortal feeling deep subteing maliciously, the Dragon Knight barked his teeth and shouted. 135 war makes progress. According to the front line of the Air Force sent back intelligence, The enemy's long-range magic attacks seems to rely sketched out on the ground Magic Air Forces Commander Elijah. In the conference room, Buto filed a message about the Trinity Empire Magic Legion. If statement Lensberger consultants have been confirmed, we can fight against this model, the study countermeasures. His mouth. He went to a few hand-side painted and sketched out the magic line drawing, pointing to the copy of the magic circle sketched by Frentzburg. He said, "The pilot saw hordes of magicians, and some large monsters gathered in the rear, so they chose bombing. Then I have to continue out of the Air Force, but the effect of the attack is not the day to go to war so good. The other with a magic attack air defense, our loss is great." He comes here, look to sit on top of Alan His Majesty Chris, Emperor Hill. Air Army combat capability we have witnessed in recent days, simply by virtue of radar patrol aircraft there. Put the Dragon Knight harassment tactics to suppress lived. Fighter pilots have fought hard, and they are indeed worthy of the entire Empire's investment in them. With these fighter forces, the Dragon Knight's air supremacy has changed hands, and the sane Demon Empire can no longer use the sky unscrupulously. No matter how you look at this battle result, you can use the word supervalue to describe it. Sitting will discuss the table on behalf of the army troops continued opening and then said, artillery unit. The team try to give the other party caused the destruction. The effect is very good, but the face of the enemy's attack, we fell into a dilemma. He stated his difficulty. If we use artillery to suppress the opponent's magic, we will lose long-range firepower on the front battlefield. If we ignore the enemy's magic circle, our casualties may increase exponentially. I may choose there are many ways, but I think, more in line with our use of new weapons to face the situation. Chris thought, that there are many weapons are specifically deal with this immediate environment, so he began. Workers Minister Smith nodded. Industry Department said at the opening and then said, yes. His Majesty said yes. We are accelerating the production of a large quantity of ammunition can instantly pouring weapons into the target area. This design bureau called over there the weapon is the Katyusha rocket, which is said to be a very good weapon and equipment that can deal with the enemy's forces. Alan Hill's Weapon Research and Development Department was not idle. They quickly found out the weapons suitable for Alan Hill's equipment according to the tactics of the Magic Empire. Many weapons came from the Soviet Union, and they were the kind of cheap and powerful terrorist killings device. The new weapon Yidor can replace several pieces of artillery. A rocket regiment is enough to destroy all magic on some other positions. He drew a drawing sheet, press on the table, showing what shape such weapons. From the side, it looks like this is a familiar truck, with a rail frame similar to a radar antenna installed on the part of the carriage. The structure of this thing is very simple, and the simplicity makes people doubt its combat effectiveness. Chris certainly knows Katyusha deal with no shelter, just how perverted intensive station's magic core, so he nodded and said, this weapon by year 2 attack aircraft safer and does not need to face the enemy's magic attack. It is a very effective suppression weapon. And previous weaponry equipment, as mass production of such weapons is very easy, just need some railroad tracks, set up in the truck. He can create a launcher attack because the density is very high, do not even need this weapon accuracy. Smith was full of confidence in this new weapon, so he followed. In fact, in addition to this weapon, Alan Hill is also working hard to develop a variety of new weapons to reduce the threat of the opponent. For example, since EL-2 attack aircraft of the effect of General, Chris has already started to prepare a more powerful bomber. On the one hand he began life producing the famous American B-25 bombers. On the other hand he also began to make the plant ready to produce more powerful and more unreasonable B-17 aerial fort-based strategic bombers. In Chris' opinion, I always let you come to our house to make trouble. It would be more comfortable for me to go to your house to kill people and set fires. He produced strategic bombers for one purpose, and that was to burn the flames of war into the hinterland of the Holy Demon Empire. Anyway, the giant dragon is certainly catch up with those fast metamorphosis highly strategic bombers, fighter escort. He was not prepared to just let those bombers flew over the city. Trinity Empire began throwing bombs. Chris felt the war becomes fair up. Let those magic cities that have not experienced war for hundreds or even thousands of years enjoy the storm of steel, which is undoubtedly the great achievement of Mortal Empire. Even if he finally died under the counterattack of his opponent and could become the first mortal leader to hit the hinterland of the Magic Empire, Chris felt that he could be regarded as dead without regret. From another point of view, once let those magicians' insight into their home destroyed in the bomb, they will not continue this crazy war. It is questionable. It might those magic masters will abandon unnecessary war, under the real threat of a peer and equal treat Mortal Empire, which equals to realize the man and magician in the true sense. Then there is the construction of the Air Force rocket forces. Smith and talk about the production of tanks. Tanks Ministry team is also to increase production. We expect that in a few days, every day to increase production to 5 level cars. This speed is definitely not too slow. 5 tanks a day is a total of 1,800 tanks a year, which is an eighth of the output of US imperialism that year. Although the United States had to build countless warships and fighter jets, it is not correct to compare the output of tanks alone. The production capacity of the lovely Lanhill is also strong enough to describe it. The army commander walked to the front of the map and gave Chris a precise explanation with his pointer. We have received reinforcements from the First Army. We have initially stabilized the line of defense, the reserve team is in place, and the losses of the Second Army have been received. We plan to west 100 into armored kilometers left and right of the local team. On the ground Trinity Empire fight back. His mouth pointed to the side of the map. Chris said, according to the current state of advance, attack each other will form a prominent part in that vicinity. We will raid tank in the south to the north protrusion, cut on the other side's flanks, fight for the siege of all the Holy Demon Empire troops entering Higgs. Appetite is not too much. Be careful not afford to eat each other, but let their own losses. Chris reminded about their opening for war staff were. The other party immediately heads held high, opening promise and said, I was your majesty. Be careful. Although his wedding was postponed indefinitely because of the princess departure from home. But the good news from other sources made the Alan-Hill Emperor's eyebrows happy. The Dothan Empire's offensive was stopped by Courier and Modler at Fallen Abyss. The opponent did not even make a step forward, and lost more than 50,000 soldiers. Attack on the Prairie direction hit more smoothly. Prairie cavalry led by General Simon swept the eastern Prairie. The Grasslands Emperor Nicholas, completely out of the east. General Simon, who controlled a large number of tribes, continued to advance westward, and with the cooperation of the Alan-Hill Grenadiers, stormed the king's account of the Steppe Empire. For 10 days, that side will be heard news of the victory. As long as the Steppe Empire is taken, the northern area of Alan-Hill will become a completely safe rear. There will provide countless wool as well as meat to Alanxia. Alanxia support further expansion of the population. Order Simon to fight steadily, don't be greedy. He'll wait for the news of his victory, and that's it. After Chris gave his own advice, he looked at the other side of the conference room. How is the reserve going? 31 trained reserves have been transferred to the front lines. If necessary, we can immediately set up another 30 million people reinforcements to the front line to go. Not to let me recommend retraining follow and force training, which can effectively reduce casualties. Yes, let them leave in a month. Chris knew that the current situation was still under his control, so he felt that there was no need to let the second-line troops go up to fill the holes and waste the precious lives of civilians. The railway connecting Higgs is being built day and night. The war potential of the Alan-Hill Empire is exploding. The battlefield situation that was once evenly matched has now completely changed. The balance of victory and defeat in the war is quietly moving towards Alan-Hill. The Empire is tilted. Even if the war in the Higgs area is irrelevant, The victory on the northern front is enough to excite the capitals of Alan Hill. Investing in a mortal empire that can defeat the magic empire is a more attractive thing for those businessmen who have a long-term vision. Discharge. Princess Luna went to search the ministry team. There is no news. We'll discuss the final. Chris had to care about his fiancée, as Defense Minister Kastner Grand Duke, this time still in his left hand sitting on the side. Thank you. Your Majesty's concern has been ugly face of the Grand Duchy of Kastner. Full apology. Stood up. Bending down, he said, the latest news is that she commandeered 2 trucks into the area. Higgs. People bring her back. The now is not safe. Chris. Calm, he said, not over. Do not use the regular army, which guards against the rules, so I drive past it. Be sure to protect Highness Princess Luna. Good security is. Custer satisfied. Grateful. Saluted. Opening promised. His Majesty is very grateful. Thanks. 136 strategies. Remote territory. Far. Higgs. Trinity Empire occupied territories. An officer is to report the latest progress of the attack. The enemy here and here for our tenacious blocking. We're trying to break through these defenses. Casualties can too. It's serious. Trinity Empire wants to breath pushed into. Higgs had occupied the capital, in order to destroy the will to resist the nearby garrison. This is their common combat strategy, and it is also a very effective combat strategy. Not to attack this time. Not playing well. Trinity Imperial troops during the offensive in the east suffered heavy losses, made the south 30 kilometers of progress northward advance of 20 kilometers. As part of its team to the east stormed for 80 kilometers, forming a huge protrusion. Distance. Higgs Canal as well as 97 or so kilometers. Trinity Imperial offensive force has been consumed almost the same. They hoped that the next time they attacked their opponents, they would collapse completely, but after repeated attacks, they saw the tenacity of the Alan Hill Grenadiers. These fighters quickly formed a new line of defense behind the broken line of defense, and continued to fight with the support of the Air Force. Both sides will pay a heavy price in every battle. The Holy Demon Empire has now wiped out more than 50,000 troops in Alan Hill, but the war still shows no sign of ending. In order to eliminate these 5 million people, Trinity Empire paid Ultrago 1,000 soldiers of the cost of 2,000. Were not easy to cultivate. Magic Teacher killed hundreds. Dragon Knight fall. What's more frightening is that even if they attacked so aggressively, there was still no way to formally annihilate Alan Hill's mortal troops. The opponent has been retreating in an orderly manner, only losing some of the second-line troops behind the palace during the cover retreat. Even the nearby civilians were evacuated systematically, leaving nothing of value to the Holy Demon Empire at all. He had been in retreat is true, but there has not been a fatal blow. It is true. I cannot imagine, if we continue eastward, how we'll encounter strong counterattack. Sitting beside Magic Teacher Core, Great Magician said worried. He was not actually in charge of the Magician War. Magic Teacher Core is only used to support operations, specifically how to play, where to play, our real generals who have the final say. He had only a certain power of suggestion and rejected. The commander at the head was also in a bad mood. His offensive basically consumed each other with mortals, and had not made any decent progress at all. In this way, he walked all the way to Higgsna, and he no longer had the strength to move forward. So he used boring opening to say their worry. I'm not worried about Higgs Canal. I'm worried about is that we spread it out. The Dragon Riders' safety, whether there is any harassment tactics succeed. We do not have accurate news. This makes it impossible for me to judge whether the enemy has been severely weakened. A large number of Dragon Knights, or half of the Dragon Knight troops on the Eastern Front, have been sent out to implement this harassment tactic. However, such tactics will take time to build victory, and it will be obtained by harassment in a short time. The results of the battle will not be intuitively reflected on the front line. But unlike the past, the commander has been worried that his harassment tactics will not work. It was like the sixth sense of a general. He was always worried that the nearly 100 Dragon Knights he had sent out would not be able to return to his hands. Hearing this worry, the magician was first taken aback, then looked at the general and asked, If their harassment tactics didn't work, why would they fall into the passive retreat? Read Magic Division 1, the generals reluctantly replied, "That's because for us in front of non-stop offensive pressure you feel, but I can feel it their defense did not become fragile. Logistics seem. There is no serious problem. How we do now? Abandon plans to continue to launch attacks too?" Here refers commanders say. The magician also a little panicked, and he cannot attend to the other major candidates in Arjun on the disagreement. He continued to ask. "Yes, I think we turned south to attack. Eliminate the huge number of protrusions is more secure." That name refers to the commander's thought, seemed to make a big decision. He has always been worried about the safety of his flank, and it is obviously safer to make some precautions. Magic Division apparently some do not agree with the decision, questioned. "You feel Imperial Mortal will mount a massive counterattack on a strategic level to the Magic Empire." Trinity Empire refers to the commander's sneer, asked. "Why can not 2 weeks ago? You do not believe Mortal Empire can live our front to ward off attack it, but now they only parry to live. But let us I feel a tremendous amount of pressure." Well, I Cheng recognize Alan Xia Empire and other Mortal Emperor different countries like. Do you think they were planning a counterattack? Magic Division also realized that he seems to be thinking, but interfered with his thinking. The Mortal Empire in front of you is obviously no longer an ordinary Mortal Empire. Whether they have flying machines or damn heavy artillery, they are all terrifying weapons that can bring serious losses to the Holy Demon Empire. And those Allen Hill soldiers who are determined and willing to fight the Holy Demon Empire to the end are also enemies he must take seriously. These originally very weak mortals become dangerous after being armed with these weapons. Even if they are magicians, they will pay a heavy price if they are not careful. I'm just worried about him. We're preparing to fight back, so I'm going to change the direction of the attack. First get rid of their own side of the protruding part defense issues, and then consider how to better attack. Refers to commanders tell their own ideas. He put his hand casually in the figure pointed to, went on to explain. In addition, the mobilization of troops south also has another benefit. At least we can avoid focus on other areas of defense in favor of the defense forces, not so the strong southern region is making progress. Yes, I have no intention to see that you are the commander. Choose how to attack your power. See each other very thoughtful consideration. The magician also felt that changed the direction of attack is a good idea. It is even he may not have realized that he subconsciously attacked this thing to give up front. It is expected. The commander's decision to focus the attack on the south side actually gave him a sigh of relief. This attitude shows that he is already afraid of attacking Alan Hill's defensive positions frontally, because every time he attacks he has to face the bombing of the opponent's attack aircraft, facing the enemy's artillery fire, watching a large number of magicians die. His Magic the commander of the Legion was very anxious and helpless. Now, the main force of Alan Hill can be avoided, which is obviously good news. If the opponent is not as tightly armed as the front, and fought in a quick assault battle, it is also very helpful for the Holy Demon Empire to reduce consumption. Nobody Hai Huan battle in stalemate. We are willing to fight that can immediately separate the outcome of a war. This is true of the Holy Demon Empire, and so is Alan Hill. Just to the south of the protrusion of the Holy Demon Empire, a huge Alan Hill legion was advancing northward. He has been on the road were too horrendous, followed by a one tank is slowly going forward. Following on either side of these tanks were rows of Alan Hill grenadiers carrying rifles. Car dragging 155 Garnet and caliber bullet with the gun in the rear tanks, and then followed by horses pulling a 105mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery, along the winding road into the distance. Did not see the end. A cover protecting the Force Me-109 fighter engines roared overhead at low altitude from passing troops. Under the wing is being moved forward with the dense M42 helmet. Jeep on the front bonnet of the car, shining bright golden eagle sitting in a car officers. His eyes looked proud of that aircraft flying at low altitude Me-109 fighter, watching the other fighters on this head fighter. watching more and more fighters in the distance. The first two army hit quite hard. Our side of the counter once started. They also can breathe easier. Wei Zhilong put down his hand-looking telescope, looked to the side of the first one army commander Walter. He was standing on the dirt slope by the side of the highway, watching the endless army pass by before his eyes. This force was ordered to take the lead in counter-attacking the Holy Demon Empire's troops, which was of great significance both from a tactical and strategic point of view. Val Stewart stood Wei Zhilong body side, also overlooking his troops, spoke and said, "Oil and ammunition prepared, we attack. The most conservative estimates can hit Bailuo. They will realize that the back road will be cut off by us." Wei Zhilong are concerned about their first face-to-fight Trinity Empire, opening to remind Walter, if nothing else, they will immediately return the military to consolidate his rear. We will face their counterattack. Val Stewart nodded his head and heart are also some apprehension, but he worked up the mood. The firm spoke and said, "A hard battle. We have never played such a tough battle. Even so, I still have the confidence to complete mission." Very satisfied with the Walter answer, Wei Zhilong nodded encouragingly. "As long as I am who hang in there, the Army Trinity Empire, you can stay in the territory of the Higgs to stay here forever." "Yes, we will be the first branch mortal magic army invaded the Empire." War Technology opening proudly said, "Victory belongs to Alan Hill. Long live the Emperor." Wagron looked into the distance with firm eyes. Victory belongs Alan Xia. War Stewart same kind of spoke and said, "Also belongs to me. Were the first one. June. Long live His Majesty the Emperor." 137 The courage. Because to take account of civilian casualties, as well as on the future stability of the region, consider Higgs Alan Xia executives gave the order to retreat of civilians in war zones. This order saved the lives of millions of Higgs civilians, but it also caused unprecedented trouble for the Alan Hill forces advancing to the Higgs front. The roads in the Higgs area were originally in bad conditions, but now they are blocked by refugees. The westward reinforcements of Alan Hill, the retreat of the wounded, and the transportation of ammunition were severely hindered. This is something that no one had thought of beforehand, and it really happened. According to the current situation, the chaos seems to continue for a long time, and Alan Hill will pay more for this. Since the decision to keep the protection of civilians Higgs region, it can only endure difficulties caused by the withdrawal of refugee east. This is a strategic choice. There is no difference between right and wrong. After all, no matter how you choose, there will be problems in the end. Either civilians are tragically killed in the war zone, or their capacity is tightened. The counterattack is postponed. In short, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. No trespasses. At this moment, is the former king's daughter Higgs area, Royal Highness Princess Paoluna Cards, the widest in the middle of a road on refugees, anxious watching what was happening, decided to come forward. "I will have to do something." Looked at the crowded road, across the Higgs refugees, Princess Paoluna Card ride in his war immediately. Some sad spoke and said to the captain of the guard around, "These people hindered the movement of Alan Hill's troops. They dragged their legs and affected the transportation of supplies." The captain of the guard was worried and said, "I wonder why Alan Hill will allow our refugees to retreat." This is a decision that affects morale very much. No one knows this pain of the moment. At any time before the refugees may also be disrupted. Put them involved, let them die without burial. And in their team, there was also a dangerous Dragon Knight captive. The Dragon Knight captive did not cause any trouble along the way, except that he himself used magic to burn the rope on his body. He did nothing extraordinary. He was like a gentleman along the way, polite and gentle. At all I do not see that he had been a harnessed dragon warrior. But no matter how easygoing, such a dangerous figure in the team, it is definitely a worrying thing. The captain of the guard was very wary of the captive along the way, and never let his guard down. That's because as their Higgs Alan Xia people as objects they must protect. This army is the real army. This army was to be worthy of this enthusiasm. Higgs land. Princess Luna staring at the invisible refugees, and the Alan Hill army crowded among the refugees, muttered. "I have still a good camp near it. Your Highness, I heard not far ahead, is the first two-army combat range not far from our front line. Guard commanded to remind ourselves of some helpless master channel." This is not the first time he has reminded Her Royal Highness Princess Capaluna this way, but the other party has no intention of accepting his opinions. This stubborn princess is participating in this war in her own way. Sure enough, in the next second clock, card Princess Paoluna pulled out the sword on his waist, and slender legs and crotch of the horse's clip began upstream in the crowd. Aside, facing the tension of those civilians, Luna, while holding a sword, loudly shouted, "Get out of the way, I was Princess Card Paoluna. Higgs people who follow in my footsteps, get out!" Exclamation mark. And a bit different guard captain imagined, riots did not happen. Her words caused countless refugees to stop their advancement, and then many civilians who had seen Her Royal Highness gave a slight cheer. They thought that the Higgs royal family had already left, and many rumors said that the Cape family had given up Higgs, the people of Sri Lanka. But now, these people see what they have admired. Princess Royal Highness saw that had been leading them to face numerous dangerous princess. Even a few months ago, the princess was still the future queen in their minds, and the heroic Higgs star they recognized. The crowd calmed down a little bit, Luna's horse moved forward slowly, and the person in front of her took the initiative to get away from the space. Everyone held their heads up and looked at those who were still wearing their familiar Higgs armor. "Your Highness, I'm still here. I haven't left everyone. I brought the soldiers of Alan Hill. We will fight against powerful enemies in this land, but we will not fail. Higgs, Alan Hill people, what we will defend their freedom with their lives." Luna, aside forward, tugging big voice shouted sound. Her voice was originally very nice, but because the reasons for the excessive force, and after a few shouted, her voice completely hoarse up. Although it is no longer as clear as Huang Ying's cry, her voice still carries an unquestionable firmness. That had been stubborn. Her Royal Highness is back. Packed with people on the road, Higgs began cheered, a wave after wave. Stuck in the crowd of trucks above Alanxia of soldiers carrying a full load of 98K steps guns, curious to see not far from the little girl on the horse. They didn't know what she was doing, but they knew she was beautiful at the moment. Higgs never far will not fall, although his voice has been hoarse to some low, cockapaluna or by not properly encourage people coon voice. Then I heard a cry, until everyone believe again from their own, until the princess once again move forward, move a short distance. Aperture cards Paoluna ordered. "Get out of the way and let us fight for the soldiers to go where they go. West warriors follow me around south. The civilians are not allowed to take the road." Separate to both sides of the roadbed to act. With her proud shouts, the originally chaotic Higgs refugees began to walk down the road one after another, and the originally crowded dirt road suddenly became spacious. Young people began to line up on the roadbed spontaneously, and small squares spontaneously organized themselves. The Higgs kingdom can stand proudly in the cracks between the Uranti Empire and the Holy Demon Empire for centuries, and naturally there is a reason for their existence. Although this country is not big, it is full of stubbornness in its bones, just like their princess has been completely not hear the original sound. Luna, still with her, has been completely dumb. Voice shouted out, "Higgs will not retreat. Reduction. We will not hide behind other people, waiting for the others. We fight for freedom." She galloped across the Yeja civilian spontaneously organized phalanx, like the general review of the general soldiers. "Today I have no weapons, but we have our own body. Higgs, every person or everyone's a soldier. The Higgs must do their part for this war. Man, please take the initiative to help transport the wounded on the front line. All women, do your best to take care of the wounded soldiers. We are not cowards. Let's complete our battle." Every time she passed a small square, she would see the men and women in the square raised their arms and pressed them to their chests. This is the promise of the Higgs. As long as they put their right hand on their chest, then they will fulfill their promise. And they have never broken their promise. For this promise that belongs to Higgs, people here can give everything they have. I have even sacrificed their lives, We should also need their weapons and ammunition sent to the front in the hands of soldiers. We do not coach, did not have the advanced equipment Alanxia, then we will use the shoulders, with back, and to these things go to the front. She policies horse forward, in front of the crowd have to back away, let out a broad road. I have to make Alanxia soldiers Higgs as an insight into the people's courage. We are not afraid of sacrifice, we fear that our brave know where to prove. Last time. Please join me for the last time, for Higgs. For the Higgs. The crowd bang issued a cry overturned the sky, flooding the already been dumb princess voice. In people who frantic cries, a team knight holding a sword cut eastward crowd, the crowd of refugees along the road cut in half. Behind this team of knights, Alan Hill's truck bumped forward and drove to the front at 10 times the speed. You say is true? The front of the girl, really Higgs princess, rode in the team. The young dragon knight captive looked at the back of the card pale Luna, asked in disbelief! Of course, behind his princess, guard captain proudly opening replied, you have to. For the first to be Her Royal Highness, Trinity Imperial soldiers captured. Have to say, I think I have every impression that some people are too one-sided. That name Dragon Rider eyes being full of curiosity looked not far from Her Royal Highness, subconsciously muttered asked, she really the beautiful, distinctive, casual hair with strong woman's unique charm? Great people desire to conquer. Guard captain slowed down and came beside the name of the Dragon Knight, looking at each other face full of admiration. I have to admire your courage. As was a prisoner, you dare so described, or said to be the queen of the Alan Hill Empire who molested Princess Higgs in the future. The Dragon Knight closed his mouth in embarrassment and swallowed. 138 all the way to the north. In Ceres, the situation on the battlefield in Higgs has changed so much recently that everyone has to hold a pre-war meeting to discuss the great performance of the Queen in Higgs. In short, although the princess stubbornly returned to Higgs, he played an active role there. She not only stabilized the local situation, but also vaguely opened the way for Alan Hill's counterattack plan. The civil affairs officials in charge of the refugee evacuation were very excited and took the lead in reporting. Almost all civilians who withdrew eastward have become organized teams. Under the command of a few young people, the young and old women retreat in an orderly manner, and the efficiency is higher than before. At least 3 times. He heard what he said in Chris' ears, and the translation was, this princess is so useful. Your Majesty, you should marry and raise it quickly. Before the civil affairs officials here finished speaking, the road management officials over there added, the roads in all east-west directions are unimpeded. The crowds marching in the opposite direction are now actively avoiding our army. The speed of our advancement has changed from the slowest became the fastest. Officials of the railway sector followed adding insult to injury. Opening then said, I have almost overnight, the more the role of His Royal Highness the Queen of the Railway, really unexpected. Chris really wanted to ask the other person, do you think it's better for me to marry a railway home and be the queen, or is it more appropriate to marry a princess? Or, simply, the title of the queen is called Railroad, right? The Queen of Rails, it sounds very fanciful. A railroad. I think at least 2 calls to thank Lester General, said overnight he seemed more than 3 motor transport group other side. A general from the military along with excitement, said the speed of replenishment of ammunition has increased by 20%. There are countless civilians near the battlefield voluntarily carrying and unloading ammunition for us, and almost no ammunition is lost. This is simply a miracle. Speaking of this, the general said, endless posture. Okay. Chris sat in the first place, and smiled bitterly again in his heart. Before he was the queen of railroad tracks, now he has become the queen of cars. Why does it sound like a strong car model? Because as with the support of the people, the whole region is like the Higgs rear area became Alanxia forces, even in some ways, is more reliable than the rear. Relevant officer wounded statistical officers opening reported a good news. He had been saying dilemma before the troops placed the wounded. The day before yesterday, only 2,100 Ming wounded on the ground has been placed. In order to house the wounded we spent more than 7,000 gold coins. Then he spoke of improving in recent days. The gap between the two is almost as large as the Poles' other degree, yesterday, because as Queen's help, place the Higgs accepted 4,900 Ming wounded, every family seems to be helping, and our morale is increasing at an incredible rate. Although not professional, but in the provision of training, the mobility to take care of the wounded, as well as recovery of the wounded mind, these locals really reassuring. The soldiers are no longer afraid of wounded, which is to combat helpful. A minister added, Higgs of war has evolved into a people's war, the role of the Queen in the beyond imagination. We underestimated the role of the people, and we need to review it. A reference to seek some emotion talking about his own view. Before, I had almost off the ground in combat. Many refugees gave us trouble, very few local people to help us now. The Higgs has become our home. This is the first time that Alan Hill's staff has organized such a large-scale battle. In many respects, they only have theoretical knowledge. So many problems have arisen in the scheduling and other aspects. And fighter pilots are not the same. They cannot be practiced hard training campaigns set up their own wish. Therefore, after the outbreak of the war, it was the time when they began to exercise. This made the front line dispatching into chaos and caused many unnecessary losses. He had first to pick up people Higgs region, but ignored the large-scale migration path to manufacture pressure. In the traditional control area of Alan Hill, such road pressure can be offset by strong road conditions. But in the Higgs area, where the road conditions are average, it becomes a headache. Something real proof. A group of good operations officer, relying solely on knowledge moneyball and still knowledge is not enough. That some of their lack of command of large-scale operations are more hands-on experience, rather than theoretical knowledge. Strange. Now, there is a person who helps them solve a lot of troubles, and they are really grateful. Reference to seek part of His Highness the Queen now adore, or even think of such a talent. We can work to the general staff. For His Majesty the Emperor, this war, training his staff within the scope of the loss can be regarded as a very cost-effective thing. After such a war, his staff can take a stand alone and work out a more reliable campaign plan. Okay. Regarding the matter of the princess, let the guards take care of it. What we are going to talk about now is the analysis of the battlefield situation. The general staff, you can give a brief introduction. Chris interrupted everyone to the princess. His Royal Highness friendly opinion conference opened his mouth and ordered. A reference Sikh stood up, walked in front of a huge map hanging on the wall, with a pointer pointing to the front of the battlefield. He began to introduce them. 3 days ago, Trinity Empire ceased to Higgs advance canal, the front line began to stabilize, and our defense line began to consolidate. Front line of small-scale exploratory counterattack proved Trinity Empire did not give up their positions, so we are not very good to determine their exact intent to stop the attack. That the name of the officer with a pointer a few main direction of each other in front of the battlefield after a stroke, he said skillfully. For today's speech, he may have practiced dozens of times in private, so the sentence is coherent and his thoughts are clear. After inference, the staff believes that there is about a third of the possibility that they are standing by for help and waiting for the Holy Demon. After the reinforcements from the Empire arrive, they will restart the frontal assault operations. This staff officers described the possibility of the entire general staff out of the collective judgment, which specifically admissible inferences that the frontline generals and His Majesty thing. In addition, he had also probably lost interest in the attack, prepared to wait. We counterattacked, and then we saw a trick. As for the loss of interest in attacking, it is most likely that the force loss was too large or the force was insufficient. The third reason is that I have one of the worst fears they might have realized his depth alone, ready to make adjustments, eliminate their own projections. After the finish, he took the pointer points to the map beside, waiting for Chris' further orders. Air Army investigative let the others' intentions clear evidence of massive troop build-up. To have intelligence that the other party is being deployed. Troops from the front lines empty military aspects, Commander Buto also spoke and said Elijah. Chris nodded his head, combined with his knowledge of the mind. Opening concluded, we should not hope a victory lies in the enemy's stupidity, so I think we should consider, is the third case. He looked at several chiefs of staff of the army, and said, draw up a battle plan according to the worst case scenario, and immediately order Wagram to start a counterattack. Whatever the situation of the other party, we can test it out. No need sit here and guess. If the other party is strengthening defense protrusion wings, and then we try tackling ability of our military forces. If they do not reinforce the wings, just hit them a surprise. Issued for after the war command. He stood up, looking at everyone in the entire conference room. The outcome will be decided within a few days. An officer squeezed the confidential telegram summed up from the meeting, walked to the telegram room where the telegram was sent, and handed the telegram to the non-commissioned officer who professionally sent the unintentional telegram. Nuclear non-commissioned officers that were on the seals of His Majesty the Emperor, nodded his head, began to knock on the front of their own electricity striker. Soon a complete telegram was sent out, directly across the mountains, rivers and oceans, to the ears of Wagram's radio unit. The officer in charge of receiving the telegram pressed the headset with one hand, and quickly wrote down the content of the telegram on the electronic paper with the other hand. After checking the translation, he copied the corresponding correct sentence neatly on another piece of electronic paper, and handed it to the long-awaited officer beside him. Cyrus, Your Majesty's order. The officer received the electricity, clipped it in the clip, and quickly got out of the tent, walked through the camp, and came to the outside of a huge tent. He opened the curtain, walked into the tent, and stood behind Wagram, who was watching the sand table. Commander Cyrus, Your Majesty's order. Take over the share of electricity. Wage long seen only above there is a saying, as soon as possible to attack. He handed the telegram to General Walter next to him, and then ordered, let the armored forces begin to attack. Along with one after another attack hit the command field near the airport South Line battlefield. Then a Neil 2 attack aircraft took off in the air to form dense compiled attack echelon, is starting to Trinity Imperial Army in the direction of the flight. While on the ground, the engine roaring sound the same kind of stretching it. One after another tanks began to advance to the front line. They ran over the grass, crossed the creek, raised billowing black smoke, and raised their majestic gun barrels. It followed behind them, is the hordes of Alanxia Grenadiers. They sing the battle hymn of the high, carrying a variety of weapons, along the road, along Tan Ridge, along the sides of the river, along the edge of the forest, all the way north. 139 offense versus offense. What's that? Anti-Trinity Empire line, are roughly 100 or so soldiers who camp edge, a guard of soldiers responsible for pressing the waist of the sword, staring at the distance shaking disturbed forests. Narrowed his my eyes remind my companions. Vigilance, vigilance, enemy attack. His companion drew out his sword and was ready to fight on the periphery of the camp. It's Salem Hill's large force, ready to fight. Hearing his shout, the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire began to deploy troops. They relied on the camp to prepare for defense. A pair of eyes looked at the resurrected trees in front of them from behind the visor. Dodo suddenly wrote a bullet fire over, hit the camp on the edge of the large defensive magic, let the huge array of magic bursting out of a pale blue light. All areas where the magic empire is stationed are equipped with such a magic circle to prevent the opponent from attacking, and can also serve as a temporary position to support defense. It's a pity that before the magic circle swallowed those flying bullets, a shell hit the magic defense wall. The light blue magical defensive barrier, which was originally not very clear, disappeared into the air instantly with the impact of this shell. Click. An M4 tank with an unrelenting aura, broke a small tree on the edge of the forest, ran over the bushes in front, rolled its tracks, and appeared in front of the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire. Then, the second vehicle M4 tanks out now, also run over the bushes, revealing his tall frontal armor. Centaur sketched out the outline with white paint outside Trinity Imperial Eagle, the formation of a white hollow eagle pattern. Yi Liang. Then a tank appeared in the edge of the jungle, with those behind the tanks. Droves of Alanxia soldiers run ahead of the soldiers, carrying STG-44 Sudden Strike Rifle. Facing the Trinity Empire, the soldiers poured out the ammunition in their guns. Holding the MG-42 machine gun, soldiers soon found a perfect cover position, where he stand a good bipod machine gun, and then lift the gun body cover. The secondary shooter was already in place, pulling out the ammunition chain from the ammunition box and pressing it under the cover of the machine gun. The next second clock, pulling the bolt of Alanxia machine gunner's fire began. Even as a tracer, the soldiers flew into the Empire Trinity Square. What is that thing? The soldiers at Trinity Empire looked. Tanks grind over wood barricades outside their castles, as if severing the trees as easily. The steel monster didn't seem to care about what was blocking the way at all, and his rampage was superb. He saw with his own eyes that the Alan Hill soldier standing on the tank, manipulating the machine gun on the steel monster, strafing the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire from top to bottom. And that monster's head as well as on the body, the Mayflames were shooting a machine gun. Tracer bullets hit the crowded car's steel, reap-life Trinity Empire soldiers. Even more frightening is that tanks as well as a long barrel, from time to the crowd Trinity Empire marked a gunshot Legion. This thing is aimed directly, so it is quite terrifying to aim at the head. It can always shoot cannonballs into the densest places of the crowd, and the killing speed is even more terrifying than the shelling of Alan Hill. The thing that broke him the most was that this thing had no intention of fighting melee soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire. It only opened fire from a distance to cover the continuous advancement of its own soldiers. It made people angry and anxious, but they were looking for it. There is no chance to attack it, because for the selection of the M4 Sherman tanks, Chris and his generals on tactics also made reference to the US military attack tactics. They will think tank together large-scale use. It seems not a good way to use. After all, the opponent does not have a large number of anti-tank weapons, nor does it have many tanks to support the line of defense. It is not necessary to concentrate tank troops, and it will not achieve very good combat results. And he came over and said, as the US military has the dispersion tank used to support infantry combat, but very much in line M4 tank design purposes, in support of infantry for the battle, tall and plenty of firepower. M4 tank, real is an ideal weapon. It may be in the rear develop their own firepower, but do not worry, there will be other German tanks that horrible weapons against his own remote damage that is simply perfect for the bunkers will advance. The other did take such tactics no good way. Therefore, after some choices, Alan Hill's tank tactics were initially used to cover infantry operations. This is the best example of how the battlefield environment determines tactical arrangements. No tactic is absolutely perfect, and how to use it depends on a specific analysis of the specific environment. Just like when Alanxia Grenadiers were just born, is still used as old as 3-shot tactics, some backward not necessarily tactics when there is no space to play. Retreat. The leader of the Saint Demon Empire knew that with the soldiers he led, he couldn't stop the Alan Hill troops in front of him. He decisively issued the order to retreat, hoping to leave the battlefield before his troops were really bitten. Unfortunately, Alan Hill's troops did not give him the opportunity to retreat. At the same time he issued evacuation orders. Sky Eel 2 attack plane hit it, swooped down and began their killing. 20mm caliber cannon left in the crowd to new trail. The body of a small defensive magic cannot stop large E-caliber cannon. Trinity Empire ordinary soldiers in the attack under attack killing machine was soon in disarray. They were no longer able to form an established organization to resist, and they were breached within a few minutes. In addition to about 20 other than personal escape, the rest of the people have been destroyed in the vicinity. Alanxia counterattack at the outset to enter into a virtuous quick-fix mode. A morning, the one army of 11 divisions south of the liberation of the Higgs 2 small town, defeated about 1,000 Trinity Empire defensive army, advancing the 15 kilometers. This rate, compared to the previous Trinity Empire advancing, 5 times faster. Same kind of, as the main Alanxia First One Division quickly won the southern city of Lodz Roll, a serious threat to the flank defense Trinity Empire. At this day, Alanxia Air Force's Locusts Crossing attacked them to look into the whole goal mark, Trinity Empire in the south line of defense as well as the arrangement of the alert line of defense are the main attack. The entire defense system is mired in confusion. More than 400 fighter jets and attack aircraft took off thousands of sorties, dumping the bombs that could be mounted and the cannon shells they carried on the position of the Holy Demon Empire. In just one day, the Holy Demon Empire lost more than 500 soldiers and turned its protruding part into a dangerous pocket. By the evening of the same day, the troops under the command of Wagram had attacked 20 kilometers northward, mastered the scheduled goal of Roseroll, and basically completed the task of advancing. Early the next morning, the battlefield situation changed drastically. The Holy Demon Empire, which had received reinforcements, began a large-scale counterattack, and Alan-Hill also hoped to complete their plan for the next day through attacks. The two sides continued to invest their troops in a short 3 kilometers theater, using Dragon Knights, giant horse cavalry, magic legions, tanks, attack aircraft, howitzers and other weapons and arms to turn the plane into the surface of the moon. Due to lack of cover positions, troop losses on both sides are very great. Often 1,000 people just went up to support, and most of them had to retreat. Trinity Empire in one day lost another 1,000 Ming Magic Division, lost control of the air slide down the entire Higgs region. Alanxia here also did not account for anywhere cheap. The first one attacked army forces suffered heavy losses, the first one since the division of the army. Fighting for the first time there has been no way to overcome the other line of defense. 1 million people die in Xinjiang field. Throughout the first one army did not further before more enough. The battle went into intense heat from the beginning, and Wagram, who had red eyes, quickly joined the reserve team. 2 full armor regiments entered the battlefield, pushing the battle to a climax in the morning of the third day. In order to cover the flanks of its large forces, the Holy Demon Empire didn't mean to give in at all. They put all their strength into a counterattack, striving to annihilate this mortal force that threatened the southern line of defense. Because the two sides do not have the next day to complete their task, Alanxia stalled not completed a plan of attack, and Trinity Empire nor the opponents out of their own control area. So the third day, when we fill our minds, what I was thinking about was to find a way to complete the 2-day mission in one day. Everyone smashed into all the homes at the beginning, and the armored forces of the mortals were attacked by dragons and magicians, causing a lot of losses. A tank battalion was completely annihilated during a frontal attack. The wreckage of the tank was paralyzed from one end of the battlefield to the other end of the battlefield, and the burning black smoke obscured the sky. The other side, out in force Magic Corps also lost the pants. They ran out of magic liquid supplement, then came EEL to attack aircraft Corps to just good. The Magic Legion of the Holy Demon Empire that had lost its magical protection was slaughtered like a lamb by the Alan-Hill Air Force, and the corpses covered the entire hillside. On the fourth day, Wagram had to suspend the attack and let his troops be stationed in place. He had to admit the fact that the army of those terrifying magicians could indeed counter his mechanized army heads. The opposing Saint Demon Empire troops did not launch an attack on this day either. They took advantage of Alan-Hill to rest their troops, gave up their line of defense, and began a large-scale retreat. When they left their camp, all the officers of the Holy Demon Empire knew that they had already lost this war. They had to abandon a large number of friendly forces that were still in the east. They had to abandon the one that was close at hand but is now far away. Higsna. 4th. Longling asks for a reward. Monthly ticket subscription and collection are not too much. I beg you to please the readers. Thank you. 140 meteor. On the side of the road, in a temporary camp, a few soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire standing guard were looking at the road with frustration, row by row of friendly troops retreating westward. Before these brightly armored soldiers had time to enter the cruel battlefield, they were ordered to begin to retreat. The flanking attack of the Alan Hill Empire worked, and the Holy Demon Empire had to abandon its plan to attack Higsna and withdraw its troops from the protrusion as soon as possible, so as not to form a huge encirclement and ruin its own vital power. There are about 3 million people are destined to be wrapped around inside this huge encirclement, while the rest of the tens of thousands of people seems to have a chance to escape. How long has the Holy Demon Empire not experienced such a disastrous defeat? Maybe they don't even remember it. Zen geometry when, in the face of mortal empire, they do not even need to use powerful magic core. Just by virtue of the Dragon Knight's included giant horse cavalry, they can easily beat his opponent. He had been accustomed to exploitation. Mortal empire, accustomed to as gods themselves, is above all mortals. But today, they have to remember the cruel fact that they are not gods, and they are not the weak ants who are oppressed. Listen, say it first. 4 Corps is responsible for bring up the rear. A soldier staring at the distance of those carrying elite infantry rifles, spoke and said, I began to retreat tomorrow. Want them to those aircraft. Flying will not make trouble. His body stood comrade's edge of grass dangling from a stick. Seems to also attend to the identity of the decent magician. What is not listening, said yesterday one when the army to retreat. The other aircraft dispatched a large group, play the first legion can't raise its head, that's a miserable one. More than 2,000 people are all burned in a day. Who can fight this war? The soldier who spoke first put his hand on the long sword, very worthless for his colleagues who died. He sighed while shaking his head. This time the Saint Demon Empire's loss was completely impossible to make up. Maybe the Normu Empire would have to spit out the benefits of eating it. The immediate failure caused the Holy Demon Empire to lose a large number of magicians, and it may not be able to recover its vitality in a few years. Even more frightening is that the immediate Alanxia Empire are willing truce is still unknown. If the other party insists on the act, that Trinity Empire exactly how close the field, is a serious problem. War is a very strange thing. You can choose when to start, but there is no way to choose when to end. Even the victorious side cannot control the time of the truce. This is the uncertainty of war. The time on lively 3 million more than the Trinity Empire captured prisoner. You dare to believe? Consul's big nose out of joint estimate, how much he had to pay the price, to exchange these prisoners back. Another soldier with bitterness, said sarcastically. Everyone was not willing to fight this war. After all, the war against the Normu Empire had almost exhausted the enthusiasm of the civilians in the Holy Demon Empire. The very beginning, we all thought the invasion Higgs only for a mortal empire of cattle to the slaughter of chickens in small wars, so the opposition is not so harsh. But now, the war has entered a dead end, the Holy Demon Empire has no way to win, and even peace has become somewhat impossible, which makes the people who have already lost patience begin to be dissatisfied with the decision of the parliament. Minute's mindset, not just civilians. Mortal empire for a long time do not want war. The people who is also the magic of the empire, they are reluctant to pay for the rolling of endless war. Never play anything so stuck on the war. Even eternal empire teach us, we did not play so badly. Over the soldier first opening a wry smile, he said. He is also a veteran, and has participated in the war against the Eternal Empire. The two sides are still on the same level of combat power anyway, although the Eternal Empire is stronger and the magic is stronger, but everyone can barely fight against it, and it will not lose like this. But as a magical empire, we all know, is an Eternal Empire just fills in the West. Eternal Empire, the ancient and mysterious country, is the real powerful presence than Trinity powerful empire some magic. I do not know this Alanxia, what can develop into what it was like. Another soldier looked at him from a steady stream of the remnants of their camp after their opening murmuring road. In front of his eyes, behind the soldiers who had just passed by, were the wounded who couldn't see their heads. Some wounded were lying on the horsey-drawn carriage, and some were lying on the shelf carried by the back of the mountain mover. More wounded people can only walk on their own legs. They have their injured arms slung, or have thick bandages on their heads. Their expressions are lonely and depressed, as if they have lost their souls. walking westward step by step. This is the path they took when they came, and now they can only follow this path and go back to where they started. After paying a heavy price and sacrificing their friends or relatives, they got nothing but a painful memory in exchange. On the second day after Alan Hill started the southern counterattack, the combat troops of the Holy Demon Empire began to retreat. They abandoned the entire protrusion, leaving only part of the army to support their defense. These remaining troops are destined to stay here, but no one knows how much the retreating troops can withdraw. The Alan Hill forces that control the Rosrol area are trying to expand their own results. They stormed north and east, and are gradually narrowing the pockets of the encirclement circle. Lost air cover protecting the Trinity Imperial forces moving very slowly. At night they had to act in order to avoid the threat of air power from the other side. It is regrettable that neither the Dragon Knight or just the Giant Horse Cavalry, the two are not the ideal night between operational units, so it is using the night attack or just use the night retreat worth mentioning. For Trinity Imperial Army it is not an easy task. People class, after all, are not used at night. This habit, whether mortal or magician, are common sense. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire are waiting for their destiny with anxiety. The victory of the Holy Demon Empire, which has been maintained since its birth, has been ruthlessly broken in this battle. For the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire, the times have changed. No one knows the next Trinity Empire will face what kind of situation, because no one knows a mortal magic empire was defeated empire. What will be what kind of fate? On the Alan Hill side, the situation is not too optimistic. The Higgs area is trying to absorb the wounded on the front line. The price paid by the victorious Alan Hill this time is a bit more than everyone imagined. Front on the battlefield. They gradually lost more than 10 million people. Trinity Empire Magic Infantry Division for nothing. They Dragoon troops slaughtered at the same time. Fighter also caused huge casualties to Alanxia ground forces. Most of the combat units under the Second Army have lost their offensive capabilities, so that subsequent counterattacks can only be carried out by second-line units such as the garrison. In the first two, under the cover of some of the main forces of the army, Tenshsu Prepared Group launched the first counterattack. The success of Trinity Empire back to the distance 100 kilometers. Bag enclosure is being compressed, has been unable to reinforce. The Trinity Empire gave up supplies for the troops inside the pocket. The rapid consumption of the magic replenishment liquid reserve is the biggest enemy of the Holy Demon Empire's troops. He had, after all, not in the forbidden magic to get magic recharge areas. So this totally dependent on logistical conduct of the war, so that they are more afraid that they have been surrounded. It's just that the encirclement is about to be formed now, and it has become a fact that the Saint Demon Empire army in the pocket cannot be supplied. Then only one sentence can describe the Saint Demon Empire army in the encirclement now: that there is not much time left for them. Compared with the Saint Demon Empire troops in the desperate situation, the current Alan Hill troops at least have an absolute advantage in logistical supplies. Countless supplies and mobilized soldiers are heading to the front. Although Trinity Empire has obvious advantages in the battle damage ratio, but on the strength of Mortal's Empire also has its own advantages. Alanxia mobilized troops can or go 200 million, and that the number of Trinity Empire is no theory of how to scrape out. Magic Training System Division determines their number will not be too much, and the replenishment rate of Magic Legion, naturally, cannot keep up. Those dozens of days of training time can be more than second-tier frontline garrison group Alanxia. When Alan Hill's troops continued to be sent to the front line, and even the construction of the rear was not delayed, the Holy Demon Empire had to fight on the two fronts, and it was difficult to mobilize the troops, so it could only watch its opponents continuously grow up. This point can be clearly seen from the comparison of the forces of the two air forces. The forces of the two sides were evenly matched before, but now, the sky has been taken over by Alan Hill's fighters, and the number of these flying mortal weapons is increasing. Many now I have been able to look forward to. It is only a mediator eternal empire, looked at the broken body armor's soldiers wounded, as if watching his future appearance. Rank and name of Trinity Empire with a wry smile. Eternal Empire? He who would control our life and death, I guess, this time to help us. Only the same kind of heavy heart comrades nodded his head to the side, agreed with his views. Hearing what the other party said, the soldier seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and said, yes, look at those real gods. Are you willing to give us a chance? Just as he was when they talk on their heads, the distant sky, a meteor across the sky. 141 Real Magic Division. Recently rarely encountered act recklessly Dragon Knight, appeared alone in our airspace up. Trinity Empire here, I guess we be running out of tricks. No radio. The Aulank easy for their wingman said. He had too already made more than 30 Tiao giant dragon victories, became among the entire air force one of the most dazzling combinations. Their noses are covered with dragon head logos, and rows of them look majestic. There is a legend of their own in this airspace, which is a great legend about fighters slaying dragons. The fool also sent the Dragon Knight to die. The previous large-scale harassment operations are no longer suitable for them. The wingman replied happily. Due to the relationship with the radar, the Dragon Knights cannot silently past the defense phalanxia. They moor toward high-altitude flight. The moor is left very clear signal on the radar screen. Cloud layer cannot protect the lives of their whereabouts, that they do not comprehend the death. Just as Alan Hill was not comfortable with fighting the Magic Empire, the Holy Magic Empire also knew nothing about the science and technology of mortals. It's solid long as they drop height, so that low-flying dragon, you can effectively avoid the search radar, and the dragon control features. You can also let them fall to the ground concealed, escape patrol fighter. But he had no such aspects of experience. No other test to radar blind spot, and the characteristics of the Dragon Knights going to be shot down is lost. The dead prisoners there is not possible to go back and share the experience with their peers. So the Knight's infiltration operation is destined to be a tragedy. Maintain a high level. Continue search. I have a feeling that today we will be a little harvest. Austrian Frank overlooking the foot of the earth. Everything carefully distinguish between the ground and him. Radar station that side of Little News. This piece of airspace which in addition to us, nothing. Wingman pilot looks a little boring spoke and said, no giant dragon, there is no enemy, has been almost 2 days. Yes, if there is not still a daily combat patrols, I think I should take for the war is over. Austrian Frank also think that this cannot patrol encountered enemy is very boring. He controlled his fighter jet to lift slightly, bringing the clouds above his head closer to him. Just two pilots boring to pass the time when their headphones came to the ground command center. Shortness of warning. 7 How Patrol. Patrol Squad 7 How Patrol. Patrol Squad in the airspace in front of you. 11 Small team lost contact. Before they lost contact, they reported that they saw a suspicious target. Be careful. Check if there is an enemy situation and keep in touch at any time. Of 7 How Small team understand. Austrian Frank suddenly to the spirit, and hold the call is answered 1. And then on his own wingman command said, cheer up, someone sent. Daughter the. Be careful little. I have for a long time cannot all of a sudden loss of both fighters. 11 Small team is not a rookie. To get them to shoot down enemy may not necessarily easy to deal with. Wingman open on words. A reminder Aulank opening. Austrian Frank certainly know the severity, while searching the sky, while the promise said, radar that side did not find the target. How did this all about hiding the whereabouts of the enemy? If the Holy Demon Empire had this kind of magic, it would have been used a long time ago, and will it wait until now? The wingman said in disbelief. I think they used low-altitude flight to avoid the radar warning zone. You is responsible for searching the ground, positive to me. Austrian Frank also feels a little magic can conceal the whereabouts of nonsense. For wingman said, do not let any suspicious place, open formation, do not get together. 2 aircraft 1 after the flight search forward, seeing to enter into 11 small airspace team responsible for the results at this time. Aolank seemed to see what incredible things. "What is that? Damn!" He was not shouting in a loud radio, and then repeat the crazy scene they saw. "I saw a man in the sky." Not fly Dragon Rider Dragon Knight is not. He finally understands why the radar station did not detect this target. Because the target is too small, so small that it is almost as large as the current radar clutter. The person flying in the sky on the opposite side seemed to have seen Orange and his wingman, so he rushed over at the speed of a fighter plane. The robe on his body was shaking in the wind, and the light of magic engulfed around him, dense like a thick fog. In the deadly wind, the man stretched out his palm, and the clouds above Orange became irritable. In the cockpit, Orange felt the distortion of the airflow, and his plane seemed to be out of control. Avoid each other's attack. He attacked us. Austria and Frank in control of their own aircraft. From the side that no longer seems such a steady stream of air rushed out. Just as he avoided the terrible moment airflow, a bolt of lightning from the clouds broke out and almost penetrated Orange's plane. Although the lightning was not strong, it really scared Aolank. If he was struck by lightning in the sky, his plane would not be much better even if it didn't crash. My God! The other turned himself flying in the sky. I'm not crazy. Wingman Pocket is also turning heads away from the man's flight path. If Chris saw the sight in front of him, he would think he saw Superman. That relying solely on human flesh flying in the sky suddenly stopped in the sky. The other seems curiously looked away from the two fighters' attack, but also seemed ready for something more advanced attack mode. Suddenly between, lingering around the figure of the mixing magic suddenly spread out. The man's palms began to gather a transpiration air of magic in this, followed by a ball of fire as a machine gun bursts out. Like the tracer rushed to the Orange fighter jet. The fireball's flying speed is not slow, at least many times faster than the fireball magic of the Holy Demon Empire. Although it can't keep up with the flying speed of the air cannon shells, it is still a difficult continuous attack. Austrian Frank chances, just as he was afraid of lightning to attack their own, so can only now begin to fly S-shaped defensive wayline. And the flying man kept his distance, avoid open fire over those fireballs. The magic circle in the opponent's hand that was steaming the surrounding air quickly dissipated, followed by a cloud of white mist forming in the opponent's palm. The ice cones next to each other flew out again, this time faster. Those deadly ice direction of the cone where flying is not Aolank direction, but ready to attack toward the wingman forced to go. When the wingman saw something bad, he immediately changed his flight path and was not hit by those ice cones. Tutu. The opponent hovered in the air and did not move quickly, so Orange found an attack window and shot a row of shells at the place where the man was hovering from a long distance. While strafing, Aolank lifted up his fighter jets to avoid possible counterattacks from the other side. The tracer drew a beautiful curve in the air, rushing to the person hovering in the sky, and then was blocked by the magic circle at a distance of about tens of meters from that person. Artillery shells hit the magic, sputtering out of a bright fire. But Oaken clearly saw that these shells didn't penetrate the magical barrier like a flashing plate, but splashed a ripple on it. This guy is also stronger than the dragon. Cannon does not work. Gun does not work. Austrian Frank felt slash the face of such a powerful enemy in the sky. Even his weapons cannot hurt to each other. Wins if you are negative. You don't need to ask. Tutu. The wingman also found a chance to fire at this moment, and also shot a row of dense tracer bombs at the figure. These shells still hit the magic barrier, as if the opponent's magic reserves were endless. On the palm of the opponent's outstretched hand, the magic circle that was lingering because of the temperature once again faded, and then a new magic circle appeared, and the surrounding airflow became turbulent, just like the airflow that Aolank had just avoided. Cracking, a lightning palm central pick from each other, and instantly hit the wingman. The huge destructive force broke the wing of the Me-109 fighter jet at once, as if an invisible arm tore off the skin on the wing of the aircraft and broke the keel inside. Male golden logo eagles breaking in half under attack. lost control of the wingman Diaz-1 hurtled to the ground. The figure flying in the sky seemed very satisfied with his attack, and retracted the dangerous palm into his robe. Austria Frank did not think the other side will stop the attack. He drove the airplane around in a big circle, watching the wingman hurtle to the ground, do not know exactly what to do at this moment. The hovering figure suddenly moved at this moment, and began to dive down rapidly, as if it were a scaled-down Me-109 fighter. At the Austrian Frank surprised eyes, that figure actually being crashed against the Me-109 fighter, then that plane to slow down the speed of the fall, but eventually was gently placed on the ground. Hey, Jack, listen to my words yet. Jack, do not know wingman pilot of Outlank life and death, over and over again on the radio shouting the name of their own comrades, but unfortunately, he did not get any answer. The figure hovered in the low air for a while, and then began to fly east again. Orange knew that he had nothing to do with the other party, so he could only use the radio to report what he saw and heard. I think I saw the Real Magic Division of 142 Police Report. Hello, Ceres Border Air Force Command, M. Higsner Frontline Field Air Force Command. What I want to say belongs to the highest level report, a voice said anxiously on the phone. He grabbed the handset on duty. Major eyes stare at the grater, and finally rose from his place on the up, with the most solemn tone interrupted each other's topic. You sure? No, everything you say is true and reliable. Yes, that person is flying in the direction of Ceres. Interception is ineffective. I repeat, interception is ineffective. Invalid. That I have absolutely nothing to do. That look to the major body of the men's side, loudly ordered, sounding. Combat alert. Pilots on standby to take off. All fighters, all airspace investigation. Then he hung up the phone, grabbed the receiver again and ordered to the side of the phone, get me the Air Force Command. Quick! The highest level report. When someone over the phone grabbed the receiver, he solemnly said, I am the Ceres Border Air Force Command. What I want to say below is the highest level report. There will be a fly magician, appears over Higgs. Yes, the other three fighters shot down, but did not hurt. It is certain that the magician is the direction of the east advances. Says he grabbed the phone, nervously recounted. This is the news from the Higgs front. I'm ready. Been ordered. All pilots fought. Yes. I'll take off. All fighters to intercept each other. Understand. Find the target. Immediately opened fire. He repeated a moment after the other commandments. Hang firm phone. Order a third of the fighter jets to take off. There is only one person, a flying magician. Find that magician, and kill him at all costs. The major looked at his men with a serious expression. The command said, Says, in the Emperor's castle, it will be a huge meeting room. Chris is working with his engineers and technicians who study meetings open arms. There have been more and more meetings of this kind recently. An engineering division by beating the hands of the pen with reports before watching his colleagues complained, how can we do that? We can rely on, or that we believe is that we mind if our knowledge. Give up this knowledge. What else do we have? Another director tanks raw production technician then opening. It is helpless, said. Tanks me their cognitive system. There is a very powerful assault weapons, but in the face of magic attack, it does not. It looks so easy to use. The other side of the powerful magic can cause considerable damage to the tank, and this gives us very passive. His mouth, while just send out a comeback from the front of battle damage reports. Heavy tank armor. Does the real magic can withstand a lot of attacks. But when the other person when using more powerful magic attack tanks, these steel monsters will no longer exist and cannot be destroyed by the powerful. Although it also brought huge trouble to the opponent, this new weapon that has just appeared on the battlefield is not as eye-catching as the performance of a fighter. At least, before such weapons appear on the battlefield on a large scale, they are not as indestructible as imagined. Chris familiar knowledge field. The Earth is a mature industrial technology Ming he can rely on, but also improve production equipment as well as products come under the next frame. His face early time of the cold steel of the enemy, which set out the technology to produce weapons of course, is easy to use, and is very powerful and can cruch opponents exist. But now he has to face a magic system that Earthming has never faced before, so he can only bite the bullet and produce weapons and equipment that are not very suitable. It is possible for him to choose from the established framework of existing weapons and equipment, choosing weapons and equipment that are more suitable for dealing with magic, but he cannot develop weapons and equipment for the magic system in a short period of time. In a short time, Chris and his training up technicians who do not have the ability to modify the earth. That the technology industry is a tree of this long process of accumulation of knowledge as well as practice, not be able to rely on special measures to make up. Only in complete control of workers after Yeming, and thoroughly understand all the technical development, Alanxia will really start on the road to integration innovation. And now Alanxia can do, just constantly confined to copy the Earth out on the road to development, then the Earth out of existing weaponry and equipment system, select the appropriate variety of battlefield weapons. It has become now before Alanxia weapons technology sector's most important issue. Compared to the various aspects looks more powerful M4 to medium tanks, it seems that Germany 2 Panzer is more suitable for the current battlefield situation. Equip a 20mm caliber gun speed, more fuel efficient and more the province of small beans battle steel. The car seems to be a better choice. Or, grinding his teeth with M4 bottom tank dish, converted to something more in line with the situation of battlefield weapons, similar to Germany in World War II. Anti-aircraft guns on their own, equipped with multi-mounted cannon of Goping duelers, can take into account a variety of battlefield environment at the same time. However, apart from tanks and these existing weapons and equipment, our knowledge system does not have weapons and equipment to fight against magic. So we can only develop our own weapons and equipment to form a system against the system. I thought of this. Chris spoke. He looked at his hands, given the choice of conversion of weapons. Next, I had to modify the M4 turret of a tank, cancelled 75 artillery caliber, changed into a 2-mounted 20mm caliber cannon, this to add strength to face the team of air defense, as well as ground attack capability. Appropriate improvements like this can be done. Refitting tanks into weapons and equipment more suitable for this battlefield environment is something Chris and his designers can do. After all, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns have appeared in the earth, so everyone can take them and use them without any barriers, and confidently manufacture this improved weaponry. Chris Direct Health Industrial Products Ming does not require trial and error. He has accumulated technology and advantages. However, in the face of magic, weapon improvement requires actual combat test and trial and error, which slowed down the development of Alan Hill Empire's weapons. This problem has never been, but now plagued by Chris and his technical staff. A weapon and equipment are produced too very easily, but the investment before actual combat, but no longer able to ensure that the advanced nature itself. Therefore, the important weapon experiment steps that were skipped in the past are now becoming more and more important. Before a weapon is mass-produced, everyone needs to prove the effectiveness of the weapon to avoid the problem of weapon equipment not suitable for the battlefield environment. While everyone was discussing the new tank improvement route, an officer broke into their meeting room. He walked quickly to Christ's side, lowered his voice and reported, "Your Majesty." A super magic appeared in the Higgs war zone. Teacher, what is super? Magician Chris puzzled looked to the other side. Open asked, "Are you?" He says Trinity Empire dispatched troops more powerful. Magician, in Christ's opinion, such battlefield variables are very troublesome. His troops have already suffered huge losses. At this time, the enemy's reinforcements will change the battlefield, and the next battle will be even harder. Especially, in the uncontrollable field of magic, new and powerful enemies appear, which represents more unknowns and more changes. This change makes the war have a tendency to get out of Christ's control, and similar feelings will increase people's anxiety and tension. Yes, not a department team, only one person. That person can fly in the sky. Are flying in the direction of says that the name of the officer some anxiety, said, due to too small for the reflection area, The radar could not capture him whereabouts, so our interception efficiency is very low. Are you coming for me? Chris looked at the opponent, seeming to think that the opponent only dispatched one person, and it should be for the purpose of beheading. It is estimated that there are not many magicians that can fly like this, so it can't be effective on the frontal battlefield. On the contrary, if the opponent is too strong to intercept, then the beheading operation becomes a very effective means of attack. Killing Chris and destroying the city of Ceres seemed to be the only effective means for the Holy Demon Empire to end the war. But you, Holy Asia General, recommend that you immediately into the secret underground bunkers as refuge or leave the city. Finally, it is the name of the officer looked at His Majesty the Emperor said, fire vehicles already prepared, ready to go. For me. The Bisel is this world a safer place? Chris waved and said, if I have no way to stop the other side, it would be comfortable with all of it going to happen to tell Cloth General Talia, just let him prepare normally. Yes, Your Majesty. The officer stood up and saluted and walked out of the spacious and bright conference hall. Just as he was out of the same time hall, Frontsburg Great Magician Laboratory, Chief Magic Consultant Hu Alanxia Empire suddenly looked up, shocked to see the lab corner put the magic detection device with the wrong design. In his incredible eyes, the metal container shuddered violently, as if there was an alarm clock in it that was about to jump out. Then, in the next second, the device shattered and turned into a pile of messy parts. No, let Your Majesty leave. Hurry, it will be too late. The old magician shouted loudly with all his strength. Fragment and broken into here. Dragon Spirit really desperate. Today was going to 3 shift, you can be looking at the end. Without the Dragon Spirit that is more likely to be killed. Well, the Dragon Spirit to life in the evening there is even more, so as not to regret everyone. In addition, ask for monthly tickets, recommended tickets, collection, subscription, and rewards. This book 2 chapters updated daily. 2 chapters have recently been added a bit more normalized. Remind everyone, don't think that Dragon Spirit is lazy. Later. 143 Mask. A pale and slender hand pressed against the gate of Alan Hill Castle, dressed in a silver robe with a huge magic circle on it, with a strange mask on his face, and seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Then he opened the heavy door. Boom! The big door inside, a guard soldier shot to play in this terror-masked magician's face. The bullet was a mask of magic array ricocheted out and landed not far from on a smooth ground. Get out! And not here, men and women. The cries of dumb and desperate voices as if from within the individual's chest came out, echoing in the large hall of the castle. The man swung a wind blade backhand and hit the body of the guard. The sharp invisible blade cut open the belly of the Alan Hill guards, cut him off, and his intestines and internal organs rolled out instantly, falling to the ground and rolling out a long way. The sorcerer with a heavy mask did not even glance at the 2 corpses on the ground, but he raised his foot and walked upstairs to the stairs in the hall. Above his head is a huge chandelier, with countless electric lights dotted in it, looking very luxurious. Suddenly, at the corner of the stairs, the mage stopped his footsteps. His pale and sickly slender hand pressed against the cold marble handrail of the stairs, and his whole body was slightly bent. The mage's breathing became painful and rapid, and it seemed that his body was suffering tremendously. Because of this painful torture, the body covered by the magic robe began to twist, and all the muscles tightened, fighting the terrible pain. Whirring is like a drowning man finally out of the water. A mouth like this weird masked mage barely breathing, hands skin begins to crack up. Had already been on the back, looks very sick, similar to lava as a blue liquid in the Gap boil. Grill TV drama white skin. Then the next second, these wounds miraculously healed. And then again turtle cracked. This is really a painful journey. Stood almost a cent of clock time. The masked magician barely got it back. He murmured this emotion in a hoarse voice, then raised his foot slowly and walked up the stairs, as if carrying a heavy burden. The body does not look strong. Magician took the stairs step by step, then stood at the end of the corridor. Stand in this corridor, carrying a group of STG-44 Sudden Strike Rifle Guards soldiers, who took a long breath. The masked magician seemed to be entangled with what kind of means to use to walk through this seemingly difficult corridor. In the end, the magician still moved forward. After taking a step, a golden magic circle filled his body. These magic circles are like shields blocking the front of the magician, and then become huge in front of countless flying bullets, extending into the surrounding walls. A dense array of bullets hit this magic circle, distorting the inscription on it. However, if air is embedded in a sample, so these bullets hovering within the magic has gradually fade. Another new magic formed in the back of the magic. The styles are exactly the same. Let open heavy mask below. The cries of "Dumb not here again." The voice sounded gender. Firing all weapons have been stifled. Voice, you have these ants simply suicidal. Unfortunately, no one stopped. Some soldiers were pouring firepower, while others began to change their magazines. They cooperated tacitly, maintained the continuity of firepower, and did not give the other party any chance to fight back. Dense bomb that hit the defensive magic, let the magic became bleak. In front of this masked magician, the third defensive magic circle formed quietly without any delay. I'm sorry, I don't have time to waste. The sound of neither yin nor yang sounded again, and then under the silver magic robe, the pale palm was stretched out again, and a cold mist was on that hand. Condensation on the palm. The temperature of the entire corridor began to drop. The next second clock, from between filled with cold hands, began spewing out countless picks. Fly. Those Alanxia Royal Guards kept firing. Bound arrow as a kind of ice pick. Penetration of these bodyguards, one by one, put them down to the ground. After only a few seconds, the entire corridor, there is no STG-44 Sudden Strike Rifle fire voice, nor the screams of soldiers. Seems to be the kind of excruciating pain appears again, after the overthrow of all. The masked magician screams again. It sounded as if someone was cutting the flesh and blood of this magician with a knife. I hate this place. I hate this place. The pale hand propped on the wall that had been shattered by the magic circle, and the tragic voice echoed throughout the corridor. The terrifying voice of this magician screaming alone looked so strange in the corridor full of corpses. On the other side of the corridor, Chris pushed open the door with a pale face. Across the densely packed corpses lying on the ground, he looked at the magician with a mask on the other end who kept screaming. The expression on his face was wonderful. The opponent's powerful air force made Alan Hill's air force helpless, and even could kill hundreds of guards alone and enter the castle. But now the magician stood there and let out a scream, as if he was beating him. Finally, the feeling of desperation was suppressed, and the screams finally stopped, and the magician held on to the wall for a few breaths before barely standing on his own body. Immediately afterwards, the hoarse voice spoke again, with a hint of curiosity, as if looking at a brand new creature. You are really different. I can see the fascinating light in you. Chris frowned suspiciously, hearing the strange voice of the other party. No one had ever told him that he could still shine. The other party came to him with such a way of blocking and killing the Buddha. Is it because he wanted to tell him you will shine this matter? That magic division seems to be very weak, all with a voice the slightest tremble. I cannot live here, where the air so I cannot breathe. My body's energy is about to swallow my fragile body off. For me, this is simply hell. But seeing you here, I think the suffering on this road seems to be worth it. Behind the mask, the voice suppressed the pain and said slowly, damn. The last violent moan even changed its tone because of the pain, and the air around the magician began to become agitated. The exposed palm seemed to explode soon, and the skin on it was squeezed into shape by the surging energy inside. Able to kill you. All of this is worth it. Ha 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 ha. The other party seemed to be talking to himself, and seemed to be answering Christ's words. In the extreme pain, this with the masked mage was jealous and excited about the success he was about to achieve. It seems that he is really going to die here today. The other party can find this room all the way, and what he said is radiating light. That is, there is any special tracking method. Even if he hides, he can't avoid it. Thinking of this, Chris opened his mouth and asked the magician unwillingly, "Are you here to kill me?" "Yes, of course I am here to kill you. Your existence is a crime that threatens this world and must be wiped out." In front of Chris, the magician stretched out his arm, and the magic circle on his palm began to become clear. As the magic circle gradually became clear, some anxious arcs began to appear around the circular magic circle. It seemed that the opponent wanted to use a very fast lightning magic to end Chris, the Traverser. "Wing farewell, mortal." Accompanied by the magic array increasingly clear, the voice behind the mask once again sounded, with a hint of pride. A flash spewed from his magic circle and directly hit Chris' body. Moment between Chris' side actually had a golden light. Around spinning golden magic spells shrouded in front of him. The deadly lightning struck the defensive magic circle, bursting out a dazzling light. Damn! Looking at the magic circle rising from Chris, the masked magician took a step back. Then he raised his other arm, and both hands raised huge magic circles. Boom! 2 huge fireballs flew out of the magic circle, steaming the surrounding air, and hit the magic circle in front of Chris. However, after being hit by the fireball technique, the defensive magic circle in front of Chris did not show any tendency to weaken at all. Instead, it radiated a stronger light. Immediately afterwards, a hand protruded from behind Chris, and a dazzling light burst from the palm of his hand. A powerful lightning rushed out like a serpent, surpassed the magic circle in front of Chris, and hit the opponent's body. An explosion of ashes dispersed. The attack hit Chris. Mask's magician staggered back a few steps. Chris finally adapted to the hype of this magic fight, looked to one side to look at his own behind. There, with a kind of masked robe magic division, just withdrew his slender palm. 144 magic eye. Before Chris could speak, the battle broke out again, and 3 magic circles suddenly lit up next to the masked magician beside him, and the wind blade went from the middle of the 3 magic circles like no money. Gush! Chris' cheeks even felt the dangerous breath of the wind blade, and his ears even heard the sound of the wind blade breaking through the air. He saw such a powerful magician for the first time, and for the first time saw such a gorgeous magic effect. With many modern technologies in his mind, he naturally knows the scenes of magician battles described in countless movies and animations. This time he finally felt the shocking visual experience surrounding the body. The masked magician in the distance had obviously lost the wind in the last battle, but he still had the power to fight. The opponent stretched out his hands and once again released the defensive magic in front of him, and it lit up right behind him. Attack the magic circle. Unfortunately, before his magic started to attack, gunshots rang out behind him. 2 guard soldiers carrying their STG-44 Fierce Fire, he had behind Frundisberg also used a fireball come out. His caught in the middle of the magician had to separate the energy behind the defense to attack, and then he broke the front Fengrend defense. Damn! Moment between, he used that vagueness voice shouted a word. Then there are numerous magic child buried in a piece of smoke bomb into. When the smoke dissipated, the mask on the magician's face had shattered, revealing his true colors. In other words, after seeing the magician's face, it seems more accurate to describe it by its name. Only see the magician's face, no facial features, only a sketch with a plane of magic. And now, this plane has begun to twist, looking hideous and terrifying. Under this strange face, there is a tattered magic robe, and the exposed body is also covered with magic circles everywhere, and some places are even inlaid with high-purity magic spar. Such a high-purity magic spar has never been seen in a mortal empire. Inside these high-purity magic spars, you can even see the surging magic flowing like a storm. Not before, so a few monsters and robots almost. Now the state is very unstable. Even Chris felt that it could at any time have a kind of explosion. Just looking at this dangerous state, you know that this monster is in pain now. So far, sure enough, or not, control R only to see that covered magic strange humanoid creatures feeling something. Then it seems to have lost consciousness, like fell down. Near the stairs, guard soldiers' swarm started yelling that has lost control of his body, dumped ammunition. Until it was confirmed that the opponent could no longer stand up, they stopped their attacks. The remaining part of people rushed to the front of Chris, but to see a different kind of masked magician standing behind Chris. The opponent did not seem to be malicious, so these guards did not dare to act rashly. It's the god puppet of the Puppet Empire, probably has the same power as me. Under the mask, a woman's voice rang, causing Chris' eyes widened and turned his face to look at the other party. I am the magic from Drew. I can the teacher Vivian. Introduce themselves a bit, then subconsciously by holding down the hand-face mask, hear people really breathing tortured. I think I can only stay here for a few days. She has been talking to itself. Did not seem to bother going to the same Chris. Opening continued. You do not have to worry too much. God puppet of the Empire is not too much, even if he had. There is no way to send such a powerful device for continuous come to kill you, so you don't have to worry too much about your danger. Anyway, he is a puppet of God every time out, because of fluctuations in magic, we will detect, especially in such a remote control. It is naturally not escape our perception, so that we will follow from. They are no chance to kill you. She seems to be the solution. Explain why they would be here, but if just in the habit of chatter. Day now, how did you become accustomed to the taste of the burning of your nose will not dye it? Also a place where people really disgusting than a puppet of the Empire. Vivian off his mouth while looking to the Chris. If I were puppet of the Empire, but also many would consider an alliance with you or like-minded Haxi Angxi. By the way, I almost forgot my other purpose of coming here. Maybe you haven't heard of Gurkhan or the Eye of Magic, but it doesn't matter. You just need to know that your research has already caused the interest of the Kingdom of the Gods is enough. I have great interest to your research. I think there might be an opportunity to change the status quo. So they sent me here, and you want to reach a consensus, so that the world's small, but the largest number of mortals, to join. Here comes the rules battle. She speaks very fast, and she doesn't care about the state of others at all. She has said a lot in a while, but Chris has not had time to introduce herself. Oh, you don't know the rules of the battle. It's a little troublesome to explain it. You just need to know that there are many you in this world. The terrible things that you haven't touched yet are fine. Everything you do now is just a small fight in the real war. I said, Mom, aren't you tired of talking like this? Chris finally had the opportunity to insert something he wanted to say. He was shocked at the other party's magic skills at first, but he didn't expect such a powerful magician to be a torrent of words. Tuberculosis. Tired? I'm not tired. Although I flew a long way, I also fought with a god puppet, but I still don't feel tired, and even if I feel tired, I can't recover from here. Status: there is no magic aura here, for me. It can't be any worse here. Vivian shook his head and said. Then she seemed to think of something again, and immediately said, don't interrupt me, everything I say is very useful. I am here to tell you that Gurkhan hopes to form an alliance with you, and love in the future. Lanhill maintains an equal relationship of peaceful coexistence, unity, love, and mutual help. I have to make Trinity Empire to open the road, so you can come into contact with magic, a new study of magic in order to promote the development of the world. This may be a new path. Why doubt, we are so powerful magical empire, you will find this a little mortal cooperation. In fact, there are also many sad history. If you're interested, I can talk to you from the beginning. Saying long, long ago, that the world is no high-level magic exists, the era of the ancient orcs relying on the strength rampant in this continent, humans rely on the wisdom to rule the world. Elves are the only understand the magic of the race, they are mysterious and noble. I crossed from another world. You now tell me scratch a complex game of World of Warcraft. Black History Cow told me my tribe accounts are 120 Jup, sister. Chris, a face of despair looking at each other. Really, I really want to interrupt this girl named Vivian. Not too later, the west suddenly collapsed. Earth, a huge eye magic there. I do not know that in heaven or connected straight into the abyss of hell, full-bodied flavor of magic began to diffuse out. This world has since changed to the country closest to the Eye of Magic, and a large number of outstanding magicians have emerged. They can control the power of the elements and are strong enough to live forever. What follows is the weird world. The distribution of strengths and weaknesses like a ladder. The farthest place from the Eye of Magic is the Forbidden Domain, and the closest place to this Eye of Magic is the later powerful ones. A kingdom of gods. You did not guess wrong, Drew Icon. A country which is the domain of God. It is more powerful than you think. Vivian said here, slightly paused, pointed to Chris. Then she began to talk to herself again. The Eye of Magic not only brings a strong magical atmosphere, it also brings another world of demons. I know this story is very earthy, but this is the reality and there is no way. I also changed not change anything. If I were to write the history of it, I'd rather tell you something else. Interesting things. Devils invaded our world from the Eyes of Magic, but they met the magician of the kingdom of gods who was strengthened by magic. Elves, humans, orcs, dwarves, dragons, and so many ethnic nations united to prevent the demise of this world. Not to we also paid a heavy price. In order to defeat the demon is almost endless. The proud dragon was studied, and finally became the birth of mass production Comount. If you see the real dragon, you know you play. Now what exactly are those fire dragons? They are just like flying mosquitoes. People like the puppet developed technology, developed a puppet army, which is the origin of the puppet empire. You can see, that kind of technology in addition to the deal with the devil. Nausea and vomiting of people. The dwarves are crazy about steel. The elves are desperate and passive, and the orcs have suffered heavy casualties and almost disappeared. Chris wanted to let the other party pass the dwarf elves over. How did he listen to it? How could he have a strange intimacy? 145. Why did you send her here? As I were about to self-destruct when continued for centuries, demon invasion suddenly stopped. They no longer appear around the magic Eye of God. The domain of the heavy responsibility of protecting the world will be forgotten. It started to intrigue, and the world became the rags it is now. In short, the kingdom of God's domain is now falling apart. Everyone wants to dominate the Eye of Magic when they attack each other. Unfortunately, the puppet empire is about to succeed. They control about a third of the Eye of Magic, so they can make it produce more annoying puppets. The problem is that we forget to look in the eye of the most magical start, ready to kill each other to play the winner of the time. Around the magic eye, began to appear devil. Now we are weak as a baby, can be powerful opponents like an orc. So, Drew Icon listening after saying things Alanxia happened, I felt that this relates to the safety of the world war, should be added to the fresh blood, and we intend to rebuild the kingdom of God's domain. Intends magic leave a place for Aelan Hill near the eyes. But before that, I will have to determine one thing. Vivian finally slowed rate of speech, opening solemnly asked, there are ways to enhance the combat effectiveness of these weapons too. On the way I came, I observed your weapons and equipment as well as combat effectiveness. Whether they fly in the sky, or those that can walk without magic, they are all very interesting things. It were too weak and small, weak to even resorted to. Only I can easily cope with the tenth the power of magic if I was in the vicinity of the eye. I can even wipe out all of your troops. Chris seemed to be free from being surrounded by 1,000 ducks. His ears suddenly fell silent, and suddenly there was a feeling of uncomfortableness. He seemed to be thinking while standing there, and he seemed to be enjoying the nostalgic quiet. Then, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and finally realized that the other party was waiting for his answer, and then he spoke for the second time and expressed his opinion. Well, Aelan Hill does not need to mix into the mess of the Eye of Magic, so it's going to go inside. You did not intend to become the kingdom of God is the domain of the Emperor? Do you know what that means? You can be the most powerful monarch in the world. Wait. Chris stretched out his hand to interrupt the other party's intention to continue speaking, and quickly interjected, I understand why this world forms a ladder-like distribution of magical aura. So I can wait. After the devil in your mouth kills you all, I won't have time to join the war again. Those powerful demons can only survive around the eyes of magic, just like you powerful magicians. And we are mortals, we can thrive in the forbidden domain. He looked at the other side and interrupted. The chattering sense of accomplishment. He didn't know why the other party sent such a talk, but he quickly found the feeling of being a monarch. One day in the future, when I have accumulated a strong army, I can try to counterattack the area controlled by the devil. Even regaining the Eye of Magic is nothing to do with you. Magic is the foundation for maintaining magicians and demons. No matter how powerful the opponent is, mortals with modern industrial power in the field of forbidden magic seem to have more advantages. Chris naturally had the patience to wait. Anyway, his tech tree was only used for a short period of time. As long as he has plenty of time, he can come up with more powerful and advanced weapons. He can use atomic bombs to teach the demons well and let them know what kind of attacks are the real demons. He can use powerful bacterial weapons and even attack methods such as viruses. He has never heard that demons have hygiene habits such as hand washing or isolation. Perhaps a different world version of H1N1 can allow the invincible demons to lie in the camp and wait for mortals to collect their bodies. And then over a decade or two, there will be Alanxia advanced jet fighters, main battled tanks, there may be 1 minute pouring thousands of rounds of cannon, a satellite warning system overlooking the Earth. Indeed, he can save some super weapon, with direct intercontinental missile attack magic eye, cut off the other side of the portal to shut a door the dog anyway. Too much means he can try. You do not need to rush anything to go by tube the Eye of Magic. You, how can you do this? You are not afraid that I will kill you? Destroy your Alan Hill? Vivienne didn't seem to expect Chris to choose this way. Her tone was full of panic. The speed of speech has also become faster. You do not kill me, as well as the last help of the world. If you kill me, that this world can only be left to the devil. Chris is actually a nothing that looks like, I am nothing that, but do you have the guts? Why, how could there be such a shameless guy like you? I was given such a sacred mission for the first time, and you refused me. This is really annoying. Rubbing his head, Vivienne seems to have a tendency to go crazy. Then she bent over pain, the same kind of uncomfortable startup. This place is really hard to endure. Death, not got a magic atmosphere. The air is also full of burnt taste. After a few seconds, she struggled to stand up, looked at Chris and said, I hope you can think about this world. After all, there are so many lives in this world that cannot be separated from magic. But these life, when mortal oppressed and exploited, do not stand up to it. Chris stared at Vivienne, put away the joke of the heart. Opening asks, I have done something wrong to another. Suffer such hardship. Why? When Hansi fell silent, seems to think. She looked at Chris, eventually opening difficult replied, there are too many people forget to remember their mission, only care about their interests. Me to know this. There are many injustices in the world, but I see them as fate that everyone must experience. So did you think before, maybe the demon invasion is the fate of the wizarding world? Need to experience it? Chris opening asked. I think too. If we are doomed, then we can be comfortable with. We are Druigan. We have our pride, but also our faith. We do not like because you refused to slaughter same. We will accept our ending. Vivienne answered calmly. I think that's why they sent you here. Chris laughed. If I changed to another Grukan magician, I might have died when I refused him. No. You do not know Druigan, I have not killing innocent people. Why wan on the head, stubborn Chris said, I have never forgotten our responsibility, which is strong Druigan the root of it. Who Chris took a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement with the other party's statement. You showed me the mind of the wizarding world. If Miss Vivienne has time, I think I will consider entering magic at the critical moment. Eyes. As a human soul from the 21st century, Chris can give up those abandoned mortal magician, a magician who can ignore those lofty demons killed. But he couldn't bear to watch the female magician in front of him die, because she still had the precious human character in her heart. Just by listening to the voice, Chris can confirm that the other party has not lied. and she will really face her ending frankly. I said, it's not enough if you are willing, you have to have more powerful weapons. It's just that these are not enough. Vivian began to chatter again. You know how much war is near the eye of magic. Is it scary? Also promised you feel that you can have these weapons against the forces of the Empire Trinity. But this just let us help nothing. You have better performance, stronger job. In not much of their time, and I can make Trinity Empire no longer interfere with your development. I can provide even more support to you. But you better let me see hope. Let me see stronger weapons. This is easy. As long as you give me time, I can show you the power of industry. Chris nodded and interjected. Easy? This is probably the best news I heard today. Well, I haven't heard any useful news today. But we can try. I can stay here for a few days. You can let me take a look at the more powerful weapon you said, but I will return to Gricken in a few days. You don't know, the air there is sweet. Are you sure it's called Gricken? Does it have another alias called America? The land of famous cooking, the country of lighthouses? Chris felt that there were too many places to complain today. You who say 8, Vivian coughed twice. It is not understandable to see to Chris. Do you know? Druican name in the magician was exactly how divine presence. Why do those weird names you say sound like a stench? Remote territory far Druican, within an illuminated magic crystal room. Keep a long white-bearded old magician sitting quietly in his place, holding a magic book. Vivian leave after that. I feel the whole country seems to have peaceful up. The other on a chair, wearing a more beautiful magic robe. Old man smiled and nodded his head. Opening agreed. Hope that Alanxia Monarch can live with her goes Zueba. Author's message. Long Ling has seen many comments in the book review area, and many of them are very exciting. Some people say that the rhythm has collapsed. In fact, Long Ling really wants to write faster, and show you the exciting parts later, so that everyone knows that the rhythm of Long Ling has not collapsed, and everything is under control. As if had been the story before, someone feels somewhat unexpected as, in fact, are in the plan. Dragon Spirit will slowly storytelling, slowly the world presented to you. Don't worry, after all, Long Ling is exhausted to write 5 chapters and 10 chapters every day. This story will not end in a few days. The story can only be told a little bit. It is impossible to present the whole world to everyone at once. The war naturally still has to go on, and industry and magic know where to go. Naturally, there are also explanations. As for the story of the collapse of the Dragon Spirit, he finally released himself and made a fantasy-like story. How could he be collapsed after writing dozens of chapters? Above, let's talk to everyone. Long Ling has a little rest today, and will continue to explode in 2 days, so I promise to let everyone enjoy it. 146. It has time to show real technology. This is really a powerful weapon. It was able to place so many toward a place of your so-called ammunition. Looking at a Mendu-mounted 30mm anti-aircraft guns toward the gold standard tilt ammunition, Vivian gives his own evaluation. She has always maintained this state of overlooking sentient beings, and it seems that many industrial equipment cannot surprise her. What makes Chris a little annoyed is that the other party has always evaluated his weapons and equipment fairly and objectively, giving him a passive feeling of being crushed. Hand picked up a shell on the ground. Vivian felt the temperature remaining above the opening. Continued, commented, I have to bear recognized, if under certain conditions, these purely military assault weapons, does if it hurts us, magic won't always exist, even if I run out of magic power. And this weapon was able to mass produce. Really good idea. If I had have such weapons. At least in the magic of insufficient time to obtain effective screening. She sighed. Spoke. It was boring to throw the bullet case under his feet. Not just to cover. These are only short-range defensive weapons. Our bombers can take off from Higgs. Flew to the heart of the Empire to Trinity. Bomb you see, we have just tested yet. Once we can bomb thousands of them. Chris had to use his strategic bomber that has not yet been mass-produced to put gold on his face. Sometimes negotiation requires skills. Chris doesn't think he is bluffing. If he is given another half a year, he can really produce bombers to greet the old mother of the Holy Demon Empire. So many, although these bombs may not even be able to break through the defensive magic of our city, they are already very terrifying long-range weapons of destruction for a country at the level of the Holy Demon Empire. Vivian nodded. Agree with Chris' statement. You are very powerful defensive magic city. Chris smiled to see in front of him this, then TB magician, open defiance. Know that I have Alanxir, a famous saying, it does not solve what is a shell. No, if there are, then 2 shots. His meaning is clear, obvious. If a bomb did not get magic defense, then use 2, 3, or even 10,000 or 100,000 up to the level of nuclear weapons, before we discuss the side. It's an interesting word, but 2 rounds still unable to punch through my magic barrier, you have just tested, is not it? Vivian did not seem to understand this sentence humor. He asked. They hit 10,000 shells. 10,000 shells does not work. We hit 20,000 rounds if not enough. We hit 100,000, Chris Firm said. Also Xuman in power. In fact, our soldiers cannot be as strong as a magician, but we are confident to carry on the war on the front battlefield. Casualties will be very heavy. Vivian here, the other firm, set the tone, with a trace of regret, said, if you are just in front of these weapons, perhaps in a war, eliminated hundreds of thousands. I can prepare 101 soldiers, if not enough. We have invested 200 million. This is the power of our mortal empire. Collective effort. Chris and this time did not laugh, because he was going to so many young people his to die in one sentence. This is contrary to his previous ideas. If he can choose, he does not want his people to die. There are countless powerful weapons in his mind that have not been developed. As long as he has the opportunity, he will definitely develop those weapons. Also, I approach them with handmade, produced the mother of a bomb. If you feel interested, we can show you the power of the bomb. Chris last night has not been idle. He and the engineers exhausted all means and produced a cloud burst. If the atomic bomb is the father of bombs, then this cloud bomb is the so-called mother of bombs. Its explosive power is almost the most powerful destructive weapon under the atomic bomb, and it is the most dangerous weapon per unit volume that Chris can now handle. When played or transmitted to be served over the target, under the effect of detonating fuses of special mother bomb, the elastomer uniformly dispersed in the fuel in the air. The aerosol suspension is mixed with the air is formed, and over the target gathered to form a cover, like dense fog. When the aerosol reaches a certain after concentration, a second fuse detonated in the air, fog throughout the explosion, releasing large amounts of heat at the moment. A high-temperature high-pressure fireball, which temperature is generally at 2500 C also per second and 2000 to 2500 speed rapid expansion. Damage achieve objectives. Bomb blast main charge cloud agent, also known as fuel air explosives. Cloud explosive is not an explosive, but a high-energy fuel. Under certain detonation conditions, the cloud blasting agent is thrown away, mixes with air and explodes violently, which is called cloud detonation. Since the explosion and gun several times longer than ordinary long bomb, its high temperature and pressure of the invasion time targets are also up a few times, so much larger than the general effect of the bomb damage. Due to consume oxygen around, it is generally within 4 minutes at the blast site. Severe hypoxia, resulting in asphyxia, secondary effect of this cruel killing, but also at the cruel weapon of humans and animals. This weapon Chris originally wanted to wait for his technology to mature before using it on a large scale. But now he wants to show his power in front of his collaborators, so he can only show it off in advance. If he can find uranium ore now, he really doesn't mind popping up an atom, so that the young lady magician in front of him can take a good look at what is the real power of modern industry. You have a bunch of magicians played, everyone will say Nihonga, let you experience what true power of magic. When I have atomic time bomb, I will let you hear things like, is the time to show the real technology. I don't think it is necessary. After all, You are just making the explosives bigger. Vivian has no interest in the Mortal Empire's attack methods. She feels that she has almost understood modern weapons and equipment. Basic principles. There is nothing worthy of her research. Not through being polite, in Chris' insistence. She was accompanied by Chris, came to the test site, witnessed a veritable explosion in the show. Accompanied by Chris, the cloud explosive bomb was placed on top of a mountain. After Vivian checked the bomb, she probably judged its estimated power. After all, she was a witness to 155mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery shelling. Powerful magician. In her view, this volume of the explosion, she probably can easily cope in peak condition. Anything to do, not even have to pay a heavy price. It is a pity that she soon knew that she was wrong. And she was so wrong. After a flash of light, the bomb exploded and formed a terrible flame. This flame almost instantly put the surrounding air drained, followed by high temperatures swept a cut. Even high-altitude air currents because of this explosion occurred. A little disorder. Boom. Then, the more terrible noise over the space hit Vivian's ears. She knew even use magic defense. This attack also makes her quite embarrassed. The premise is that such an attack can accurately hit her. If I carry it hard, such an attack will really make me uncomfortable. Frankly speaking, my current state cannot withstand such a terrifying explosion. Even the attack at my peak is only stronger than it. Something, Vivian said very honestly. After speaking, she looked at Chris and continued. You have given me infinite surprises. Your Majesty Chris. If you can make more bombs like this, I think your army can face the lowest grade magic puppet. Chris sneered in his heart. If such a powerful explosion can't satisfy you, then I really want to find you 235. After all, there is nothing that one nuclear weapon cannot solve. If there are, then two. Although Tukao in mind, but Chris' still own mind filled with bright modern industrial confidence, he spoke to Vivian, said, it's real. I want to tell you is that war is not Alanxia strengths. Our real strength is in building the world. You are like a creed and dwarves. Maybe you see the real dwarf would be to talk to, and they feel that the war is just part of life. More of the time, they should feel the magic for the construction of all kinds of strange things. Service. Vivian briefly mentioned some dwarf design inventions. Well, Chris thinks these dwarfs are sometimes cute. After all, they can make some weird little things in a state where there is almost no modern industrial system. Not before. They may not allow us to directly contact Drew. I can wait to find. Chris this time finally found his confidence. If these magic words of my father, there is an empire in the fighting, which is entirely in other areas more brother. Sure enough, after hearing such words, Vivian finally showed a shocked expression on her face. How could there be such a thing? If you can contact Grukan here, then what else do I need to come here? Question mark. Look, now we have a lot of topics to talk about. A smile appeared on Chris' face, cunningly like a fox. 147 I am sorry. If all the research directions, all with weapons of war do metaphor, radio communication technology is the leading domain of the atomic bomb. Its birth makes communication easy, and the cost savings are simply incalculable. When Chris Vivian demonstration in front of him without a moment after radio communication technology, Industrial Vivian completely clear conquered in her understanding. This technique is simply magic. Really amazing. Although we can also make magic fluctuations such transfer, be fixed, but cannot find the items except such a signal. Vivian looked no radio transmitter, a great sense of it taken away impulse. She touched his hand telegraph shell. It seems to feel the inside of the object. I am the most simple message can do is to use this volatility to wake up one of the most simple magic from afar, in order to pass. Having said that, she gave up her own efforts. This damn machine, like all the machines before it, had no breath of magic at all. She couldn't perceive the objects inside, because to her, it was just some metal without any sense of existence. So, you can take this equipment with you when you leave, so that you can contact us at Gregan. Chris pointed to the telegraph that had been reduced in size, and spoke to Vivi, and said, if possible, I need 100 units. This transmitted Vivian big opening. Chris said, Drew, I can willing to use something in exchange for this technology. What is it? Chris felt that 80% of Grukken had a lot of good things over there. Maybe there might be some magic scrolls, enchanted artifacts and other big killers. Using the radio and telegraph to exchange these things, he can say that he won't lose money. I have had a lot of gold. After all, Drew Icon also has its own mineral resources. I can pay you a lot of gold. Vivian opening said, I had there. The degree of precious gold is very low, only used in certain alchemy. Well, I know you have money. Chris has been too lazy to tuke out. He had wanted to change some very important magic item. I did not expect that cheesy magic empire together. Really vulgar people cannot go beyond. Well, 1,000 telegraph machines are not cheap. Chris felt that at this time, he should give full play to his expertise and let Grukken, a powerful magic empire, give a little blood. I have come with an equal weight of gold or exchange. Twice the weight can be. Great Miss Vivian seemed to have any misconceptions about the value of gold. Spoke and said, that things in our country, is not really what valuable metal I rely on, say good rip off it, so wealthy parents. You know? Chris stared at the Miss Vivian in front of him. He really didn't know what he should say. He held back for a long time, and finally came up with a topic he was most interested in. Well, if the telegraph machine is 300 selling from the stand, are you still buying? At this moment, Chris remembered the many famous language, such as what to say ordinary family friends. I do not know the wife of the United States friends, regret Chong Ali friends. Nothing friends. In short, Chris felt that if he mass production of 1,000 units telegraph auction, estimated Alanxia borrow money development industry is likely to solve. You, who are willing to sell so many that it's great, it 300. Taiwan now. Vivian a face excited nodded and said, I know that the human desire to build out Alanxia empire, it is consistent with Grukken. Well, as long as Grukken is willing to take out all of his gold, maybe my cabinet will be on your side. Don't say you are going to fight the devil. If you are going to the earth, they will also agree and declare war. The peace signed. Chris helpless clutching his face, secretly Tukao rode in the heart. Looked away those cars parked. Vivian seems to think of something, spoke and said, there are no magic you can walk. This vehicle did not make any role in our Drew Icon where our magic atmosphere inexhaustible, so we are more willing to use magic as a motivation to drive some magical devices. But I have to say that those magic devices are too bulky and don't look as sophisticated as your industrial products. Maybe we should pack our magic devices too, they look too stupid. Vivian mentioned the matter of the magic empire. At that time, there is a tendency to talk endlessly. This young lady whose actual age doesn't know how old is very good at everything, but this mouth is too good to say. She was always talking, it seemed that there was no secret in her mouth. She visited many industrial bases in Ceres these days and saw many weapons and equipment that Alan Hill had not yet started mass production. She even felt the momentum of dozens of fighter jets in the air, which made her very excited. After all, it is not easy to see mortals flying in the sky elsewhere. Of course, I have also through clever use of radio, to discover our sky. We can detect many flying objects, which may also be of great help to you. Crescent took Vivian to visit the radar station. Let Vivian feel the working principle of the first generation of air defense radar. Vivian felt the fluctuation this time, but there was still no magical aura. She looked up at the sky curiously, as if she could feel a kind of energy that was difficult to capture spreading into the distance. Not her clear, it is because she was standing too close to the location of the radar antenna, and if she left some of her energy fluctuations such there is no way to accurately perceive. But this still made Vivian very excited. After she visited the performance on radar detection, she started her spending money again. I want this. How many sales? Into the village to follow the crowd seemed to Miss Vivian immediately accepted the so-called 20 from the sale, the statement, and a mouth so she let Chris are full of themselves cheated innocent little girl embarrassment. I listened to say your manufacturing model, I heard that in this strange pattern of production 1000 the cost of a cup, then raw produce 300 cost of a cup of even lower in the case of half know anything. Vivian, still willing to show his erudition. She looked at Chris proudly, showing off some of the fun things she had seen along the way. I hope that businessmen never far know the iron radar antenna sold gold prices. Chris, praying in my heart, opening, smiled and nodded and said, yes, the amount of production of the charm lies in this, Vicky Missan. When I go back, I'll let people brought gold. Vivian seems to praise it as good enough for Chris, nodded and said, in my opinion, you are really not very good at fighting in other areas. Talent is much better than your fighting style. Then Chris took Vivienne to visit many factories. Some factories made Vivienne very interested, while others were not attractive to Vivienne, the great magician. For example, say the magic lamp manufacturing plant. Vivian is very dismissive. Drew Icon magic atmosphere is too strong, so they can use the magic lamplet as lighting, environmental pollution, but also light, soft and durable. She was very interested in the canned fish sold in the market in Ceres City. After tasting it, she couldn't put it down anymore. After all, there is no ocean near the Eye of Magic. Gricken is a lively landlocked country, and their navy is not as powerful as that of Alan Hill. This is delicious, Your Majesty. Chris, if I can, I would like to have this for dinner too. Also, I want to bring back to Gricken some to share with my good friends. The little girl also took it with her when she ate. That weird mask turned out to be covered with oil stains. This was inconsistent with her noble mage status, but it didn't make her slow down the speed of eating canned fish. After eating 3 full cans in one breath, the great magician from Gricken uttered a satisfying admiration. Using magic to protect fresh. Asking too much, we do not often move away from the eye to the seaside. Magic, so we fishes no concept of our lakes have no fish. Looks so cute. Vivian use oily hands gestured, describing how terrible the fish in their hometown were. For Chris, the kind of fish she said is basically a variant of the devil fish after heavy metal pollution and a large amount of G-virus. I can give you some of this privately and let you take it back as a gift. Chris finally couldn't bear to trick a little girl into buying canned fish with equal weight of gold, and made up his mind to pay for the other party. Vivienne was very satisfied with the kindness Chris passed to her, and smiled and nodded and said, I can't live here for a long time, so I must leave as soon as possible. If I can, I will take some things first. Don't worry. Gricken will definitely fulfill his promise and send the gold to Alan Hill. Look at the Vivian saved on a part of his life. Chris, do not mind the other party to take part of the goods. He nodded his head and spoke and said, I'll be ready for you all. You come with time can leave. Well, in the future I have to rely on something that is called a radio transmitter to contact it. Vivian looked again at the tank head shop inside the pile of cans piled mountains of horseshoes. Swallow a mouthful of saliva, he said. Okay, no problem. Chris nodded and agreed. 148 Future. Only a fool puts everything on the mercy of others. Chris looked at Vivian, who was going away, and said to Desaya, who was standing at the head of the city, even on the premise that he was saved by the other party while cooperating happily. Chris didn't like the feeling that his destiny was in the hands of others. He realized his insignificance, and he also saw clearly the world he faced. Yes, Your Majesty, I have still too weak and small, weak daunting. De Purcell nodded his head, looked at Vivian away in the back. He began. This time the castle was attacked, making everyone aware of the power of the Magic Empire. Although a powerful Magic Empire has maintained a good relationship with them for the time being, they also saw another terrible enemy called the Puppet Empire. The other party may be strong enough to send the terrible puppet direct attacks Alanxia daunting, which itself is a people very worried heart of things. In the face of time for this puppet, man fighting obvious lack of Alanxia difficult to defend against. Even more frightening is that Vivian told Chris, not only Puppet Empire has such powerful fighting force, the number of those rare elves, dwarves mysterious and fearsome dragons have similar strong presence. Have you heard what she said about the magical world? No one of us knew before. We didn't know that the dragon knights we saw were actually not the so-called dragons at all. We didn't know that the attacks of magicians were better than ours. The unbanked bombs that haven't been mass-produced are even more terrible. Chris sneered and said with a mockery. He later finished to look to the Desire, continued. I almost could get me out of all the good stuff out to scare. Bluffing, so I think we have to speed up. Germany Purcell nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Responsible for your shadow army has started to work. In accordance with your order, we have launched a new weapons development program. Everything is ready to go. Just waiting for your command. Very good. Code 596 engineering plans can fully begin. Centrifuges and various devices have been produced. As long as the geology department found that element, they begin immediately. Chris in the city by the hand on the mouth of the incoming duo. Come back. Let's go, my friend. Come and see with me, our only secret now. He walked down the townhead, with Desire go back into his castle. Full of lights down the underground room, stood a huge front gates. The guards on both sides stood at attention and saluted him, and then helped him push the door in front of him. Germany Purcell behind His Majesty the Emperor, who just walks into a room full of huge iron within the cabinet. There is a whole set of air conditioning system here, but it still feels hot. Welcome to the future, Mr. Desire. From time to time in front of Chris, researchers in white coats passed in front of him and saluted him. He pressed his hand against a huge iron cabinet. His face turned to Desire. This is what I didn't show Vivian, our real future. This is seeing these staff members keep busy working around these iron cabinets. Desire looked at Chris with the puzzled face. The result of the God of Wisdom project, our first large computer in Alan Hill. With this, we have truly embarked on the fast lane of development. Chris smiled and looked at his cronies, with a very expression on his face. Wonderful. The most powerful part of the modern Ming dynasty lies in the sharing and exchange of information. The leap in computing speed brought about by computers and the interaction of knowledge systems brought about by interconnection have enabled human beings to achieve real rapid development. As long as one enters the information technology environment, the weakness of human beings will be truly compensated. A huge network connecting every corner will unite human society with real strength. Any known knowledge will flow in the network. The transmission speed of such a converging ocean can destroy any old information exchange channels, and even self-evolution. You know how powerful this machine is. Chris to his confidant show off his new toy, he began to ask. Bewildered Desire said, a mathematical genius per second. Clock operation can be several times. Once, he even no matter how clever, can only be operational once. To opening Purcell answered without hesitation, and then he looked at the front of the chassis. Some do not confirm the speculation and said, you are saying that this thing can it be calculated once a second? It is 1 second clock, maybe 1 million times of Operation Germany. Purcell. Chris proudly said, I was looking to develop a second-generation computer until that service. We are a few operations per second, 100,000 or even millions of times. Kidding. The Purcell apparently strong performance of this giant machine intimidated. Swallow a mouthful of saliva was shocked, whispered a sentence. If such a machine can calculate a large amount of data in 1 second, can many problems in the future be solved with the computer in front of you? Is not a joke. I am the future. We will have more advanced computers. This is our mortal real magic. Chris Openings said he has seen such a future with his own eyes. Computers can control machine production, can assist fighter jets in aerial combat, can drive cars instead of humans, and can even act as guardians of humans. The powerful ability makes the computer an extension of human beings and the completion of human beings. When the computer participates in the level of calculation and decision-making, the speed of biological level calculations can't keep up at all. With the aid of this kind of thing, we can carry out biotechnology on a large scale. For us, The research of microbial technology is also a magical thing. Chris is full of confidence in the progress of these technologies, because he has many theories waiting to be published, but they are only constrained by the lagging technical level. With the computer, with CNC machine tools, with a series of advanced equipment, with a perfect grade sealing equipment, etc., he can let his hands go real contact with dangerous people. Super-grade weapon. I do not know the magic masters in the face of bacteriological weapons, and chemical weapons, even when genetic weapons, but also cannot maintain their elegance. In addition, the Vivian magic delayed division for so long, we are not forgetting something up. After Chris finished showing off their new toys, again look to the German Purcell, he said, I think so. I have really forgotten some things, some of the things that must be liquidated. Der Purcell smile vanishing down, nodded. Alenxia, 2 years 3 months. The weather is good in the case of transfer. Alenxia first 5 army began to move south, bypassing the river falling into deep defense Dothan Empire, the forward 30 kilometers. At the same time, General Maud Lyle first 4 army shelling falling into deep south bank. Dothan Imperial Government and shocked. 3 End of the month, Alenxia first 1 army closed Higgs protrusion encirclement Trinity Empire 4 Wonder Army, almost wiped out the first block 1 army advancing 1 Halloween Magic Empire bring up the rear section team thoroughly defeated Street. The eastern front of the Demon Empire. In April of the same year, the 7th Army and the 8th Army newly formed in the Alan Hill Empire stormed the Grassland Imperial King's account, and finally broke the King's account, smashed the Grassland Imperial Emperor Nicholas Weiss, and captured 174 people from the Prairie Imperial slaughter. In May, the Prairie Empire declared its demise, and all the land was merged into Alan Hill. Prairie Ming and Farming Ming merged under the rule of an empire for the first time, and Alan Hill also completely eliminated his hidden dangers in the north. 5 In mid-May, Trinity Empire Higgs package around the circle for Halloween Magic Empire laid down their arms and surrendered the army. Alenxia victory, crossed the vanguards of quarantine. Trinity Empire in border areas occupied a small bridgehead. Mortal first time in history counterattack into the Magic Collar domain, which makes Alenxia people rejoiced. Alenxia B Emperor Chris Victory Parade. The parade of the capital back from the Prairie Province's 7 military representative forces. In June, the 7th and 8th Army of the Alan Hill Empire entered Higgs, and the eastern front of the Holy Demon Empire was defeated across the board. In the end, the Holy Demon Empire had to admit defeat, return all the territory of the Normu Empire, and ceded the eastern province to Alan Hill. On the same day, the poor governor of the eastern province Berkerov signed the surrender agreement on behalf of the Holy Demon Empire. At the same time, he pledged himself before the oath of allegiance to His Majesty the Emperor Elanher that if he failed, he would be loyal to Elanher emperors. The poor consul now fulfilled his promise and was transferred to the Forbidden Realm by Chris, and went to Ferry City to continue working as his consul. And Chris, who had obtained the eastern provinces, finally stepped 1 foot into the gate of the Magic Empire. He can now be said to be the emperor of a quasi-magical empire. Compared to mortal emperors such as the Dothan Empire, that is a level of existence. In June, the Dothan Empire surrendered to Alan Hill, promising to return the original Aranti Empire territory south of the Fallen River. The two sides signed a peace treaty, and the Dothan Empire compensates Alan Hill for a large amount of rubber every year to compensate Alan Hill for the losses suffered in the war. Alan Hill, who was really unwilling to go to war in the southern region, finally chose to calm down and reap the benefits and develop silently. After all, Chris knew much more about the magical world than the Emperor Dothan knew, so he cared more about Grikan than the tiny Dothan. For Alenxia II in the first half year to say, Chris revenge have any grudges against injustice Baoyan, the end of the war Higgs, got into the top spot in Eastern Hegemony. 149 of 9 army. Look who's back, our great princess. Is Higgs fun? Chris leaned on the door frame and looked at Capulina, who had put on a standard princess dress, and welcomed him. It's hard work all the way. I'm sorry. Although she was wearing a long dress, Capelluna, who could hardly conceal her long legs, did not expect Chris to stand at her door. This was the first time the two of them met, so the princess was embarrassed. No way. She political marriage to resist the return to the Higgs. The result is there to see her a lifetime of war. She saw a magic play a huge fireball to pound the trenches of grenadiers, also saw dense Air Force seal to attack plane hit destroy enemy positions. So, when she intended after realized that the world has changed her future husband, she has no pride of the heart, and the rest are a better vision of the entire Alanxia. She saw the beauty of Ceres, and naturally hoped that her hometown, Higgs, could become such a rich place. It is also due to that, she came back, and went to go, like, silent. However, the Alan Hill guards, who had been following her, sent someone to send the news of the princess' return to Ceres and sent them back to the palace. You did not do wrong. What? Chris shrugged his shoulders, spoke and said, if I were married to a man I do not know look like, I will run away. Maybe he'll run farther than you and never come back again. No, your majesty, I just do not know how to face to you. I'm sorry. She apologized again. I do not know no room to sleep, when to call the card Capelluna. Chris, have to spend honorific. It's real. You do not have to apologize. Let Higgs war against attack. You and your father has done very well. Chris reason to say so, because he is now the Higgs monarch. Yes. He now controls everything there. Roads and railways that are being built. Power plants there are built one after another. Oil production bases there are also expanding. And even the size of the cities there is expanding. The smoke on the battlefield has not been completely extinguished, and the reconstruction work has begun in full swing. Everything there will become better, which is also the inevitable result of Alan Hill's industrialization. Moreover, a brand new, huge core is about to be born in Higgs. Alan Hill is working hard to form 2 units of the 9th and 10th Corps, one of which is from the Higgs, numbered as the 9th Corps. The first 9 army to me. I may not be a good queen, but I think I must be a good commander. Suddenly rooms, cards. Capelluna looked to Chris, opening pleaded. She said it very seriously and seemed to be thinking about this question all the time. I can take this force to defeat all your enemies. This matter will have a better ending for me and for you. Chris was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party would continue the conversation between the two in this way. He thought that the other party would accept the reality in a gloomy mood, and he also thought that the other party would oppose such a marriage more fiercely. But he did not expect that the other party would actually ask to go to Higgs to form a new 9th army. So he paused and asked, but how do I explain this to my subjects? You cancel our wedding and then just become my general? Capelluna card in the following spoke before the words seemed to get rid of the concerns. She by a Schwang charming eyes staring at Chris, spoke and said, to marry you is my honor. I have many times majesty fantasy I a man who wants to marry. But I don't have the courage to imagine that I can marry a hero like you. Now she hopes to stick to her own ideas and earn her dignity. Now, the closer I get to you, the more I find that I am not worthy of you. For a mortal, you are so good. I feel mine. Tiny. If I can prove myself, one day in the future, maybe I will have the courage to stand by your side. But now, I don't think I am qualified. At this point, she stopped and waited for Chris' answer. Do you think that only by becoming a qualified general can you become my queen? Chris felt that it was not a good choice for a woman to lead an army, but the 9th army seemed a bit unexpected. According to Alan Hill's military plan, this unit will be formed in the Higgs area, and the troops used will also come from Higgs. There, the soldiers seem to have a natural affection for their princess. Fighting under the command of His Royal Highness, maybe they will be even more courageous. At least in the Battle of Higgs, the performance of the Princess Capelluna was remarkable. She mobilized more than half of Higgs and supported the battle on the front line. She seemed to be a very capable person. Commander. So Chris hesitated. wondering if he should allow his so-called fiancée to come to Higgs to command a huge army that is about to take shape. Today's army-level units under Alan Hill can already be described as a group army, including those belonging to the Army Garrison Command Group. The number of these army-level units of more than 10,000 yuan. Card Pale Luna walked in front of Chris, slightly upturned head, and looked at Chris' eyes. No, I think I was the only good enough to be your wife. I do not expect that the position of the queen, at least now am I dare not expect that position. She spoke slowly, but her tone was firm. I thought about what I could do. I was thinking about this all the way along the way. And then I figured out that I have nothing to brag about. Higgs people so loved you. That was not enough to prove your excellence. Chrysanthi asked one. Princess Luna shook his head. He who loved me, because I led them to defeat the enemy, because I helped them survive, as they fill their stomachs. When she said this, she looked at Chris again. But as time goes on, they will soon find out that Alan Hill can easily do what I try to do. Alan Hill, it will provide them with job opportunities, provide safety guarantees, and even make them wealthy. So, I was thinking, what else can I be proud of? Then I figured it out. I can be your majesty, your general. This is my last remaining, that little bit of pride. This is a girl who is born stubborn. She is not stubborn to Chris alone, but stubborn to herself. Also promised, from the moment she was sensible, she was dissatisfied with their sex bar. She longed to be a man, longed to worry about her father. She stubbornly walked on the path of her own choice, never bowing her head. If she were to change to another world, she might become a very good strong woman, run to become the president of a country, or control a huge multinational group, putting many men under her feet. But she was born in such an old world, so she can only be stubborn to become the Princess of Higgs, and use all the methods she can find to prove that she has never given up. If I can come for the first 9 commander of the army, if I can be the one for you Mushu, my life is valuable. Luna then interrupted, thinking of Chris, her own pair of eyes staring at Chris. It seems that he hopes to get his own answer from Chris. She always felt that the Emperor of Alan Hill had a unique heart, and he would understand her stubbornness. In her view, that the palace is not enviable position she most desired location, perhaps her last will want to come to that position, but she wants you to go that position. Women price value of OK Christ love to Suvi cards Pale Luna. A woman's worth is honest mothers at home, but then he thought, he is trying to publicize such content is not. He is encouraging the women of Alan Hill to get out of their homes and work for the society. He hopes that women can share the work pressure of men in education and medical care, so that Alan Hill has a more efficient population structure. In the streets and alleys, posters encouraging women to participate in work are everywhere. The propaganda department is already working hard. Every day, there is at least one piece of news that a woman has been promoted and rewarded for working hard in the factory. In such a big environment, if he, as an emperor, is willing to let his women come out and show their faces, become a banner, participate in work, or even national defense, the effect will definitely be very outstanding. Without him asking, he knew that Desailly, Gerlo, and even Wagron would agree to this arrangement. At least 100,000 women can immediately stand up and participate in the work. Relieving the pressure of employment is very helpful. The current Alan Hill is under construction everywhere and there is a shortage of people everywhere. The magic ball of knowledge compensated by the Holy Demon Empire allows Alan Hill to create talents crazy. So what they need is the kind that can participate in the work immediately. Adults. A woman standing in front, pleading self has left some of the things industry to her. This scene was familiar to Chris from far away time and space. So there is no resistance in his bones, because he actually appreciates such a beautiful and persistent girl. So, even look forward to a little card table Pale Luna. Now Chris nodded his head, uttered a let's answer to Fang Xinsai. I can help you. Dry. 150 sharpening. Chris sometimes feels that he is really a model of straight male cancer. He even left a beautiful woman to do some army building, and he stayed to experiment with shit centrifuge purification technology. More so that he was depressed, This time beside him a few months less a day to say 900 million words of female magic teacher. Even a little child feel that they are not used to have his own masochism. The one with the silly girl in the mask uses words to destroy it, which is quite cool. Why is she a silly girl? Because with the conclusion of the armistice agreement between the Aranhil Empire and the Holy Demon Empire, the first batch of materials from the Aranhil Empire have been sent to Grikan. Same kind of Druigan first batch of procurement funds also made a special trip to the Alanxia, the eastern province. For the magic empires, this place may be the easternmost province, but for the mortal empire, it is now the westernmost territory. Therefore, the name of the eastern province could not be used anymore. It was renamed Voronza, which is the name of the hometown of tranquility in a folktale of the Ceres region. A large amount of gold was sent to Voronza, and the benefits gained by Alanhil in the Battle of the Four Kingdoms, which had been remembered by history, began to feed back the operation of the empire. Gold allows everyone to earn a lot of money, so more funds are invested in construction. The war that the Four-Nation Tour refers Alanxia, Trinity Empire, Grassland Empire, the empire around Dothan Higgs unprecedented scale and falling into Deep River in southern conducted battle. This war spanned the entire eastern Forbidden Domain, from Higgs to Fallen Abyss River. The ending is even more shocking. Alanhil, who fought the Three Kingdoms alone, won a complete victory, and the impossible Holy Demon Empire ceded land for compensation and begged to surrender. At the same time, it destroyed the Prairie Empire and thwarted the offensive of the Dothan Empire. My daughter is really too sensible, Majesty. My lack of discipline, to condone this ungrateful Guifang Bujang Kastner Archduke apologetically, standing in front of Chris after the end of the meeting whispered. Never mind, the ministry of Mr. Long. I appreciate so very loving way he conducts himself. Woman does not have to behave. After all, I'm going to do a role model in the world, is not it? Chris smiled and patted Custer satisfied Archduke's shoulder, comforted. Her Royal Highness gave up her position as a queen, and returned to Higgs with the title of a princess. This story has now spread throughout Alanhil. With the leadership of Her Royal Highness, many women stood up and began to join the construction of the empire, and began to show their advantages in the textile industry, education industry, medical care industry, service industry, and secretarial work. Originally, many industries are more suitable for women to work. With the support of these opposite sexes, Alanhil's industrialization speed has increased to a new level. The Princess Royal Highness School Learning. The slogan is now loud thin to 20 comrades learn. Learning is not a bit inferior. The first 9 quite rapid formation of army of the work carried out, opposite to the first 10 army is somewhat slow. Custer satisfied that the choice of his daughter also some frustration, but he also no way to change the Emperor Princess. There are two people's will. So Custer satisfied that the Grand Duke simply use his position of the Minister of Defense, imposes some small influence, so that my daughter looked better number, in order to support his daughter, so she became the queen contender. Freshman production out of the M4 tank batch number of the installed equipment to the troops, because of production capacity. The first 9 army and even assigned to a number of tanks used to train its own tankers. The new aircraft began serving a large number of civil airports have been built up. Chris, now if you wish, you can immediately take their C-47 transport aircraft, flying to their latest Wheelongsa territory. The first army was deployed in the direction of Higgs, and the second army replenished and drove to the border area between the new Holy Demon Empire and Aranhil. Voronza is now a huge protrusion, embedded in the territory of the Holy Demon Empire, and both the south and the west are facing a huge threat from the Holy Demon Empire. So Chris is hoarding heavy troops here. The defense may come from the threat of the Holy Demon Empire. The 7th Army is deployed to the south of Voronza. The 8th Army is deployed in the west, and the 2nd Army is supporting these two in the rear. A garrison that is not well equipped. Although the 1st 7 and 8th Army is the biggest player in the demise of the Empire Prairie, but both the military establishment is also very short, and equipment is also very limited. In fact, fighting is not how strong. They replenished as they walked along the way, and only then did they have some wealth, and they barely formed some real combat effectiveness. But even so, the 8th Army is still dominated by steppe cavalry, and the 7th Army is still dominated by light infantry. The army over the want to upgrade army report has been sent to a long time, because the number of lift trucks, as well as increased production of oil and 155 pomegranate missile and artillery of the capacity expansion. Can I suggest that the first expansion of one army at Rye? Yes, I have no opinion on this matter. In addition, don't be too stingy in funding for the formation of a strategic bomber force on the Air Force. What we want is not 1 or 2 bombers, but 1,000, 2,000, or even more. Chris thought, opening said. Due to Vivian's suggestion, our 4 Panzer changed into had stopped. She felt that we needed a larger caliber gun, used to destroy more powerful enemies that may arise, so we decided to keep the 4 Panzer artillery. Suspend converted 30 Homey Goping dual-purpose gun plan. Speaking of work, Kastner is actually very experienced and prudent in appearance. He was also the monarch of a country before, so he is very experienced in this kind of overall management. After using the magic ball of knowledge, his work has never gone wrong, and he has now become one of Christ's very important ministers. Yes, just continue production according to her statement. If necessary, improve our tanks and don't waste resources. After thinking about it, Chris ordered his defense minister. Yes, sir. Your Majesty. Custer satisfied nodded, took a step back to get out of his place, because he saw the secretary of Chris, who was in charge of communication, came over. He must have something to say to Chris. That secret book against Kastner nodded, then took a telegram, gave it to Chris. He spoke and said, "Drew icon to the emergency electrical. Urgent electricity." Chris froze for a moment, then remembered that long-winded little girl. He tore through the electricity, and then looked at the contents of it carefully. Then, His Majesty's face on the embarrassing up and saw a simple sentence written on power, fish fast finished. The most important thing in this country, it is the canned fish imports. Chris no language into electricity and sighed to his secretary. Opening told, Quasi prepared a number of canned fish, sold Drew. I can call back, tell them, we can export canned fish and other foods. As long as they have the money to purchase, we will have as many goods as they want. Yes, sir. Your Majesty. That were responsible for liaison secretary gently nodded, then took some of the power of paper folds back down. Chris turned his head and looked at Kastner, who was holding a smile, shook his head and said, this Vivienne, think the telegraph is used for this. Your Majesty should be glad that there is a limit. Telegram words required means of communication. Custer Carolina have seen Vivian, will know this masked magician. The most powerful magic than fire department, but she that mouth. So he joked, with a hint of schadenfreude, thinking that he might have a cell phone in the future. Chris couldn't help but shudder. If Vivian got a phone that could communicate at any time, then his good days might be over. Swallowing a spit, Chris felt that he should postpone the development of communication technology as well. He really felt that Vivienne could be comparable to the mouth of 15,000 ducks, and it was a major threat to his life. Well, the ministry of Mr. Long. Chris withdrew his imagination. The topic pull back to work. Open asked, road southward extension. Built how? Kind. I are working hard to build roads and railroads, already the fastest speed of the addition. Because of the abolition of confidentiality restrictions, air transport is also intensify. Custer satisfied to know that His Majesty the Emperor, which is playing the idea of the Dothan Empire, with a huge military power that can compete with the Holy Demon Empire, even slightly better. Alan Hill will naturally not take the Dothan Empire, which has almost zero combat power, in its size. The previous peace treaty was signed because of lack of energy and neglect of the Dothan Empire. Now that the Steppe Empire has been destroyed, and the fighting on the Western Front has ceased, Alan Hill naturally remembered the poor southern neighbor who had messed up himself. Maritime and air transport may make up the shortage of land. The first 4 army has enough supplies. Conspire Modress is sold to military, believes that his troops ready to move south. 1 doth him be too embarrassed to mention. Over the mountains doth him cast special report, satisfied that rode with confidence. Then let him wait a few days. We just made peace, access to development opportunities, not in a hurry to go to war. As long as adequate doth empire turned over to the rubber as well as oil, I let them release for some time. Chris Wade, let's talk about the pros and cons. Understand, Your Majesty. Custer satisfied nodded and replied. At this time, Strider came over with his assistant and stood beside Chris. Your Majesty, the special envoy of the Normu Empire has arrived. They hope to see you and reach an agreement on the import of weapons. Today, Longerling will add a change. This is the 3rd change. There will be something later. You can get up tomorrow morning and watch again. Don't stay up late. I may be the least qualified person to persuade you,